What if Harry found a portrait of Merlin in the Potter vault, and Merlin agreed to train him? Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry found a portrait of Merlin in the Potter vault, and Merlin agreed to train him? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now let's start the story. Chapter 1. The vault beneath the vault. The cart screamed around a corner, and Harry's stomach tried to escape through his throat. Hagrid had turned an interesting shade of green about 6 turns back, and the goblin driving this nightmare didn't seem to care that his passengers were one sharp bank away from losing their breakfast. Is it always like this? Harry shouted over the wind. Gringotts doesn't cater to comfort, Mr. Potter. The goblin didn't turn around. Security takes precedence over your stomach. Harry gripped the side of the cart harder and tried to focus on anything except the bottomless darkness below them. The underground lake they'd passed had been beautiful in a terrifying sort of way. The dragon guarding the lower vaults had been less beautiful and more just terrifying. Now they were descending even further, into parts of the bank that felt less like a financial institution and more like the throat of something ancient and hungry. The cart finally screeched to a halt in front of a vault door that looked different from the ones they'd passed. Those had been ornate, covered in runes and metalwork that probably cost more than the Dursleys' house. This one was simple, just a dark stone arch set into the rock face, with a single word carved above it in letters that seemed to shift when Harry tried to read them directly. Vault 687, the goblin announced. The Potter family vault. Hagrid stumbled out of the cart, steadied himself against the stone wall, and took several deep breaths. Never did like these carts. Give me a dragon any day. You'll need to open it yourself, Mr. Potter. The goblin produced a key from somewhere in his waistcoat. Blood and key. The vault hasn't been accessed since your parents' death. Harry took the small golden key. It felt warm in his palm, warmer than metal should feel in this cold underground air. What do I do? Press the key to the door. Then your hand. The vault will recognize you, or it won't. And if it doesn't? The goblin's smile revealed too many pointed teeth. Then we'll need a new cart. Brilliant. Harry approached the door, hyper-aware of Hagrid's nervous shuffling behind him and the goblin's sharp-eyed attention. The stone was cold when he pressed the key against it, but the moment his palm touched the surface next to it, something happened. A pulse of warmth ran up his arm, through his chest, and into his scar. Not pain exactly. Recognition. The door dissolved like mist in morning sun. Inside, the vault looked nothing like Harry had expected. He'd imagined piles of gold coins, maybe some jewels, the kind of treasure dragon stories always described. There was gold, sure, stacks of it on stone shelves along the walls, more money than Harry had ever imagined existed. But the vault was smaller than he'd thought it would be, and most of the space was taken up by other things. A trunk with his mother's initials on it. A rack of what looked like old robes. A shelf of books so old their spines had worn smooth. A portrait frame facing the wall. Hagrid had to duck to enter, and even then his massive frame barely fit. Your parents left you well provided for, Harry. Good people they were. Wanted to make sure you'd be taken care of. Harry barely heard him. He was staring at the portrait, turned away like someone had deliberately hidden it. Something about it pulled at him, a hook behind his navel that had nothing to do with magic he understood. What's that? He asked. Hagrid squinted at it. What's what? The portrait. There, against the wall. I don't. Hagrid paused, confusion spreading across his face. Huh. Can't say I noticed it before. Want me to turn it around? No. The word came out sharper than Harry intended. No, I'll do it. He crossed the vault, stepping around a stack of what looked like old newspapers and a box of photographs he desperately wanted to examine, but couldn't right now. The portrait frame was heavy, solid wood carved with symbols he didn't recognize. When he grabbed the edges to turn it around, that warmth pulsed through him again. The portrait showed a man. Old, but not frail, the kind of old that suggested decades of experience rather than decay. A long beard, gray streaked with white, and eyes that were definitely not painted. They moved. They tracked Harry as he stumbled backward, and they carried an intelligence that made the hairs on his arms stand up. Well, the portrait said, that took considerably longer than I expected. Harry's brain struggled to process several things at once. Portraits could talk. Hagrid had mentioned that on the way here, something about Hogwarts being full of them. But this one felt different. The painted figures in the stories Hagrid told seemed like echoes, recordings of people who died. This one felt present in a way that didn't match those descriptions. Who are you? The portrait's eyebrow rose. Direct. Good. I despise false courtesy. He shifted in his painted chair, and Harry noticed for the first time that the background of the portrait wasn't a room or a landscape. It was darkness, absolute and complete, with something that might have been stars burning in impossible colors. I am Merlin Emery's. Your people call me Merlin. Behind Harry, Hagrid made a strangled noise. That's... You can't. Merlin's been dead for 1,000 years, give or take. Yes, thank you, I'm aware. The portrait's attention didn't leave Harry. Death and I have an understanding. I stay out of his way, and he pretends not to notice the various loopholes I've exploited. Harry's mouth had gone dry. Merlin. The Merlin. Every magical story he'd ever heard, every fairy tale about wizards, they all traced back to this name. And his portrait was in Harry's family vault, turned against the wall like someone's embarrassing uncle. Why are you here? Another good question. You're batting quite well so far, young Potter. Merlin leaned forward in his painted chair, and the stars behind him seemed to pulse. I am here because I made a bargain, long ago, with the first of your line to carry the Potter name. She was a remarkable woman. Terrible taste in men, but remarkable nonetheless. I owed her a debt, the nature of which is none of your concern, and in payment, I agreed to counsel her descendants. When needed, if worthy, when needed. The Potters have faced various crises over the centuries. Dark lords, political upheaval, the occasional apocalyptic cult. I've offered guidance when the situation demanded it. His eyes narrowed. Your father visited me once, when he was a few years older than you. Bright boy. Excellent instincts. Absolutely no follow-through. He got distracted by a girl and never came back. Something in Harry's chest tightened. My mum, Lily Evans, yes. I approved. She had more magical talent in her left hand than most pure-blood families produce in a generation. A genuine loss, her death. Merlin's voice carried something that might have been actual regret. Which brings us to you. The last Potter. The boy who survived what no one survives. I've been waiting a decade for you to show up and claim your vault. Hagrid had recovered enough to step forward, placing one massive hand on Harry's shoulder. Now see here, I don't know what your game is, but Harry's just a boy. He doesn't need ancient portraits filling his head with what? Knowledge? History? The truth about what happened to his parents. Merlin's voice cut like a blade. Because I assure you, Rubius Hagrid, the boy has been told very little of that. Dumbledore's orders, wasn't it? Keep Harry ignorant. Keep him humble. Keep him controllable. Hagrid's hand tightened on Harry's shoulder. Dumbledore's a great man. He knows what's best for... Dumbledore is a chess master who's been playing the same game for 50 years. He's brilliant, I won't deny that. But he's also convinced that he alone knows the correct path forward, and he treats everyone around him as pieces to be positioned. Merlin's attention shifted back to Harry. Including you, boy. Especially you. Harry's head was spinning. 10 minutes ago, his biggest worry had been whether the cart ride would make him sick. Now he was standing in front of a portrait of the most famous wizard in history, listening to him casually tear apart the man Hagrid spoke about like a living saint. Why should I believe you? Merlin smiled. It wasn't a warm expression. You shouldn't. Not yet. Belief should be earned, not given freely. But I can offer you something no one else can, Harry Potter. Not Dumbledore with his secrets, not the Ministry with their regulations, not whatever passes for education at Hogwarts these days. He spread his hands, a gesture that encompassed the vault, the darkness behind him, the weight of 1,000 years. I can offer you the truth. About magic. About your family. About the night your parents died and why you survived when you shouldn't have. You know about that? I know a great deal about a great many things. The question is whether you want to learn them. Harry thought about the Dursleys. About 10 years of being told he was worthless, a burden, a freak. About Hagrid showing up and telling him magic was real, that there was a whole world where he belonged. About the letter in his pocket that invited him to a school he knew nothing about, in a society he didn't understand, to learn skills everyone else had grown up knowing about. He thought about walking into that world blind, ignorant, helpless. Yes, he said, I want to learn. Merlin's smile shifted into something almost approving. Then we have a great deal to discuss. But not here and not now. Your escort is becoming increasingly agitated, and we have limited time before you need to catch a train. Harry glanced at Hagrid, who looked like he was trying to decide between dragging Harry out of the vault bodily or running to find Dumbledore. Maybe both. How do we talk again? Take me with you. Merlin gestured at the portrait frame. The magic binding me to this canvas is stable. I can function anywhere, though I'd prefer somewhere private. The room of requirement at Hogwarts would serve nicely, assuming it still exists. The what? 7th floor, left corridor, across from the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Walk past the wall 3 times while thinking about what you need. The castle will provide. Merlin's eyes glinted. Hogwarts was built with certain features Dumbledore doesn't know about. I should know. I helped design them. Harry reached for the portrait frame, then stopped. Wait. You said if I was worthy. How do you know I am? I don't. Not yet. Merlin's voice dropped, losing some of its sardonic edge. But you asked questions instead of accepting easy answers. You didn't flinch when I challenged your assumptions. And you chose to learn rather than remain comfortable in ignorance. Those are promising signs. He paused. Also, you survived the killing curse. I've spent 1,000 years studying magic, and I have no idea how that's possible. The mystery alone would be enough to earn my attention. Harry lifted the portrait off the wall. It was heavier than it looked, but manageable. Behind him, Hagrid made a sound of protest. Harry, I don't think, Hagrid. Harry turned to face the half-giant, keeping his voice calm despite the adrenaline flooding his system. You said my parents wanted me taken care of. This was in their vault. My vault. Whatever it is, it belongs to me. Hagrid's protest died on his lips. He looked from Harry to the portrait and back again, conflict written across every feature. Dumbledore should know about this. Perhaps. Harry surprised himself with how steady his voice sounded. But this is my family's property. My decision, not Dumbledore's. The portrait had gone silent, watching the exchange with interest. Harry could feel Merlin's painted eyes on him, evaluating, measuring. He didn't look away from Hagrid. Finally, the half-giant's shoulders slumped. Your mum had that same look sometimes. When she decided something and wouldn't budge. He ran a hand through his wild beard. I won't lie to Dumbledore if he asks me directly, Harry. But I suppose, what you're due with your own inheritance is your business. Thank you, Hagrid. They gathered the gold Harry would need for school supplies, more than he could possibly spend. But Merlin suggested taking extra, and Harry was inclined to listen, and made their way back to the cart. The goblin driver glanced at the portrait, but said nothing. Harry got the impression very little that happened in Gringotts surprised the goblins anymore. The ride back to the surface was just as stomach-churning as the descent, but Harry barely noticed. His mind was racing, trying to process everything that had happened. Merlin, a portrait of actual Merlin, offering to teach him, claiming to know secrets about his parents, about Dumbledore, about magic itself. It seemed impossible. But then, a month ago, magic itself had seemed impossible. They emerged into the marble lobby of Gringotts, and Hagrid immediately started steering Harry toward Diagon Alley and the shopping that needed to be done. Harry let himself be guided, but his attention kept drifting to the portrait tucked under his arm. He'd wrapped it in his jacket to avoid questions, but he could feel Merlin's presence even through the fabric. Watchful, waiting. The rest of the day passed in a blur of wonder and sensory overload. Diagon Alley was everything Hagrid had promised and more. Shops selling cauldrons and broomsticks and books full of actual spells, owls hooting in cages, wizards and witches in robes that shifted colors as they walked. Harry bought his school supplies in a daze, responding to Hagrid's commentary with appropriate noises while his mind churned over the real discovery of the day. Ollivander's wand shop snapped him back to focus. The old wand maker studied Harry with pale eyes that saw too much, and when he finally matched Harry with a wand, Holly, Phoenix Feather, 11 inches. His words were ominous. Curious. Very curious. What's curious? Ollivander's smile didn't reach his eyes. The phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother gave you that scar. Harry's hand went to his forehead without thinking. Voldemort's wand. We do not speak his name. But yes, the connection is significant. Ollivander leaned closer, and Harry caught a glimpse of something almost hungry in those strange eyes. I think we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, He who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry paid for his wand and left the shop with the words echoing in his head. Great things. Terrible things. His wand was the brother of the weapon that killed his parents. The prophecy had tied them together before Harry was even born, and now this, another thread binding him to a monster. Hagrid tried to distract him with ice cream and cheerful stories about Hogwarts, but Harry couldn't shake the chill that had settled into his bones. When they finally returned to the Leaky Cauldron and Hagrid left to arrange Harry's train ticket, Harry found an empty corner and unwrapped the portrait. Merlin was waiting, unsurprised. The wand maker unsettled you. He said my wand is connected to Voldemort's. That we're linked somehow. You're linked in several ways, most of which Ollivander doesn't know about. Merlin's voice was matter-of-fact, not unkind. The wands are the least of it. That scar on your forehead isn't just a wound, Harry. It's a marker, a connection that goes deeper than shared wood and feather cores. What do you mean? Not yet. You're not ready for that conversation, and I'm not certain of the details myself. I have theories, but theories without evidence are just speculation, and speculation about soul magic is dangerous. Merlin held up a painted hand to forestall Harry's protest. I will tell you, when you're prepared, when we've established trust in both directions. For now, accept that you're connected to Tom Riddle. Yes, that's his real name, and you should use it. Names have power, and fear of a name increases fear of the thing itself, and that connection will need to be dealt with eventually. Harry absorbed that. Tom Riddle. A real name, not the ridiculous title he'd given himself. It made the monster human, in a way that was both comforting and terrifying. You said you'd teach me. What exactly does that mean? Merlin settled back in his painted chair. Modern magical education is a joke. Hogwarts teaches children to wave sticks and say Latin words, then act surprised when they grow up unable to defend themselves against anyone with real power. The Ministry regulates what magic can be taught, what can be studied, what can even be discussed. They've turned the wonder of creation into a series of standardized tests. And you'll teach me something different? I'll teach you magic as it was before fear and politics strangled it. How to draw power from the world around you. How to shape reality with will alone. How to defend yourself against threats that won't wait for you to remember the proper wand movement. His eyes hardened. I'll teach you to survive, Harry. Because based on what I've heard today, survival is going to be your most pressing concern. You think Voldemort will come back. I think Voldemort never truly left. A wizard of his power, with his knowledge of the darkest arts, doesn't die because a killing curse rebounded. He's out there, somewhere, in some form. And when he returns, not if, when, he'll come for you. The boy who beat him, the symbol of his failure. The words should have terrified Harry. A month ago, they would have. But sitting in this dusty corner of the Leaky Cauldron, surrounded by the noise of wizards drinking and laughing and going about their lives, Harry felt something unexpected crystallizing in his chest. Not fear. Resolve. Then teach me, he said. Teach me everything. Merlin smiled, and for the first time, it looked genuine. We begin tonight, then. The basics won't require your wand. In fact, wands are a hindrance to the early stages. Before you can channel magic through a focus, you must learn to feel it without one. Harry spent the next hour receiving instructions that sounded insane. Matation exercises, breathing patterns, methods for sensing the magical energy that allegedly permeated everything around him. Merlin was patient but exacting, correcting Harry's posture and mental approach with the precision of someone who'd done this many times before. By the time Hagrid returned with Harry's train ticket and news that they needed to get moving, Harry's head was swimming with new information. Merlin had him memorize the location of the room of requirement and the exact mental state needed to make it appear. He'd explained that once Harry was at Hogwarts, they could begin proper training sessions, but the Matation needed to start immediately. One more thing, Merlin said as Harry prepared to wrap the portrait again. Trust no one completely. Not Dumbledore, not your future teachers, not even me. Verify everything you're told. Question motives. The magical world is full of people who want to use you for their own purposes, and the only defense against manipulation is relentless skepticism. Even you. Especially me. I have my own agenda, Harry. I won't pretend otherwise. The difference is I'll be honest about that fact, and I'll never ask you to do anything without explaining why. He paused. Well, Almost never. Some knowledge is dangerous even to possess, and there may be times I advise you to trust me without explanation. Whether you do is your choice. Harry nodded slowly. It wasn't the reassurance most people would want, but Harry had spent 10 years learning that the adults in his life couldn't be trusted. A portrait who admitted to having motives was, paradoxically, more trustworthy than one who claimed pure altruism. He wrapped the canvas and rejoined Hagrid, who was nursing what looked like his third brandy and muttering about trains. The evening passed quickly after that. Hagrid got Harry set up in a room above the pub, pressing his train ticket into Harry's hand along with instructions on how to find platform 9 3/4. The half-giant looked like he wanted to say something else, probably another warning about the portrait, but seemed to think better of it. Instead, he just pulled Harry into a rib-crushing hug and reminded him to write. And then Harry was alone. Truly alone, for the first time since Hagrid had appeared and turned his world inside out. He sat on the edge of the bed in his small room, the portrait propped against the wall, and tried to process everything that had happened. He was a wizard. He had money. He was going to a school for magic. He owned a portrait of Merlin that had agreed to train him in arts that predated modern magical civilization. And somewhere out there, a dark wizard who'd killed his parents was waiting for the chance to finish the job. Harry should have been terrified. He should have been overwhelmed. He was 11 years old, and the weight of everything pressing down on him should have crushed him flat. Instead, he stood up, positioned himself the way Merlin had shown him, and began the breathing exercises. In, hold, out. Feel the magic in the air, in the walls, in his own blood. Let it wash through him like water through sand. Don't grab. Don't force. Just observe. Nothing happened for a long time. Harry's legs started to ache. His focus wandered to thoughts of the Dursleys, of Hogwarts, of the train ride ahead. Each time, he dragged his attention back to the breathing, the feeling, the search for something he wasn't sure existed outside Merlin's claims. And then, something. A flicker at the edge of his awareness. Gone before he could grasp it, but definitely there. Real. Harry's eyes snapped open. Merlin was watching him with an expression that might have been approval. You felt it? I think so. Just for a second. That second took your father 3 weeks to achieve. And he grew up knowing magic existed. Merlin's voice carried no particular praise, just observation. You have potential, Harry Potter. Real potential, not the fairy tale prophecy nonsense people will try to burden you with. What you do with that potential is up to you. Harry returned to the exercise. The flicker didn't come back that night, but the memory of it stayed with him. Proof that Merlin wasn't lying, that there was something to learn, that he wasn't helpless. When he finally collapsed into bed, exhausted in ways he couldn't fully explain, his last thought before sleep was of his parents. James Potter, who'd visited Merlin once and never returned. Lily Potter, whose talent had impressed even a 1,000-year-old wizard. He'd make them proud. He'd learn everything Merlin could teach him, master magic they couldn't have imagined. And when Voldemort came back, because Merlin was right, of course he was coming back, Harry would be ready. Sleep took him before he could wonder if that was a promise or a threat. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet in the September sunshine, and platform 9 3/4 churned with chaos Harry hadn't expected. Families everywhere, children dragging trunks and cages, parents calling last-minute advice over the crowd's roar. Owls screeched. Cats yelled. Someone's toad made a break for freedom and was being chased by a round-faced boy who looked close to tears. Harry stood at the edge of the platform, taking it in. He'd made it through the barrier without trouble. Running at a solid wall had seemed insane, but his trust in magic was growing. And now he was surrounded by more wizards and witches than he'd seen in his entire life. None of them gave him a second glance. Just another student with a trunk and an owl, nothing special. It was wonderful. He found a compartment near the back of the train, empty except for dust motes dancing in the light through the window. His trunk went up on the rack, heavier than it should be, thanks to the portrait hidden inside, and Hedwig's cage went by the window where she could watch the scenery. Harry was just settling into his seat when the compartment door slid open. Anyone sitting here? A tall, thin boy with red hair and a smudge of dirt on his nose gestured at the empty bench. Everywhere else is full. Go ahead. The boy dragged in a battered trunk and collapsed onto the seat across from Harry with the relief of someone who'd been dreading finding a spot. Thanks. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. then darted to Harry's forehead before he caught himself. Blimey. Harry waited. He'd been expecting this, the recognition, the stares. The Daily Prophet had apparently run stories about his return to the magical world, and the scar on his forehead was hardly a secret. But Ron surprised him. Instead of peppering Harry with questions about the night his parents died, the redhead just nodded slowly and said, "Must get annoying. People gawking and all that." "Bit, yeah. Right. Well." Ron shifted awkwardly. "I won't. You probably get enough of that. So, you follow Quidditch." And just like that, they were off. Ron explained the game with the enthusiasm of a true believer, describing the Chudley Cannon's perpetual losing streak with a loyalty that bordered on pathological. Harry didn't understand half of what he was hearing, bludgers and beaters, and something called the Wronski feint, but he found himself relaxing into the conversation. This was normal. This was what kids his age were supposed to talk about. Sports and sweets, and nothing that would get anyone killed. The trolley lady came and went, leaving them surrounded by more candy than Harry had seen in his entire life at the Dursleys. He'd bought one of everything, partly out of curiosity and partly because the look on Ron's face when Harry pulled out a handful of gold coins was worth every canute. They were halfway through a pile of chocolate frogs when the compartment door opened again. "Has anyone seen a toad?" A boy named Neville's lost one. The girl who entered didn't wait for an invitation. She had bushy brown hair, large front teeth, and an air of authority that seemed practiced rather than natural. Behind her, Harry caught a glimpse of the round-faced boy from the platform, still looking tearful. "Haven't seen one," Ron said through a mouthful of candy. The girl's nose wrinkled. "You've got dirt on your nose, did you know?" She turned to Harry, and her eyes immediately found his scar. Unlike Ron, she didn't bother hiding her interest. "You're Harry Potter. I've read about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. That's a lot of reading. I want to be prepared. I'm Muggle-born, you see, so I've had to catch up on everything." She said it like a challenge, like she expected Harry to sneer. When he didn't, some of the tension went out of her shoulders. "I'm Hermione Granger. And you are?" Ron swallowed his candy. "Ron Weasley." "Pleasure." It didn't sound like she meant it. "Well, if you do see Neville's toad, he's very upset about it. We'd better keep looking." She was gone before either of them could respond, Neville trailing behind her like a dejected shadow. Ron made a face. "Nightmare, that one. Can you imagine being in the same house? I've read about you in 17 different books." He pitched his voice high in mimicry. "Hope she ends up in Ravenclaw where she can bore them instead of us." Harry didn't answer. He was thinking about the look on Hermione's face when she'd mentioned being Muggle-born, defensive, expecting judgment, and the way she'd rattled off book titles like Armor. That was someone trying very hard to prove she belonged. He recognized the feeling. The train rolled on. Scotland replaced England outside the window, wild and beautiful and increasingly dark as evening approached. Ron had fallen asleep against the window, snoring softly, when the compartment door opened one more time. "Is it true?" A pale boy with white blonde hair and a pointed face entered without asking permission. Two larger boys flanked him like bodyguards. "They're saying Harry Potter is in this compartment." Harry met the boy's gaze without rising. "Yeah, I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." The name was delivered like it should mean something. Ron snorted in his sleep, and Draco's lip curled. "Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask yours. Red hair and a second-hand robe. You must be a Weasley." Ron's eyes opened, not quite as asleep as he'd appeared. "Shove off, Malfoy." Draco ignored him, turning back to Harry with an expression of calculated friendliness. "You'll soon find some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort." He extended his hand. "I can help you there." Harry looked at the offered hand. He thought about Merlin's instructions. Trust no one completely. Verify everything. Question motives. He thought about the way Draco had dismissed Ron, the sneer in his voice, the assumption that Harry would naturally want to associate with better families. He thought about the Dursleys, who'd judged him worthless based on circumstances beyond his control and recognized the same poison in different packaging. "I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks." Something shifted in Draco's face. The calculated friendliness vanished, replaced by cold anger poorly hidden behind a sneer. "You want to be careful, Potter. Unless you're a bit more polite, you'll go the same way as your parents." They didn't know what was good for them either. Ron lurched to his feet, but Harry was faster. Not in movement. He stayed exactly where he was, but in response. His voice came out flat and quiet. Nothing like the trembling fury he felt. Get out. 2 words. No threat attached, no explanation. Just certainty. Draco opened his mouth to retort, then stopped. Something in Harry's expression had changed, something even Harry couldn't fully explain. The air in the compartment felt heavier. The lights flickered, just once, too fast to be certain it had happened. The 2 large boys behind Draco shuffled nervously. Draco himself took a half step back before catching himself. "We'll see how confident you are once you're sorted," he said, but the sneer had lost its edge. He retreated, his bodyguards following, and the compartment doors slammed behind them. Ron exhaled explosively. Bloody hell, mate. What was that? Harry didn't know. He'd been angry, furious, actually, at the mention of his parents, and for just a second, something had responded to that anger. The same something he'd felt during the Matation exercises. Raw magic, unfiltered through a wand, reacting to his emotions. Merlin had warned him this might happen. As Harry's awareness of magic grew, so would his ability to affect it unconsciously. It was dangerous. Accidental magic could hurt people, but it was also proof that the training was working. "Nothing," he said. "Just, he caught me off guard." Ron didn't look convinced, but he let it drop. Malfoys are dark wizards. Everyone knows it. His dad was a Death Eater. That's what you-know-whose followers called themselves. But he got off. Said he'd been under a curse, forced to do it. Load of rubbish. They're all like that, Slytherins. That's the house he'll be in, mark my words. Harry filed that away. Death Eaters. Slytherin house. Draco Malfoy and his father, apparently connected to Voldemort. More pieces of a puzzle he was only beginning to understand. What are the other houses? Ron launched into an explanation that lasted until the train began to slow. Gryffindor for the brave, Ravenclaw for the clever, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Slytherin for the ambitious. Everyone in Ron's family had been in Gryffindor, so naturally that was the best house. Slytherin was where dark wizards came from. The other 2 were fine, he supposed, if you weren't good enough for Gryffindor. Harry listened and said nothing. Merlin had told him about the Hogwarts houses, relics of a time when the school actually sorted by aptitude rather than personality traits. The modern sorting was a joke, according to the portrait. Children sorted at 11, their entire academic and social trajectory determined by a hat's impression of their childhood character. It explained a lot about why magical Britain seemed so dysfunctional. But that was a problem for later. Right now, Harry needed to get through the sorting, find the room of requirement, and begin his real education. The train stopped. Harry pulled on his robes, collected Hedwig and his trunk, and followed the flood of students onto a dark platform. A familiar voice boomed over the crowd. Fur's years. Fur's years over here. And Harry felt a genuine smile cross his face. Hagrid. The giant was collecting first years by the light of a lantern, his beetle-black eyes crinkling when he spotted Harry. "All right there, Harry." "Fine, Hagrid. Good lad. Mind your step, now? Boats are this way." The first years followed Hagrid down a narrow path through dark woods. Branches grabbed at robes, and someone yelped as they nearly tripped over a root. Then the path opened onto the shore of a vast black lake, and every complaint died in silence. Hogwarts rose from the far shore like something out of a dream. Towers and turrets and lit windows, reflected in the still water, too beautiful and impossible to be real. Harry stared, feeling something he couldn't name expanding in his chest. This was where his parents had learned magic, where they'd met, fallen in love, grown into the people who'd died protecting him. This was where Harry would learn to be a wizard, to control the power that had flickered in him since birth. And somewhere in that castle, a room was waiting for him. A room that would give him exactly what he needed, including a place to hide a portrait and begin training for wars to come. "For to a boat," Hagrid called. "No more N4." Harry ended up in a boat with Ron, Hermione, who'd appeared from somewhere, still toadless but apparently unconcerned, and the round-faced boy, Neville. The boats moved on their own, gliding across water so still it felt like glass beneath them. No one spoke. Even Hermione seemed awed into silence. The boats carried them through a curtain of ivy and into an underground harbor, where they disembarked and followed Hagrid up a long flight of stone steps. Harry's trunk and owl would be delivered to his dormitory, apparently. House elves handled such things, which meant he didn't have to worry about the portrait being discovered yet. At the top of the steps, a tall witch in emerald robes waited for them. Her face was stern, her hair pulled back in a tight bun, and when she spoke, her voice carried the weight of someone accustomed to absolute authority. Welcome to Hogwarts. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. She continued, but Harry was only half listening. He was looking past her, through the partially opened doors behind her, into the Great Hall itself. Floating candles, for long tables filled with students. A ceiling that looked like the night sky because, according to Hermione's whispered commentary, it was bewitched to mirror the weather outside. It was magnificent. It was also not what Harry was here for. Form a line, Professor McGonagall instructed, and follow me. Harry fell into line behind Ron and in front of Hermione, who was muttering spells under her breath like a mantra. The doors opened fully, and they marched into the Great Hall under the stares of hundreds of students and a head table full of adults who must be the teachers. There, at the center of the head table, an old man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles. Albus Dumbledore, the chess master, as Merlin called him. The man who'd placed Harry with the Dursleys, who'd kept secrets about his parents, who'd apparently orchestrated much of the wizarding world's response to Voldemort. Their eyes met across the hall, and Harry felt something, a brush against his thoughts, light as a feather but distinctly present. He clamped down instinctively, using the focus Merlin had taught him, and the sensation vanished. Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something flickered in those blue eyes. Surprise? Interest? Harry couldn't tell. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted, Professor McGonagall announced, producing a ragged wizard's hat and placing it on a three-legged stool. The hat twitched, and a rip near the brim opened wide. Then it sang. Harry only half listened to the song. Something about the four houses and their founders and the hat's role in deciding where everyone belonged. He was watching Dumbledore, who was watching him in return, the exchange hidden from everyone else by the distance between them. The song ended. The sorting began. Abbot Hannah, a girl with blonde pigtails, stumbled forward, jammed the hat on her head, and after a moment's pause was sent to Hufflepuff. Then Susan Bones, also Hufflepuff. Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. Lavender Brown, Gryffindor. The names rolled on, and the line grew shorter, and Harry's pulse began to climb despite his attempts to stay calm. Granger, Hermione. Hermione nearly ran to the stool. The hat took longer with her, nearly a full minute, before shouting Gryffindor. She practically bounced to the Gryffindor table, beaming with relief. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's head before screaming Slytherin. Draco smirked and sauntered to his table, shooting Harry a look that promised future confrontation. More names. More sortings. Neville Longbottom went to Gryffindor after a long deliberation, stumbling off the stool still wearing the hat, and having to run back to return it amid laughter. Then, Potter, Harry. Whispers erupted like fire through dry grass. Harry walked to the stool, keeping his pace even, his face neutral. He sat. Professor McGonagall lowered the hat over his eyes, and the last thing he saw before darkness was Dumbledore leaning forward slightly in his chair. Well, said a small voice in his ear. This is interesting. Harry kept still. He'd known the hat was sentient. Merlin had mentioned it, but hearing a voice in his mind was still disconcerting. Oh, you've been warned about me, have you? Someone's been giving you advanced education. Merlin, of all people. I haven't sensed his influence in, well, a very long time. You can tell? I can see everything in your mind, Mr. Potter. Every thought, every memory, every secret you're trying to hide. The hat sounded amused. Don't worry. I'm bound by ancient oaths. Nothing I learn here can be shared. Not even with Dumbledore, though he's tried to work around that particular restriction more than once. Harry filed that away. Dumbledore, trying to get secrets from the sorting hat. More evidence for Merlin's warnings. Now then, where to put you? You've got courage, certainly, standing up to Malfoy, deciding to train with a 1,000-year-old portrait, coming here knowing a dark wizard wants you dead. That's Gryffindor material. But there's ambition too. Oh yes. You want to be powerful. You want to never be helpless again. That's Slytherin to the core. Harry thought about what Ron had said. Slytherin was where dark wizards came from. His parents had been in Gryffindor. Voldemort had been in Slytherin. The choice seemed obvious. But Merlin's voice echoed in his memory. Question everything. Don't accept easy answers. Interesting, the hat murmured. Most students think very loudly about where they want to go. You're actually considering the implications. That's rare, and rather Ravenclaw of you. Can you tell me more about the houses? What they actually mean? Gryffindor values courage and will throw you into danger to test it. Slytherin values ambition and will surround you with people scheming to advance themselves. Ravenclaw values knowledge and will drown you in academics while ignoring practical application. Hufflepuff values loyalty and will give you a community, though they're often underestimated. The hat paused. You could do well in any of them. Slytherin would hone your cunning. Gryffindor would give you allies. Ravenclaw would complement your training. Hufflepuff would give you something you've never had, a real family. Harry thought about that, about what he actually wanted, not what everyone expected. I want to survive. I want to learn. I want to protect the people I care about and destroy the thing that killed my parents. Where does that fit? Everywhere and nowhere. The hat chuckled. But if I must choose, you need allies more than cunning right now. You need people who'll stand with you when the darkness comes. And there's only one house where that kind of loyalty is forged in fire. Harry braced himself. Better be. Gryffindor. The last word echoed through the hall, and the Gryffindor table exploded in cheers. Harry pulled off the hat and walked toward them, acutely aware of everyone watching. The Weasley twins were standing on their bench, chanting, "We got Potter." Ron was grinning and waving. Hermione scooted over to make room. But Harry's attention went to the head table. Dumbledore was smiling, his earlier intensity replaced by what looked like genuine pleasure. Beside him, a teacher in black robes with lank hair and a hooked nose was staring at Harry with an expression of pure loathing. And in the shadows near the back of the hall, another teacher, wearing a purple turban, looking thoroughly unremarkable, caught Harry's eye and smiled. Something cold ran down Harry's spine. Something wrong with that smile, wrong with the man wearing it. He looked away quickly, but the feeling lingered. The sorting finished. Dumbledore stood to make his announcements. The third-floor corridor was forbidden, the forest was out of bounds, something about Quidditch tryouts, and then food appeared on the tables, and conversation swallowed everything else. Harry ate mechanically, responding to questions from his new housemates without really hearing them. He was thinking about the man in the turban, about Dumbledore's intensity, about the sneer on the hooked-nosed teacher's face. He was thinking about his trunk, currently on its way to Gryffindor Tower, and the portrait hidden inside it. Tonight. He needed to find the room of requirement tonight, before the castle settled into routine, before anyone started watching him too closely. Ron nudged him. You all right, mate? You look like someone walked over your grave. Harry forced a smile. Just overwhelmed. It's a lot to take in. Yeah, reckon it would be. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Hogwarts is brilliant once you know your way around. Harry nodded and turned back to his food. Brilliant wasn't the word he'd use. Dangerous, maybe. Full of secrets, definitely. But also full of opportunity, if he was smart enough to seize it. The feast ended. Prefects led the first years through winding corridors and up staircases that moved. Actually moved, because of course they did, until they reached a portrait of a fat lady in a pink dress. Password. Caput Draconis, the prefect said, and the portrait swung open to reveal a round hole in the wall. Beyond was warmth. A fire crackling in a massive hearth. Comfortable chairs and couches in red and gold. A notice board covered in flyers. Stairs leading up to dormitories. Boys on the left, girls on the right, the prefect announced. Your things are already in your rooms. Get some sleep. Classes start tomorrow. Harry climbed the stairs to the first-year boys' dormitory, found his bed, four-poster, hung with deep red curtains, more comfortable than anything he'd ever slept in, and waited. Ron was asleep within minutes. The other boys, Neville, Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, took longer, but eventually their breathing steadied into the rhythm of sleep. Harry waited another hour, just to be safe. Then he slipped out of bed, retrieved Merlin's portrait from his trunk, and crept out of the dormitory. The common room was empty. The fire had died to embers. Harry crossed to the exit, eased the portrait hole open, and stepped into the corridor beyond. The fat lady snorted awake. Where do you think you're going at this hour? Bathroom, Harry whispered. I don't know where it is yet. She huffed, but pointed down the corridor. Second door on the left. Don't dawdle. Harry nodded and moved in that direction until he was out of sight. Then he changed course, heading for the stairs. 7th floor. Left corridor. Across from the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. He got lost twice. The staircases moved. The corridors seemed to shift, and more than once he had to hide from patrolling ghosts or a cat that looked far too intelligent. But eventually, after what felt like hours, he found it. The tapestry was unmistakable. Barnabas attempting to teach trolls ballet, getting clubbed repeatedly for his trouble. Across from it, a blank stretch of wall. Harry walked past it, thinking, I need a place to train in secret. I need a place to hide a portrait. I need a place Dumbledore doesn't know about. Once, twice, 3 times. A door appeared. Simple wood, iron handle, nothing remarkable. Harry opened it and stepped through. The room beyond was perfect. Not large, but big enough for training. Mats on the floor for exercise. A stand clearly designed to hold a portrait. Torches that lit themselves as he entered, casting warm light over walls that seemed to absorb sound. Harry placed Merlin's portrait on the stand. The ancient wizard looked around, satisfaction clear on his painted features. The castle remembers me. Good. I wasn't sure it would after all this time. You helped build this place. I advised the founders. There's a difference. Godric and the others did the actual construction, but I contributed certain features. Hidden rooms. Secret passages. Safeguards they didn't fully understand. His eyes met Harry's. This room is one of them. It responds to need because I designed it to. It will give you what you require for training, and it will hide you from anyone who doesn't already know its location. Harry absorbed that. A room that actively helped him, designed by the wizard who was training him, hidden from the man who might be manipulating him. We can begin properly now, Merlin continued. The Mad Ion was preparation. What comes next is harder, more dangerous, and absolutely necessary. He leaned forward, and the stars behind him seemed to pulse with cold light. By the time Tom Riddle returns, you will be ready. I swear it on every oath I've ever taken. Harry took a breath, then another. The fear was still there, underneath everything. Fear of Voldemort, of the unknown, of failing and dying like his parents. But the resolve was stronger. Teach me, he said. I'm ready. Merlin smiled. And in the depths of Hogwarts, hidden from everyone who would try to control him, Harry Potter's real education began. Chapter 2. Foundations. Harry's wand clattered to the floor for the 3rd time in an hour, and Merlin didn't even bother hiding his disappointment. Again, and this time, actually focus. I am focusing. Harry retrieved the wand, his fingers aching from the grip exercises Merlin had assigned. 3 weeks into term, and his training had settled into a brutal routine. Wake before dawn, sneak to the room of requirement, practice until breakfast, attend classes, practice during lunch, attend more classes, practice after dinner until curfew. Sleep. Repeat. You're thinking about focusing. There's a difference. Merlin shifted in his portrait, the painted chair creaking despite being made of oil and canvas. Magic responds to will, not concentration. Concentration is what you do when you're trying to solve a math problem. Will is what you do when you're falling off a cliff and you absolutely must grab that branch or die. I'm not falling off a cliff. Then imagine you are. Imagine that if you drop your wand one more time, something terrible happens. Something irreversible. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about the Dursleys. About Dudley's fists and Vernon's belt and Petunia's cold, hateful silence. About being locked in a cupboard for days with no food. About knowing, absolutely knowing, that no one was coming to help him. He opened his eyes. The wand felt different in his hand. Heavier. More real. Better, Merlin said quietly. Now, the exercise. Harry raised his wand and drew the shape Merlin had taught him. Not a spell from any Hogwarts textbook, but something older, a way of channeling magic through patterns rather than words. The air shimmered. His wand stayed steady. A ball of light flickered into existence above his palm. Not the Lumos spell they'd learned in Charms, that required an incantation and specific wand movement. This was raw magical energy, shaped by nothing but Harry's will and the geometric pattern he'd traced. It lasted 2 seconds before collapsing. Progress, Merlin acknowledged. Slow progress, but progress. Most wizards never learn to shape magic without verbal components. You've managed it in 3 weeks. Harry sat down heavily on the training mat, exhaustion settling into his bones. It's not enough. If Voldemort showed up right now, you'd die. Badly. I'm not training you to fight the Dark Lord next week, Harry. I'm building a foundation. Skip the foundation, and everything you construct later will collapse when you need it most. Merlin's voice softened slightly. Your parents didn't have this training. They were talented, genuinely talented, but they learned magic the modern way. Wand movements and incantations and rules about what was possible. When Voldemort came for them, they fought brilliantly within those rules. But Voldemort doesn't follow rules. He breaks them, and he'll break you too, unless you learn to do the same. Harry lay back on the mat, staring at the ceiling. The room of requirement had configured itself differently today, more like a Math-ion chamber than a training ground, with soft lighting and cushioned surfaces. It seemed to respond to his mood as much as his stated needs. I need to get back. Ron's going to notice I'm missing. Ron Weasley notices very little that doesn't involve food or Quidditch. That's not fair. He's a good friend. Merlin made a non-committal sound. He's a companion. Whether he becomes a genuine friend depends on choices neither of you have made yet. The same applies to the Granger girl and any other relationships you're building. His expression sharpened. Speaking of which, the Longbottom boy. Harry sat up. Neville? What about him? You've been watching him. In class, in the common room. What? Harry considered the question. He had been watching Neville, though he hadn't consciously realized it until now. The round-faced boy was a disaster in most of his classes. His spells fizzled, his potions exploded, and Professor Snape seemed to take personal pleasure in humiliating him. But there was something about Neville that reminded Harry of himself. The way he flinched when authority figures raised their voices. The way he hunched his shoulders like he was trying to disappear. The way he expected to fail before he even tried. He's scared of something, Harry said finally. Not just Snape. Something deeper. The Longbottoms were prominent in the last war. Frank and Alice Longbottom were Aurors, magical law enforcement, and among Dumbledore's most effective allies. After Voldemort fell, a group of Death Eaters tortured them for information about their master's whereabouts. Merlin's voice was flat, clinical. They used the Cruciatus Curse, held it long enough to destroy their minds completely. Frank and Alice Longbottom are still alive, if you can call it living. They're in St. Mungo's permanent ward. They don't recognize their own son. Harry felt sick. Neville's parents are vegetables. Yes, and the people who did it, Bellatrix Lestrange and her accomplices, are in Azkaban, but they're not dead. Every time Neville looks in a mirror, he sees the child who wasn't enough to save his parents. Every time he fails a spell, he confirms his own worthlessness in his mind. Merlin paused. Sound familiar? It did. Too familiar. Why are you telling me this? Because Neville Longbottom could have been the chosen one. The prophecy that marked you. Yes, I know about the prophecy. Dumbledore isn't the only one with access to the Department of Mysteries records. Could have applied to either of you. Born as the 7th month dies, to parents who thrice defied the Dark Lord. Neville fits those criteria as well as you do. Harry's mind raced. Then why? Voldemort chose you. He decided that you were the threat and attacked your family instead of the Longbottoms. That choice, more than anything in the prophecy itself, is what made you his enemy. But Neville carries the weight of almost being chosen, of being the spare. Merlin's eyes glinted. He could be a powerful ally, Harry, or he could remain a scared boy who never grows into his potential. Which outcome occurs may depend on how you treat him. Harry thought about that during breakfast, watching Neville struggle to eat while Seamus and Dean discussed Quidditch tryouts at top volume. The other boy looked tired, dark circles under his eyes suggesting nightmares or insomnia, or both. His hands shook slightly when he reached for the pumpkin juice. You all right, Neville? Neville startled so badly he nearly knocked over his goblet. What? Oh, yes. Fine. I'm fine. You sure? You look a bit rough. Just didn't sleep well. Neville glanced at Harry, then away, like prolonged eye contact might be dangerous. Thanks for asking, though. Ron leaned over, mouth full of sausage. Probably having nightmares about Snape. I would be, the way that Greasy Git treats him. Ron, Hermione said sharply. Don't talk with your mouth full. Don't tell me what to do. They devolved into their usual bickering, and Harry let the noise wash over him while he studied Neville. The other boy had gone back to his food, but there was a slight straightening in his shoulders, just from someone asking if he was okay. Such a small thing. Such a huge difference. Harry made a decision. Hey, Neville, we've got potions this afternoon. Want to work together? I'm rubbish at it, and 2 heads are better than 1. Neville looked up, surprise and suspicion warring on his face. You want to work with me? But I'm terrible at potions. So am I. Maybe we'll be terrible together and confuse Snape so much he doesn't know who to yell at. A ghost of a smile crossed Neville's face. That actually sounds nice. Yeah, okay. Hermione stopped arguing with Ron long enough to look at Harry with something like approval. Ron just shrugged and went back to his sausages. Neither of them understood what Harry was doing, but that was fine. Harry wasn't entirely sure he understood it either. He just knew that leaving Neville to drown felt wrong, and that Merlin's words about potential and choices had lodged somewhere important in his mind. Potions was every bit the disaster Harry had expected. Professor Snape swept into the dungeon classroom like a particularly vindictive bat, robes billowing despite the complete absence of wind. His eyes found Harry immediately, and the hatred in them was almost physical. Ah yes, Harry Potter, our new celebrity. The Slytherins snickered. Draco Malfoy's smirk was visible from across the room. Snape began calling roll, and when he reached Harry's name, he paused. Potter, tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry didn't know. He hadn't done the reading. His training with Merlin consumed most of his free time, and he'd prioritized the classes where falling behind would be dangerous over the ones where he'd just be embarrassed. I don't know, sir. Clearly fame isn't everything. Snape's lip curled. Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Harry saw Hermione's hand straining toward the ceiling. He also saw Neville shrinking in his seat, clearly terrified of being called on next. I don't know, sir. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? I don't know, sir. Snape leaned forward, and his voice dropped to something almost gentle, which was somehow worse than shouting. Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming, Potter? Thought you'd coast on your fame. Harry met his eyes. With respect, sir, I've opened plenty of books. Just not this one yet. If you'd like to recommend a reading order that covers questions you plan to ask before you ask them, I'd be happy to follow it. The dungeon went silent. Even Draco's smirk faltered. Snape's face contorted through several expressions before settling on cold fury. 10 points from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter. And detention tomorrow night. Perhaps scrubbing cauldrons will teach you some humility. Harry nodded, keeping his expression neutral. Inside, he was cataloging Snape's reactions. The way his hands had tightened when Harry mentioned books. The flicker of something other than hatred when Harry stood his ground. Merlin had taught him to watch people, to look for the gaps between what they showed and what they felt. Snape hated him. That much was obvious. But why? Harry had never met the man before coming to Hogwarts. The hatred felt personal in a way that made no sense. More questions for later. Right now, he had a potion to not completely ruin. He moved to partner with Neville as promised, ignoring Ron's confused look. The assignment was a simple cure for boils, straightforward enough that even struggling students should manage it. Harry focused on following the instructions exactly while Neville handled the ingredient preparation. Crush the snake fangs, don't chop them, Harry murmured, catching Neville's hand before he could make a mistake. The book says chop, but crushing releases more venom. Neville stared at him. How do you know that? Harry didn't have a good answer. Merlin had mentioned it during one of their sessions. Potion making had been different in his time, more intuition and less rigid instruction, but Harry couldn't explain that. Read it somewhere. Just try it. Neville crushed the fangs. The powder that resulted was finer, more even, and when they added it to the cauldron, the potion turned the exact shade of blue the book described instead of the muddy green bubbling in most other cauldrons. Snape prowled past their station, clearly looking for something to criticize. He examined their potion, then their preparation area, then their potion again. His expression soured further when he couldn't find anything wrong. Acceptable, he spat, and moved on to savage Dean Thomas's attempt, which had turned an alarming shade of orange. Neville let out a breath he'd apparently been holding since Snape approached. That's the first time I've ever gotten acceptable in this class. Or any class with Snape. We make a good team. We really don't. I mean, you do? You knew about the fangs. I just... Neville trailed off, the familiar self-deprecation creeping back into his voice. You prepared everything perfectly, measured everything right, didn't rush. Harry kept his voice matter-of-fact. That's not nothing, Neville. That's actually the hard part. Anyone can follow instructions. Patience is rare. Neville looked at him like Harry had started speaking Parseltongue. That's... No one's ever said that before. Then everyone else is wrong. The moment stretched. Harry could see something shifting behind Neville's eyes. Not belief. Not yet, but the possibility of belief. A crack in the wall of certainty that he was worthless. Small things. Huge differences. Harry filed the interaction away and returned to their potion. That night, Harry slipped away to the room of requirement as usual. He'd gotten better at the journey, learned which staircases moved and when, which corridors had patrolling ghosts, which portraits would alert teachers to wandering students. The castle was a puzzle, and Harry was methodically solving it. Merlin was waiting, but his expression was different tonight. Less sardonic, more focused. We need to talk about Dumbledore. Harry settled onto the training mat. What about him? He's watching you. More closely than he watches other students, and with more intent than simple curiosity about the boy who lived. I know. I felt him try to. I don't know what to call it. Look at me, during the sorting feast. Not with his eyes. Merlin nodded slowly. Legilimency. The art of mind reading. Dumbledore is one of the most accomplished legilimens alive. He uses it constantly, on students and staff alike, convincing himself it's for the greater good. The portrait's voice dripped contempt. The fact that you felt him at all is significant. Most people don't, not even trained occlumens. That you resisted, even briefly, is more significant still. I didn't really resist. I just pulled away. Instinct. Your mother's sacrifice created protections in you that go beyond the physical. One of those protections, apparently, is a natural resistance to mental intrusion. Merlin leaned forward. We need to build on that. Occlumency, the defense against legilimency, usually takes years to master. With your natural advantages, we might manage it in months. But until then, you need to be careful around Dumbledore. Don't meet his eyes for extended periods. Don't think about anything sensitive when he's nearby. And definitely don't think about me. Harry absorbed that. Why would Dumbledore be reading my mind? What's he looking for? Control. Understanding. Assurance that his plans are proceeding as intended. Merlin's expression darkened. Dumbledore has been manipulating events since before you were born, Harry. The prophecy, your parents going into hiding, the choice of Secret Keeper, he had his hands in all of it. When you survived and Voldemort fell, Dumbledore placed you with the Dursleys despite knowing how they'd treat you. He wanted you humble, moldable, grateful to be rescued when the time came. You keep saying this, but you haven't given me proof. No, I haven't, and I won't ask you to believe me without it. Merlin's voice softened slightly. I'm going to teach you how to investigate for yourself, how to access records, follow paper trails, identify the gaps in official stories. You'll find the proof, Harry, and when you do, you'll be angry. But you'll also be informed, which is infinitely more valuable than comfortable ignorance. Harry thought about the Dursleys, about growing up being told he was worthless, unwanted, a burden, about the way Hagrid had seemed genuinely surprised by how thin and small Harry was, like he'd expected something different. If Dumbledore knew, if he'd placed Harry there deliberately, knowing what would happen. Teach me, Harry said. Everything you can. The next 3 hours were grueling. Merlin drilled Harry on occlumency basics, clearing his mind, compartmentalizing thoughts, creating mental barriers that could deflect casual probing. It was nothing like the focus exercises they'd done before. This required Harry to be consciously aware of his own consciousness, which was as disorienting as it sounded. You're thinking too hard, Merlin said for the 5th time. Occlumency isn't about building walls. It's about becoming smooth. When someone tries to read a mind, they're looking for purchase, emotions, memories, thoughts that stand out. If your mind is still, empty, there's nothing to grab onto. They slide off like water off stone. That's easier said than done. Everything worth doing is easier said than done. Try again. Harry tried again, and again, and again. By the time he had to leave for his dormitory, he'd managed to maintain an empty mind for almost 30 seconds. Merlin called it promising. Harry called it exhausting. He collapsed into bed without even changing out of his robes, too tired to care about appearances. Sleep came fast and heavy, and with sleep came dreams. Harry stood in a corridor he didn't recognize. Stone walls, flickering torches, a sense of being deep underground. The Potter Vault? No, this was different. Older. The stones were covered in symbols that made his eyes hurt when he tried to focus on them. He was walking without deciding to walk, his feet carrying him forward against his will. The corridor stretched impossibly long, and the torches were going out behind him one by one, darkness pressing at his heels. At the end of the corridor was a door. Simple wood, iron handle. Like the door to the room of requirement, but wrong somehow. The wood was rotting. The iron was rusted. And something was behind it, something that pressed against the door from the other side, something that wanted out. Harry reached for the handle. His hand moved without his permission, fingers wrapping around iron that burned cold. The door rattled. Whatever was behind it sensed him, wanted him, needed him to open it. Don't. Something whispered in his mind. Something that sounded almost like Merlin. Don't let it out. Don't ever let it out. Harry pulled back. The handle burned colder. The door rattled harder. He screamed and woke up in his bed, heart hammering, sheets soaked with sweat. Dawn light was just starting to filter through the tower windows. Ron was still snoring in the next bed over, undisturbed. Harry lay there for a long moment, staring at the canopy above him, trying to convince himself it had just been a dream. It didn't work. A door, Merlin said thoughtfully. Underground. Covered in symbols. And something behind it that wanted out. Harry had skipped his morning training to describe the dream, and Merlin had listened with an intensity that made Harry's stomach clench. The old wizard's expression was carefully blank, too blank, like he was deliberately hiding his reaction. You know what this is. I have theories. Merlin's voice was cautious. But theories about dreams are unreliable, and theories about this particular type of dream are dangerous. What type of dream? The prophetic type, or possibly the connected type. Dreams that occur because of a link between the dreamer and something else. Given the scar on your forehead, the connected type seems more likely. Merlin paused. What did you feel when you approached the door? Beyond fear. Harry thought back. The memory was already fading, the way dreams did, but some details stayed sharp. Recognition. Like I'd been there before. Or like I was supposed to be there. And the thing behind the door? It knew me. I don't know how else to describe it. It felt like it had been waiting for me specifically. Merlin was quiet for a long time. When he spoke again, his voice was heavier than Harry had ever heard it. I bound something long ago. Before Hogwarts existed, before magical Britain had laws or governments or any pretense of civilization. The creatures that walked this land in those days were not human, Harry. Not even close to human. Most of them died out naturally, or were killed by wizards like myself who saw them as threats. But one of them was too powerful to kill, too fundamental to what this island is. So I bound it instead. What was it? I don't know. I didn't know then, and 1,000 years of contemplation haven't given me an answer. It was old, Harry. Old beyond imagining, and hungry in ways that have nothing to do with physical appetite. Merlin's eyes found Harry's. I told it I would find someone to destroy it eventually. Someone with the power to do what I couldn't. It laughed at me, said it would be waiting. Harry felt cold despite the warmth of the room of requirement. And you think this thing, the thing in my dream, is what you bound. I think your connection to Voldemort may have given you access to knowledge you shouldn't have. The Dark Lord was obsessed with discovering the secret things I left behind. The hidden places, the locked doors, the magic that predates the Ministry's classifications. Merlin's expression hardened. If his remnants are still anchored to you through that scar, they may be showing you things he found during his research. Things that would have been better left forgotten. This was too much. Harry was 11 years old, just learning to control his own magic, and now he was supposed to worry about ancient horrors bound beneath Britain by a wizard who predated Hogwarts? I can't deal with this right now. No, you can't. Merlin's voice softened. And I shouldn't have told you. Not yet. But you needed to know why those dreams might be significant, and why you should tell me immediately if they recur. What am I supposed to do? For now? Nothing. Train. Learn. Get stronger. The binding I created has held for 1,000 years. It won't fail tomorrow. Merlin paused. But be aware that your path is more complicated than just surviving Voldemort. The magical world has deeper dangers than Dark Lords, and some of them are starting to wake up. Harry filed that away with all the other impossible things he was supposed to worry about and headed for breakfast. The Great Hall was its usual chaos of students and food and conversation. Harry found a seat near Ron and Hermione, who were arguing about something to do with homework. Normal. Mundane. Exactly what he needed. "You look rough," Ron commented between bites of toast. "Bad night. Nightmares." "Yeah? What about?" Harry considered telling him. Ron was his friend. Maybe, and keeping secrets was exhausting. But Merlin's warnings about trust echoed in his mind, and Harry found himself deflecting instead. "Can't remember. Just woke up feeling awful." "That's the worst kind. Gran says those are the ones that mean something." Ron shrugged. Or she might have been making that up. Hard to tell with adults. Hermione looked up from her Transfiguration textbook, concern evident on her face. "If you're not sleeping well, you should see Madame Pomfrey. She has potions for that sort of thing." "I'm fine." "Really?" She didn't look convinced, but she let it drop. Harry appreciated that about her. She pushed when she thought something was important, but she also knew when to back off. The day's classes passed in a blur. Transfiguration with McGonagall, where Harry successfully turned his match into a needle on the second try and earned a rare smile from the stern professor. History of Magic with Binns, where Harry practiced his occlumency exercises while the ghost droned about goblin rebellions. Herbology with Sprout, where Neville suddenly transformed into a different person, confident, knowledgeable, practically glowing as he explained the properties of various plants to anyone who'd listen. Harry noticed the change. So did Professor Sprout, who awarded Gryffindor 20 points for Neville's encyclopedic knowledge of Tentacula. "You're actually good at this," Harry said afterward, as they left the greenhouse. Neville's confidence flickered, the familiar uncertainty creeping back. "Plants make sense. They don't judge you or expect things. They just grow. That's not a small thing, Neville. That's a talent. It's not real magic, though. Not like what you do." Harry stopped walking, forcing Neville to stop too. "Who told you that?" "What? Who told you that herbology isn't real magic? That working with plants is somehow lesser than waving a wand around?" Neville's mouth opened and closed. "I don't. Nobody specifically. Because they're wrong. Whoever it was, they're wrong. Potion making relies on herbology. Half the healing magic in the world depends on ingredients that someone had to grow and cultivate. Aurors die because they can't identify dangerous plants in the field." Harry realized he was getting heated and forced himself to calm down. "Sorry. I hate when people devalue skills because they don't fit some arbitrary definition of real magic." Neville stared at him. "You really believe that?" "I really do." "Why?" Harry thought about Merlin's training. About learning to feel magic without a wand, to shape it through will and pattern instead of incantation. About the fundamental truth that magic was everywhere, in everything, and that the only limits on it were limits imposed by ignorance and tradition. "Because I've seen what magic can be when people stop putting it in boxes," he said finally. "And it's a lot more than most wizards want to admit." Neville didn't say anything else, but he walked a little taller as they headed to their next class. That evening, Harry had his detention with Snape. The potions professor was waiting in his office, surrounded by shelves of ingredients that glowed faintly in the dim light. Cauldrons were stacked against one wall, some of them crusted with the remains of failed experiments. "You'll be scrubbing those until they shine," Snape said without preamble. "No magic, just effort. Perhaps physical labor will teach you something about respect." Harry collected the cleaning supplies Snape indicated and got to work. The cauldrons were disgusting. Layers of burned potion residue that resisted even vigorous scrubbing. Harry's arms started aching within minutes. But he didn't complain. And he didn't stop. Snape watched him work, black eyes tracking every movement. The hatred was still there, but there was something else now too. Something that looked almost like reluctant curiosity. "Your father was the same way," Snape said suddenly. Arrogant. Convinced the rules didn't apply to him. Convinced his celebrity entitled him to special treatment. Harry kept scrubbing. "I didn't know my father, sir." "No, you didn't. But everyone tells you how wonderful he was, don't they? James Potter, the hero. James Potter, the legend." Snape's voice dripped venom. "They don't tell you what he was actually like. The bullying, the cruelty, the casual assumption that anyone who wasn't part of his little group was beneath contempt." Harry looked up. Did you know him well? Something flickered across Snape's face. Pain, quickly suppressed. I knew him well enough. Better than anyone who's fed you stories about his heroism. And my mother? The question seemed to catch Snape off guard. His expression shifted, became something rawer and more complicated than simple hatred. Your mother was different. The words came slowly, like they cost him something to say. She saw potential in people, even people who didn't deserve it. Even people who, he stopped abruptly. That's enough. Back to work. Harry returned to the cauldron, but his mind was racing. Snape had known his mother. Not just known of her, known her, personally, well enough that talking about her caused visible pain. That was new information. Important information. He filed it away for later analysis and kept scrubbing. The detention lasted 3 hours. By the end, Harry's arms were trembling with exhaustion, but the cauldrons were clean. Snape inspected each one, clearly looking for something to criticize, and found nothing. Acceptable, he said finally. You can go. Harry was at the door when Snape spoke again. Potter. He turned. Snape's expression was unreadable. Your eyes. You have your mother's eyes. Before Harry could respond, Snape had turned away, dismissing him. Harry left the office with more questions than he'd entered with. Merlin had been right. Severus Snape hated Harry for reasons that had nothing to do with Harry himself. It was about James Potter, about old grudges and old wounds. But there was something else, too. Something connected to Lily Potter that Snape was still carrying after all these years. Harry added it to the mental list of mysteries he needed to solve and headed for bed. Sleep came easier that night. No dreams of underground corridors or doors that wanted to open. Just darkness and rest. And, when morning came, the familiar routine of training and classes and slowly building the foundation Merlin had promised. Days passed, then weeks. October arrived with falling leaves and mounting excitement about the upcoming Halloween feast. Harry's training progressed. His wandless light exercise now lasted nearly 10 seconds. His occlumency shields could withstand several minutes of imagined assault, and he'd started learning the basics of magical detection, which let him sense wards and enchantments. His friendships progressed too. Ron remained his constant companion, loyal and uncomplicated and deeply restful to be around after the intensity of Merlin's lessons. Hermione had become something like an ally, sharing books and discussing theory and never quite letting go of her suspicion that Harry was hiding something. And Neville was changing. Slowly, hesitantly, but noticeably. He sat with Harry's group at meals now. He spoke up in classes occasionally. He'd even made a dry joke about Snape's teaching methods, which had left Ron speechless with admiration. Whatever you're doing to him, Ron said one evening, keep doing it. I've never seen Neville actually talk to people before. I'm not doing anything. Just treating him like he's worth talking to. Yeah, well, that's more than most people do. Harry thought about that. About how little it took to make a difference, and how rarely people bothered. Halloween came with the smell of baking pumpkin and the promise of spectacular food. The Great Hall had been decorated with live bats and floating candles and jack-o'-lanterns the size of garden sheds. Students were buzzing with anticipation. Harry should have been excited. Instead, he was on edge. October 31st, the anniversary of his parents' death. The night Voldemort had come to Godric's Hollow and murdered James and Lily Potter. The night Harry had become the boy who lived. He hadn't told anyone what this day meant to him. Ron might have realized if he'd thought about it, but Ron wasn't the type to think about things like dates and anniversaries. Hermione might have mentioned it. She'd certainly read enough books about Harry, but she'd been surprisingly tactful about not bringing up his past unless he did first. So Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, surrounded by celebration, and thought about his parents dying. The feast was magnificent. Course after course of food appeared on golden plates, each more elaborate than the last. Harry ate mechanically, tasting nothing, his mind far away. Merlin had told him more about that night. About the prophecy that had made Voldemort target the Potters. About the secret keeper charm and how it had been betrayed. About his mother's sacrifice, the act of love that had created the protection Harry still carried. Tonight, 15 years ago, his mother had stood between him and death. She'd begged Voldemort to take her instead, and when he'd killed her anyway, her love had become a weapon. The killing curse had rebounded. Voldemort had been destroyed, or at least his body had been, and Harry had survived with nothing but a scar. Happy Halloween. The feast was interrupted by Professor Quirrell. The defense against the dark arts teacher burst through the great hall doors. Turban Askew, face pale with terror. Troll, in the dungeons. Troll, in the dungeons. He stopped in the middle of the hall, swaying slightly. Thought you ought to know. Then he collapsed. Chaos erupted. Students screamed. Food went flying. Dumbledore had to set off several loud bangs from his wand before order was restored. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. Harry rose with everyone else, but his mind was racing. Something was wrong. Not just the troll. Trolls wandering into castles didn't happen by accident, but something specific about the timing. Halloween, the anniversary of Voldemort's attack. Quirrell conveniently discovering a threat that pulled all the teachers away from their posts. Harry, come on. Ron tugged at his sleeve. Where's Hermione? Ron's face went blank. What? Hermione. She wasn't at the feast. Remember? She's been in the bathroom since this afternoon, after you made her cry in charms. The memory clicked. Ron had made a cruel comment about Hermione having no friends, loud enough for her to hear. She'd run off in tears and hadn't been seen since. Oh no. Ron's face went pale. The bathroom. The girls' bathroom is near the dungeons. They exchanged a look. Following the prefects back to Gryffindor Tower was the safe thing to do. The smart thing. The thing everyone expected from a couple of first years who didn't know what they were doing. Harry had never been very good at doing what everyone expected. Come on. They broke from the crowd, slipping down a side corridor while Percy Weasley's back was turned. The castle was chaos. Students streaming toward dormitories, teachers converging on the dungeons, ghosts swooping through walls to spread news and gossip. Harry and Ron were invisible in the confusion. They reached the first-floor corridor just in time to see something that drove all other thoughts from Harry's mind. A troll, 12 feet tall, gray skin like stone, tiny head on a massive body. It was shuffling down the corridor away from the dungeons, away from where everyone thought it was, and toward a door that hung ajar. The girls' bathroom. Oh no, Ron whispered. Oh no. Oh no. The troll reached the door, pushed through it. Hermione's scream echoed from inside. Harry didn't think. He ran. The bathroom was destroyed. Sinks ripped from walls, stalls smashed to splinters, water everywhere. The troll was in the center of the chaos, its massive club raised over its head, and Hermione was on the floor beneath it, too terrified to move. Hey! Harry's shout made the troll turn. Stupid eyes, barely there, but enough to recognize a new target. It swung its club at him instead of Hermione. Harry dove. The club cratered the floor where he'd been standing. He rolled, came up running, and grabbed a piece of broken pipe from the wreckage. Distract it, he shouted at Ron. Keep it looking at us. Ron was frozen in the doorway. For a horrible moment, Harry thought he wouldn't move, couldn't move. That fear had locked him in place. Then Ron picked up a chunk of debris and threw it at the troll's head. Oi, ugly, over here. The troll turned. Its club swung at Ron, who dove out of the way. Harry used the opening to get closer, circling behind the creature, looking for anything that might be a weakness. Its legs. The troll was top-heavy, all that mass supported by stumpy legs that moved clumsily. If they could make it fall. Ron, its legs. Go for its legs. Ron didn't question it. He grabbed more debris, hurling pieces at the troll's knees while Harry did the same from behind. The creature stumbled, confused, swinging wildly at targets it couldn't quite track. Hermione had scrambled to her feet, pressing against the far wall. What do I do? What do I do? Get out! Harry shouted. Run! But Hermione didn't run. Instead, she pulled her wand and pointed it at the troll. Wingardium Leviosa. The club wrenched itself from the troll's grip. It hung in the air for a moment, Hermione's concentration visible on her face, sweat beading on her forehead, and then dropped. Directly onto the troll's head. The creature swayed. Its stupid eyes rolled back. Then it collapsed like a falling tree, hitting the floor with a crash that shook the entire corridor. Silence. Harry stared at the unconscious troll. At Hermione, still holding her wand. At Ron, covered in debris dust, and looking like he'd just seen a miracle. Did we just knock out a mountain troll? Ron asked. I think we did, Harry said. Blimey. Footsteps. Teachers arriving, too late to do anything useful. McGonagall burst through the door first, followed by Snape and Quirrell. Her face went through several expressions as she took in the scene. The destroyed bathroom, the unconscious troll, the 3 first years who absolutely should not have been there. What on earth were you thinking? McGonagall's voice could have frozen fire. You could have been killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory? Harry opened his mouth to explain. Some story about getting lost, maybe, or about hearing Hermione scream. But Hermione beat him to it. It's my fault, Professor McGonagall. Everyone stared at her. I came looking for the troll. I've read about them, and I thought I could handle it. I thought I could. Her voice cracked. I was stupid. Harry and Ron came to save me. They didn't do anything wrong. It was such an obvious lie. McGonagall had to know it was a lie. But Hermione's face was earnest, her voice steady despite its cracks, and sometimes the truth mattered less than the story people wanted to believe. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. Be that as it may, Miss Granger, what you did was incredibly foolish. 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for your serious lack of judgment. Hermione nodded, accepting the punishment. As for you two, McGonagall turned to Harry and Ron. Not many first years could take on a fully grown mountain troll and live to tell the tale. 5 points will be awarded to each of you. For sheer dumb luck. She swept out of the bathroom, Snape trailing behind with a look of contempt that seemed directed at everyone equally. Quirrell stayed for a moment, staring at Harry with an expression Harry couldn't read, before following the others. The 3 of them stood in the ruined bathroom, surrounded by debris and unconscious troll, and tried to process what had just happened. You lied for us, Ron said to Hermione. Why? Hermione's composure cracked. Because you came for me. Nobody's ever. I didn't think anyone would. She took a shaky breath. Thank you. Both of you. Harry thought about Merlin's lessons on trust and alliance. About building genuine connections through shared experience. About the difference between companions and true friends. You're welcome, he said. And for what it's worth, your spell work was incredible. Hermione flushed. I just used what we learned in charms. It wasn't. You levitated a troll's club and knocked it out. That's not just anything. Ron was nodding. He's right. That was bloody brilliant, Hermione. The flush deepened. But there was a smile now, too. Small and uncertain, but real. They walked back to Gryffindor Tower together, and something had changed between them. Not quite friendship yet. That would take more time, more shared experiences, more choosing each other, but the foundation of it. The possibility. Harry thought Merlin would approve. Late that night, after everyone else was asleep, Harry made his way to the room of requirement. Merlin was waiting, as always, but his expression was troubled. The troll, Harry said. It wasn't an accident. No, it wasn't. Merlin's voice was grim. Someone let it in deliberately. Someone who wanted the teachers distracted, wanted the castle in chaos, wanted access to something normally protected. Access to what? That's the question. There are things hidden in this castle, Harry. Things Dumbledore guards closely. One of them is currently being protected by a series of challenges on the 3rd floor corridor, the one students were warned away from at the start of term. Harry remembered. Dumbledore said the corridor was forbidden, that anyone who went there would die a most painful death. Dumbledore was being dramatic, but not entirely inaccurate. The protections are real, and they guard something valuable. Something someone else wants badly enough to release a troll as a diversion. Voldemort, possibly, or one of his agents. There are still Death Eaters at large, people who served him during the war and were never brought to justice. One of them might be making a move. Harry thought about the conversation in the bathroom. About Quirrell, staring at him with that unreadable expression. About Snape, whose hatred was personal, but whose actions during the troll attack had been ambiguous. Professor Quirrell. There's something wrong with him. Merlin's eyebrows rose. Explain. I can't. It's just a feeling. Something about the way he looked at me tonight. Something about his timing. He was the one who announced the troll, but he arrived at the bathroom right behind McGonagall, like he already knew where it would be. Your instincts are good, Harry. Don't ignore them. Merlin paused. But be careful about acting on suspicion alone. Quirrell may be involved, or he may be a victim, or he may be entirely innocent. Investigate before you accuse. Harry nodded. More mysteries. More things to untangle. More reasons to get stronger, faster. I want to learn more, he said. The protections on the 3rd floor. Can you teach me how to get past them? Absolutely not. Merlin's voice was sharp. You're not ready, and more importantly, the risk isn't worth the reward. Whatever Dumbledore is guarding, it's not your concern. Not yet. But, Harry, the portrait's tone brooked no argument. You have enough enemies. Enough challenges. Enough weight on your shoulders. Adding more won't make you stronger. It will break you. Harry wanted to argue. The familiar restlessness was rising. The need to know, to act, to stop being reactive and start being proactive. But Merlin's eyes held something that made him pause. Not anger. Something older. Something like fear. There are things in this world that you're not ready for, Merlin said quietly. I've spent 1,000 years learning that lesson. Don't make me watch you learn it the hard way. Harry took a breath. Let it out. Okay, he said. Okay. I'll focus on the training. Merlin's expression softened. Good. Because there's something else I need to teach you, and it can't wait. What? Tonight, when you fought the troll, you didn't use any of the techniques I taught you. You fell back on instinct, on improvisation, on luck. Harry flushed. There wasn't time. There's never time. That's the point. Merlin's voice was relentless, but not unkind. Combat magic isn't about having time to prepare. It's about reactions so ingrained they happen without thought. You have the potential for that, Harry. But potential isn't enough. We need to start combat training. Now. Harry's exhaustion vanished, replaced by a surge of anticipation that bordered on hunger. Show me, he said. And Merlin did. Chapter 3. The troll in the stone. Harry's fist connected with the training dummy, and pain exploded up his arm. He'd forgotten to turn his wrist again, and the impact had jammed his knuckles at the wrong angle. Again, Merlin said. And this time, remember that you're hitting through the target, not at it. Harry shook out his hand and reset his stance. 2 months of combat training had transformed the room of requirement into something between a dojo and a torture chamber. Training dummies lined one wall, some padded for striking practice, others enchanted to fight back. A section of floor was matted for grappling. Targets hung at various heights for spell practice. And in the center of it all, Harry was learning that fighting was nothing like he'd imagined. Combat magic as it's taught today is theatrical nonsense, Merlin had explained during their first session. Wizards stand 20 feet apart, announce their spells like they're ordering dinner, and wait politely for the other person to respond. It's dueling, not fighting. The moment you face someone who doesn't follow those rules, you die. So instead of learning dueling etiquette, Harry was learning to fight dirty. Strike first. Strike hard. Use your environment. Never give your opponent time to think. The magical component came later. First, Merlin insisted, Harry needed to understand violence at its most basic level. Your body is a weapon, Merlin said now, watching Harry reset. Your wand is a tool. Most wizards have it backwards. They think the wand is everything and their body is just something to carry it around. That's why they lose to anyone who closes the distance. Harry struck again. This time he got the rotation right, and the impact felt solid rather than jarring. The dummy rocked backward on its stand. Better. Now add the follow-up. Harry stepped in, throwing an elbow at the dummy's midsection, then pivoting to drive a knee into its thigh. The combination was awkward. His body still wasn't used to the movements, but he could feel himself improving. Each session left him sore and exhausted, but each session also left him faster, more coordinated, more dangerous. Enough. Merlin's voice cut through Harry's focus. You're starting to telegraph. When you get tired, you tense your shoulders before you throw. Anyone watching for it would see the strike coming a full second early. Harry stepped back, breathing hard. How do I fix that? Awareness. Every time you feel yourself tensing, consciously relax. Eventually, it becomes automatic. Merlin's painted eyes studied him. You're progressing well, Harry. Faster than I expected. Doesn't feel fast. Growth never does from the inside. But I've trained warriors and wizards for centuries. You have talent. Genuine talent. Not the inflated praise people throw at the boy who lived. Your reflexes are sharp. Your pain tolerance is high. And you learn from mistakes instead of repeating them. Harry grabbed a towel from the rack the room had provided. What about my magic? You keep saying we'll integrate that once the physical foundation is solid. Soon. Another few weeks, and we'll start combining wand work with movement. Merlin paused. There's something else we need to discuss first. The third-floor corridor. Harry tensed. You said that wasn't my concern. I said you weren't ready to investigate it. That's changed. Merlin's expression was grave. I've been observing through your eyes during classes, paying attention to things you might miss. Quirrell has been visiting the corridor. I've caught glimpses of him heading that direction when he thinks no one is watching. You think he's trying to steal whatever's being guarded? I think someone is trying to steal it, and Quirrell is involved somehow. The troll on Halloween wasn't random. It was a test. Someone wanted to see how the school responded to an emergency, how long it took teachers to mobilize, which routes they used. Merlin's voice hardened. They're planning another attempt. Soon. Harry absorbed that. What's being guarded? You never told me. The Philosopher's Stone. An artifact created by Nicholas Flamel that produces the elixir of life. Whoever possesses it can live forever. The words hung in the air. Harry thought about Voldemort. Not dead, according to Merlin, just disembodied, waiting for a chance to return. If he got his hands on something that granted immortality, we have to stop them. Yes, but carefully. Merlin leaned forward in his frame. The protections Dumbledore set up aren't just obstacles. They're a trap. He wants someone to try for the stone. He's using it as bait. Bait for who? For whoever is working with Voldemort inside Hogwarts. Dumbledore suspects there's an agent here, but he doesn't know who. So he's set up a situation where that agent will have to reveal themselves. Harry's mind raced. And he's using the stone. Using something that could bring Voldemort back as the lure? That's insane. That's Dumbledore. He plays long games, sacrifices pieces most people would consider essential, and trusts that his ability to control the outcome exceeds everyone else's. Merlin's voice dripped contempt. Usually he's right, but not always. And when he's wrong, other people pay the price. So what do? We prepare. We watch. And when the attempt happens, we're there to ensure the right outcome. Not Dumbledore's preferred outcome, but the one that actually keeps you safe. Harry nodded slowly. How do we know when it'll happen? We don't. But I have theories about the timing. The protections on the corridor include a three-headed dog, Hagrid's pet, if you can believe it, and various magical challenges designed to test different abilities. Quirrell, if he is the agent, would need time to research each protection and develop countermeasures. Based on his behavior patterns, I estimate he'll make his move within the next few weeks. Before the end of term. Almost certainly. The school empties for Christmas. That would be the ideal time to attempt a theft, but it also means less cover if things go wrong. My guess is he'll try just before the holiday, when students are distracted by exams and celebrations. Harry filed that away. A few weeks to prepare. A few weeks to figure out what he was walking into and how to survive it. Teach me what you can, he said. Everything that might help. Merlin smiled, and it wasn't a pleasant expression. With pleasure. The next few weeks were the most intense of Harry's life. Merlin pushed him harder than ever. Combat training, occlumency, magical theory, and now specific preparation for the third-floor corridor. The ancient wizard had extensive knowledge of Flamel's work and could extrapolate likely protections based on who Dumbledore would have recruited to create them. McGonagall will have contributed something related to transfiguration. Probably a logic puzzle rather than a direct combat challenge. She's always preferred brains over brawn. Flitwick will have done charms, likely a room full of enchanted objects or creatures. Sprout will have contributed something herbological, probably dangerous plants. Snape. Merlin paused. Snape is harder to predict. He's brilliant at potions, but his protections might reflect his paranoid nature rather than his expertise. Harry practiced countermeasures for each scenario. He learned to identify and neutralize Devil's Snare, which Merlin guessed would be Sprout's contribution. He studied the behavior of enchanted objects and how to disrupt the charms controlling them. He reviewed transfiguration theory until he could recognize transformed objects at a glance. And through it all, he kept up appearances, classes, friendships, the normal life of a first-year Gryffindor, hiding the intensive training that consumed his nights and early mornings. Ron and Hermione had noticed something was different. They couldn't put their finger on what. Harry was careful to attend all his classes, complete his homework, and spend time in the common room. But they sensed a distance that hadn't been there before. You're always tired, Hermione observed one evening, watching Harry struggle to focus on his history of magic essay. And you disappear sometimes. Where do you go? I go for walks. Clear my head. The lie came easily now. Too easily. At 3 in the morning? Harry looked up sharply. How do you know about that? Hermione flushed. I couldn't sleep last week. I heard you leave. Were you watching me? No. I was worried, Harry. You've been different since Halloween. Ever since the troll. She wasn't wrong. The troll had been a turning point. The first time Harry had faced real danger since infancy. The first time his training had been tested in actual combat. He'd survived, but he'd also seen how far he still had to go. How inadequate his preparation was. "I'm fine," he said. "Just processing everything." Hermione didn't look convinced, but she let it drop. Ron, sitting nearby with a Quidditch magazine, hadn't even noticed the exchange. That was both reassuring and slightly sad. Ron's obliviousness made keeping secrets easier, but it also meant Harry couldn't share anything real with him. Neville, surprisingly, was the one who came closest to the truth. "You're training," he said one afternoon, catching Harry in the library. "I don't know for what, but I can tell. You move differently now, like you're always ready for something." Harry considered denying it, but Neville's eyes held something that made him pause. Not suspicion or judgment, just quiet observation. The same attention to detail that made him so good at herbology. "Yeah," Harry admitted. "I am. Can I help?" The question caught Harry off guard. "What? Can I help?" "With whatever you're preparing for." Neville's voice was steady despite the flush creeping up his neck. "I'm not. I know I'm not good at most magic. But I can learn. I can try." Harry thought about Merlin's words. About potential and choices. About the boy who almost became the chosen one. "There might be something," he said slowly. "Not the main thing. That's complicated. But there's other stuff. Research. Reconnaissance. Someone I trust watching my back." Neville straightened slightly. "I can do that. It might be dangerous. More dangerous than a mountain troll?" Harry laughed despite himself. "Fair point. Okay. Meet me in the common room tonight after everyone's asleep. We'll talk." Neville nodded, something like hope kindling in his eyes. "I won't let you down. I know you won't." That night, Harry introduced Neville to a carefully edited version of what was happening. Not Merlin. That secret was too dangerous to share. But the third-floor corridor, the Philosopher's Stone, and Harry's suspicion that someone was planning to steal it. "And you want to stop them," Neville said. "Even though the teachers are supposed to handle it. The teachers don't know who the threat is. And whoever's behind this is smarter than them, or they wouldn't have gotten this far." Neville was quiet for a long moment. "My Gran says I'm useless. That my parents would be ashamed of me." "Your Gran is wrong." "Maybe, but I've spent my whole life believing her." He looked up, meeting Harry's eyes. "You're the first person who's ever acted like I might be worth something. If you trust me to help with this, I'll do whatever it takes." Harry felt something shift in his chest. Not quite the same as what he felt with Ron and Hermione. That was comfortable, easy. This was sharper, more deliberate. "I trust you," he said. "Don't make me regret it." Neville nodded once, firmly, and something settled between them. Not friendship exactly. That would come later, but alliance. Partnership. The beginning of something that could become unshakable. December arrived with snow and the mounting pressure of end-of-term exams. Harry divided his attention between studying for classes and studying for the confrontation he knew was coming. Neville proved invaluable. His knowledge of magical plants filled gaps in Merlin's information, and his ability to blend into backgrounds made him an excellent observer. Quirrell went to the third floor again last night. Neville reported one morning, catching Harry before breakfast. "I followed him like you taught me." He stood outside the door for almost 10 minutes, just listening. "Did anyone see him?" "Snape came around the corner, and they had some kind of argument. Couldn't hear what about, but Quirrell looked scared." Harry filed that away. Snape confronting Quirrell could mean several things. Either Snape was suspicious of the same agent Dumbledore was hunting, or Snape was competing for the stone, or something else entirely. More pieces to a puzzle that refused to resolve. Keep watching. But be careful. If either of them catches you following them, I know. I'll be invisible. Neville paused. "Harry, are you sure about this? Going after the stone yourself? I mean, wouldn't it be better to tell Dumbledore what we know?" Harry had considered that. Merlin's warnings about Dumbledore's manipulations made him reluctant to trust the headmaster. But there was a practical argument, too. If we tell Dumbledore, he'll either ignore us because we're children, or he'll use what we know to set up an even more elaborate trap. Either way, we lose control of the situation. Harry shook his head. "The only way to ensure this ends right is to handle it ourselves." Neville didn't look convinced, but he nodded. "Okay, I trust you." Those 3 words carried weight Harry wasn't sure he deserved. But he accepted them anyway, because he needed allies, and because Neville needed someone to believe in. The break came on the last day before Christmas holiday. Harry was in the library, ostensibly studying for his transfiguration exam, when he felt it, a pulse of magic, distant but unmistakable. The wards Merlin had taught him to sense were reacting to something, someone pushing against them. He closed his book and left the library at a casual pace, not wanting to attract attention. The pulse came again, stronger this time, and Harry changed direction, heading for the third-floor corridor. The door was open, not wide open, just a crack, barely visible unless you were looking for it. But the three-headed dog that was supposed to guard the entrance was silent. No growling, no barking, nothing. Whatever had put it to sleep was still active. Harry pulled his wand and slipped through the door. The chamber beyond was massive, dominated by the three-headed dog that lay unconscious on the stone floor. A harp stood in the corner, still playing a soft melody that kept the beast asleep. Someone had been here recently. The harp was still enchanted, which meant the intruder was ahead of Harry, already working through the protections. A trapdoor stood open in the center of the chamber. Harry approached it cautiously, peering into the darkness below. He could turn back, tell a teacher, let the trap Dumbledore had set play out. But Merlin's voice echoed in his memory. When Dumbledore's plans go wrong, other people pay the price. Harry jumped. He landed in something soft and springy that immediately started to move. Vines wrapped around his limbs, squeezing, pulling him deeper into the mass. Devil's snare, just as Merlin had predicted. Harry didn't panic. Panic would make him struggle, and struggling would make the plant tighten faster. Instead, he forced himself to go limp, to relax every muscle, to become dead weight that the plant couldn't get purchase on. The vines loosened slightly, confused by prey that didn't fight. Harry reached for his magic. Not a spell, Devil's Snare was resistant to most direct magical attacks, but something more fundamental. Heat. The plant hated heat and light. So Harry pushed warmth outward from his core, raising his body temperature, becoming too uncomfortable to hold. The vines recoiled. Harry dropped through them, landing hard on stone floor in the chamber below. He took a moment to catch his breath, then moved forward. The next chamber contained a cloud of glittering winged keys and a broom mounted on the wall. One key, old, silver, with a bent wing, was the one that matched the heavy door at the far end. Harry didn't bother with the broom. He'd learned to fly in his first week at Hogwarts and discovered a natural talent that had nearly gotten him recruited for Quidditch, but catching a single key among hundreds wasn't about flying skill. It was about precision. He watched the keys circle, tracking their patterns, identifying the one with the damaged wing. It flew slower than the others, slightly off balance. Compensating. Harry raised his wand. Acio's silver key. The key shot toward him, followed by a dozen others that apparently contained enough silver to respond to the spell. Harry caught the right one and dodged the rest, unlocking the door before the swarm could regroup. The next chamber was a giant chessboard. Harry had heard about wizard chess from Ron, who was obsessed with it. The magical pieces moved on their own and could be quite violent when taking opposing pieces. This board was massive, the pieces taller than Harry, clearly meant to be played with human participants. Someone had already played. Black pieces lay broken across the board, and the white ones had retreated to their starting positions, waiting for a new game. Harry crossed carefully, but the pieces didn't move. Whatever victory condition the previous player had achieved still held. He reached the far door and passed through. The next room reeked of something foul. A mountain troll lay unconscious on the floor, even bigger than the one from Halloween. Someone had already dealt with it. A massive lump was rising on its head, suggesting blunt force trauma. Harry moved past it quickly, reaching a room that immediately made him nervous. Purple flames sprang up in the doorway behind him. Black flames blocked the exit ahead. And on a table in the center of the room sat 7 bottles of different sizes and shapes, along with a piece of parchment. Snape's protection. A logic puzzle, not a test of magical power. Merlin had warned him about this. Harry read the parchment. Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you. Whichever you would find. One among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues for. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end, but if you would move onward, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. Harry read it twice, then pulled a scrap of parchment from his pocket and started working through the logic. The puzzle was elegant, he had to admit. Most wizards would be stumped by something that didn't require magic to solve. It took him 3 minutes to identify the correct bottles, the smallest for moving forward, the round one at the right end for going back. The smallest bottle held barely enough for one person. Harry drank it and stepped through the black flames. The final chamber was circular, dominated by a large mirror that stood in its center. The Mirror of Ariste. Harry recognized it from Merlin's descriptions, an artifact that showed the viewer their heart's deepest desire. Dumbledore had been keeping it here, apparently, using it as the final protection for the stone. And standing before it, his turban unwound to reveal something horrible on the back of his head, was Professor Quirrell. Potter. Quirrell's voice was different now, stronger, without the stammer that had marked all their previous interactions. I wondered if you'd come. Harry raised his wand, but Quirrell was faster. A rope shot from his wand and bound Harry's arms to his sides before he could react. None of that. We have much to discuss. Quirrell turned back to the mirror, his expression frustrated. The stone is in here. I can feel it, but I can't get it out. The enchantment only releases it to someone who wants to find it, but not use it. Dumbledore's final trick. Harry tested the ropes. Tight, but not unbreakable. He'd need time to work free. Why? He asked, buying that time. Why steal the stone? What do you want with immortality? Immortality. Quirrell laughed. The immortality isn't for me. It's for my master, Voldemort. Don't speak his name. Quirrell spun, and Harry saw it clearly for the first time. The face on the back of Quirrell's head. Pale, snake-like, with red eyes that burned with hatred and intelligence. Harry Potter, the face whispered. We meet again. Harry's scar exploded with pain. He gasped, nearly falling, held upright only by the ropes binding him. See what I have become. Voldemort's voice was like nails on glass. A shadow, a parasite, forced to share the body of a pathetic servant because my own was destroyed. Because of you. You destroyed yourself. Harry forced the words out through gritted teeth. Your curse rebounded. That's not my fault. Your mother's sacrifice created the protection. Her love for you, worthless as it was, became a weapon against me. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. But protections can be broken. And once I have the stone, once I have a body again, I will break everything that stands between me and my rightful place. Quirrell turned back to the mirror, muttering about enchantments and desire and the madness of Dumbledore's protections. Harry used the distraction to work at his bindings. The ropes were magical, but they weren't perfect. They'd been conjured quickly, without full attention, and they had weaknesses. Use the boy, Voldemort commanded suddenly. He may be able to retrieve it. Quirrell hesitated. Master, if I touch him, do it. Quirrell grabbed Harry and dragged him in front of the mirror. The ropes dissolved. Apparently Quirrell needed his hands free for whatever came next, and Harry found himself staring at his own reflection. The reflection changed. Harry saw himself, older, stronger, standing in a room that looked like the one he'd trained in with Merlin. The reflection Harry smiled and reached into his pocket, pulling out a blood-red stone that pulsed with inner light. Then, with a wink, reflection Harry put the stone back in his pocket. Real Harry felt something heavy appear in his actual pocket. The stone. The mirror had given it to him because he wanted to find it, wanted to keep it safe, but didn't want to use it for himself. Dumbledore's enchantment, working exactly as intended. What do you see? Quirrell demanded. What does the mirror show you? Harry's mind raced. He couldn't tell the truth. That would be suicide. But he couldn't lie too obviously either, or Voldemort would see through it. I see myself, he said slowly, shaking hands with Dumbledore. I've won the House Cup. It was such a pathetically mundane desire that Quirrell actually laughed. Is that truly all you want? Fame? Recognition? I'm 11. What else would I want? Quirrell turned to confer with his master, and Harry moved. Not away from them, toward. He closed the distance before Quirrell could react, and his hand closed on the professor's face. Quirrell screamed. His skin was burning, blistering. Where Harry's fingers touched, the flesh charred and crumbled like paper in flame. Quirrell tried to pull away, but Harry held on, driven by something deeper than conscious thought. His mother's protection, the love that had saved him as an infant, still active, still burning anything connected to Voldemort that tried to touch him. Kill him. Voldemort shrieked from the back of Quirrell's head. Kill him. But Quirrell couldn't. Every attempt to attack brought more contact, more burning, more of his body crumbling to ash. He collapsed, thrashing, and Harry went with him, hands pressing against any flesh he could reach. The pain in Harry's scar was blinding. He could feel Voldemort's presence like acid in his brain, could feel the Dark Lord trying to possess him, trying to escape the dying body of his servant. But the protection held. The love held. Quirrell stopped moving. Harry rolled away, gasping, his hands raw and aching despite being the ones doing the burning. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was still visible, contorted in rage and pain. This isn't over, Potter. Voldemort's voice was fading, whatever tether he'd had to Quirrell dissolving with his host's death. I will return, and when I do, nothing will protect you. Not love, not Dumbledore, not anything. A dark mist rose from Quirrell's body, screaming as it went, and passed through Harry like a blast of frozen air. He felt Voldemort's consciousness brush against his own. Hatred and hunger and a terrible, endless will to survive. And then it was gone, fleeing the chamber, fleeing the castle, fleeing into the darkness to wait and recover. Harry lay on the cold stone floor, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince his heart to stop racing. He'd won. The stone was in his pocket. Quirrell was dead. Voldemort was gone, at least for now. But Voldemort's promise echoed in Harry's mind. I will return. And Harry believed him. Footsteps. Someone was coming through the black flames. Harry struggled to his feet, reaching for his wand, preparing for another fight. Dumbledore emerged from the fire, looking exactly as commanding and ancient as he always did. His eyes swept the chamber, Quirrell's body, the mirror, Harry, and something complicated moved behind his expression. Harry. His voice was gentle. Are you all right? I'll live. I'm glad to hear it. Dumbledore crossed to Quirrell's body, studying it with clinical detachment. You did well. Better than anyone could have expected from a first-year student. Harry didn't feel like he'd done well. He felt like he'd barely survived, like luck and his mother's protection had saved him more than any skill. The stone, Dumbledore said. You have it. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the blood-red artifact. It pulsed warmly in his palm, full of power he didn't understand and didn't want. What happens to it now? It will be destroyed. Nicholas and I have discussed it. The stone is too dangerous to exist, too tempting for those who would use its power for evil. Dumbledore extended his hand. May I? Harry hesitated. Merlin's warnings echoed in his mind. Don't trust Dumbledore completely. Question his motives. Verify everything. But what was he supposed to do? Keep the stone? Hide it. He handed it over. Dumbledore smiled, that grandfatherly expression that seemed designed to put people at ease. You've been very brave, Harry. Your parents would be proud. The mention of his parents stung. Can I ask you something, Professor? Of course. Voldemort said my mother's love protected me. Her sacrifice. Is that why he couldn't touch me? Dumbledore's expression softened. Yes. Your mother's protection runs through your blood, Harry. It's why I placed you with your mother's sister. So long as you call that place home, her blood protection extends to the house itself. Harry absorbed that. The Dursleys. All those years of misery and abuse, and Dumbledore had put him there deliberately, knowing how bad it would be, because the blood protection required it. And the stone, Harry pressed. Why was it here? Why keep something so dangerous in a school full of children? The stone was being threatened. Nicholas asked me to protect it after an attempted theft at Gringotts. Dumbledore's eyes held Harry's. And I confess, I had other reasons. I suspected someone at Hogwarts was working to bring Voldemort back. The stone was bait, a way to draw out the traitor. You used us, all of us, as bait. I used the situation as an opportunity. There's a difference. Harry wanted to argue, wanted to point out that children had been in danger, that he could have died, that Dumbledore's games with people's lives were exactly what Merlin had warned him about. But he was exhausted, drained, and Dumbledore was watching him with an expression that suggested deeper conversation would be noticed and filed away. I should get to the hospital wing, Harry said instead. Madame Pomfrey will want to check me over. Of course. I'll escort you. Dumbledore waved his wand, and Quirrell's body vanished. One more thing, Harry. You demonstrated abilities tonight that are unusual for a first-year student. The way you handled the devil's snare, for instance, and the keys, and the flames. Harry kept his expression neutral. I've been studying. So I've noticed. You've been missing from your dormitory quite often this term. The house elves mentioned it. The house elves. Harry hadn't considered that. Creatures who could track student movements, who answered to Dumbledore. I like to walk at night, Harry said. Helps me think. Of course. Dumbledore's voice was light, but his eyes were anything but. If you ever need someone to talk to, Harry, my door is always open. Whatever you're dealing with, you don't have to deal with it alone. The offer hung in the air between them. Harry understood what Dumbledore was really saying. I know you're hiding something, and I want to know what it is. Thank you, Professor. I'll keep that in mind. They walked to the hospital wing in silence. Harry spent 3 days in medical recovery. Madame Pomfrey clucked over his various injuries, the raw hands, the burn on his forehead where his scar had split open, the exhaustion that seemed bone deep, and insisted on keeping him until every last symptom was healed. Ron and Hermione visited constantly. They'd figured out something had happened, though the details remained unclear. The whole school's talking about it, Hermione reported. They're saying Quirrell had some kind of breakdown and you were caught up in it. Something like that. Harry. She fixed him with that penetrating stare. I know there's more. I know you've been keeping secrets all year. I'm not going to push, but when you're ready, I'd like to know. Ron nodded, unusually serious. Same here, mate. Whatever you're mixed up in, you don't have to do it alone. Harry looked at his two friends, his real friends, whatever Merlin said about companions versus allies, and felt something loosen in his chest. They were offering trust. The same trust he'd built with Neville, but different, deeper. Next year, he said finally. There are things I need to work out first. But next year, I'll tell you everything I can. Promise. Promise. They seemed satisfied with that. The conversation shifted to lighter topics. Quidditch, exams, summer plans, and Harry let himself enjoy the normalcy. For a few minutes, at least, he could pretend he was just a regular kid with regular problems. Neville visited too, bringing a plant from the greenhouse that was supposed to have calming properties. You did it, he said quietly, once they were alone. Whatever was going to happen with the stone, you stopped it. I stopped Quirrell. But the person behind him, Voldemort, he's still out there. He'll try again. Neville nodded, unsurprised. He'd absorbed enough of Harry's explanations over the past weeks to understand the bigger picture. Then we keep preparing, he said simply. We get stronger. We get smarter. And when he comes back, we're ready. Such simple words. Such profound commitment. Yeah, Harry agreed. We will be. The end of term arrived with a feast and the presentation of house points. Gryffindor won the House Cup, thanks in part to the points Dumbledore awarded Harry at the last minute. For outstanding courage in the face of danger, a description so vague it could mean anything. Harry accepted the applause with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He knew why Dumbledore had awarded those points publicly. It was a message. I know what you did, and I'm watching. The message went both ways. Harry's performance against Quirrell had revealed more of his abilities than he'd intended. The speed of his reflexes, the instinctive use of magic without incantation, the combat awareness that no first year should possess. Dumbledore had noticed. Dumbledore was curious, and curious was dangerous. On the train ride home, Harry found an empty compartment and finally had a moment alone with his thoughts. Merlin's portrait was back in his trunk, packed carefully for the summer. They'd discussed the confrontation at length during Harry's recovery, analyzing what had gone right and what had gone wrong. You survived, Merlin had concluded. That's not nothing. But you also exposed yourself. Dumbledore will be watching you much more closely next year. I know. We'll need to be more careful. Find better ways to hide the training. Build a cover story that explains your abilities without revealing the truth. Harry had agreed, already planning. The summer at the Dursleys would be brutal. It always was, but it would also be private. No Dumbledore watching through house elves. No teachers tracking his movements. Just Harry and whatever training he could manage without magical equipment. One more thing, Merlin had said. Voldemort's promise. I will return. He meant it, Harry. Whatever destroyed his body 11 years ago didn't kill him permanently. He's out there, searching for ways to come back. And next time, he won't rely on hosts like Quirrell. How do we stop him? Really stop him, I mean. Not just delay. Merlin had been quiet for a long moment. There are rituals, methods for destroying a soul permanently. But Voldemort took precautions I don't fully understand yet. Until we know what those precautions are, we can't plan an effective counter. How do we find out? Research, observation, and possibly direct engagement when you're ready. Merlin's eyes had held something complicated. This is a long war, Harry. You're not going to win it this year or next. What matters is that you keep getting stronger, keep getting smarter, keep surviving long enough to find the path to real victory. The train pulled into King's Cross. Harry gathered his things and stepped onto the platform, where the Dursleys were waiting with expressions that suggested they'd rather be anywhere else. Come on, boy, Vernon growled. We haven't got all day. Harry followed his relatives through the barrier, back into the Muggle world. Back to the cupboard under the stairs and the chores and the endless reminders of how worthless he supposedly was. But this summer would be different. This summer, Harry had purpose. Training to continue. Plans to make. A war to prepare for. Voldemort was coming back. Harry would be ready. And when they finally faced each other again, not over a dying servant, not through a possessed host, but directly, fully, Harry intended to win. He climbed into the Dursleys' car and let his mind go quiet, entering the mative state Merlin had drilled into him. The external world faded. Vernon's complaints, Petunia's sniffs, Dudley's snickers. None of it touched him. Inside his mind, a flame burned steady and clear. 1 year down, many more to go. But the foundation was laid, the training had begun, and Harry Potter was no longer the helpless infant who'd survived by luck and love alone. He was becoming something else entirely. And the magical world had no idea what was coming. Chapter 4. Blood and Politics. The letter arrived at breakfast on a Tuesday, carried by an owl so black it seemed to absorb the morning light. Harry caught it before it could land in his porridge, noting the heavy parchment and the wax seal. Not Hogwarts crimson, but deep green embossed with a serpent. What's that? Ron asked through a mouthful of eggs. Harry broke the seal and scanned the contents. His expression didn't change, but something cold settled in his stomach. An invitation, he said, to a social function at Malfoy Manor. Hermione choked on her pumpkin juice. Malfoy? As in Draco Malfoy? Why would his family invite you anywhere? Politics. Harry folded the letter and tucked it into his robes. The Malfoys are one of the oldest pure-blood families. They invite everyone of significance to their summer gatherings. Refusing would be noticed. Ron's face had gone red. You're not actually thinking of going? After everything Draco's done this year. I'm thinking about it. Harry, they're Death Eaters. Everyone knows Lucius Malfoy was you-know-who's right hand. Going to their house would be educational. Harry met Ron's eyes calmly. I know what the Malfoys are. That's exactly why I need to understand how they operate. The argument that followed lasted through breakfast and into their first class. Ron couldn't fathom why Harry would willingly walk into enemy territory. Hermione, after her initial shock, had gone quiet and thoughtful in a way that suggested she was working through the implications. It was Neville who finally broke the tension. He's right, the round-faced boy said quietly, catching up with them in the corridor. About needing to understand them, I mean. My grand's been taking me to pure-blood functions since I was old enough to walk. They're awful, but they're also where real power gets negotiated. Ron stared at him. You're taking his side? I'm saying the wizarding world doesn't work the way you think it does. The Weasleys are pure bloods, but you've never had to play the political game because your family chose not to. The rest of us don't have that luxury. Something passed between Neville and Harry. Acknowledgement, understanding. They'd talked about this during the spring, during the long nights of preparation before the confrontation with Quirrell. Neville understood the bigger picture in ways Ron simply didn't. I'm going, Harry said finally. But I'm not going alone. Neville, would your grandmother approve of you attending? She'd probably insist on it once she heard you were invited. The Longbottoms and Potters have been allied for generations. Then we go together. Present a united front. Ron looked between them, frustration and hurt warring on his face. Fine, do what you want, but don't come crying to me when it all goes wrong. He stalked off toward divination, leaving Harry and Hermione standing in the corridor. He's scared for you, Hermione said softly. That's all it is. He doesn't know how to express it except through anger. I know. Harry watched Ron's retreating back. But I can't let fear dictate my choices. Not anymore. The summer had changed him. 2 months at the Dursleys, but not like before. This time Harry had trained constantly, pushing his body and magic to their limits in the privacy of his room and the small park near Privet Drive. Merlin's portrait had stayed at Hogwarts, hidden in the Room of Requirement, but the techniques the ancient wizard had taught were burned into Harry's mind. He'd returned to school faster, stronger, more controlled. The physical training showed in the way he moved, fluid, balanced, always ready. The mental training showed in his occlumency shields, now solid enough to deflect casual legilimency attempts without conscious effort. And the magical training, well, Harry had discovered things about his power that he was still processing. The Malfoy gathering is in 3 weeks, he told Hermione. I need to prepare. Learn the protocols, the expectations, who'll be there, and what they want. I can help with research. There are books on pure blood customs in the library. Thank you. Harry hesitated. Hermione, about what Ron said. About me keeping secrets. You promised to tell us this year. I haven't forgotten. I know. And I will. But some of it is dangerous to know. I need to figure out how much I can share without putting you at risk. Hermione's expression softened. We're your friends, Harry. Whatever you're mixed up in, we'd rather face it with you than watch you face it alone. The words echoed what she'd said in the hospital wing, what Ron had said before his fear took over. Harry felt that loosening in his chest again, the recognition that he wasn't as alone as he'd always believed. Soon, he promised. Very soon. The next 3 weeks were a crash course in pureblood politics. Hermione found books, Neville provided practical knowledge, and Harry absorbed it all with an intensity that surprised even himself. He learned about the Sacred 28, the families considered truly pure, and the complex web of marriages and alliances that connected them. He learned about blood status politics, how the old families viewed Muggle-borns with disdain, and half-bloods with condescension, and each other with calculating pragmatism. He learned about the informal hierarchy that existed beneath the ministry's official structure, where real decisions were made in drawing rooms and garden parties rather than courtrooms. The Malfoys are apex predators, Neville explained one evening, the two of them sequestered in an empty classroom. They've survived every political shift for the past 1,000 years by being useful to whoever's in power. During the war, they supported you-know-who. After the war, they claimed Imperius and bought their way back to respectability. Now they're positioning themselves as the moderate voice of pure blood interests. Moderate, compared to the families who want to overthrow the ministry entirely, yes. Neville's voice was dry. The Malfoys want power, but they want stable power. Revolution is bad for business. Harry filed that away. Lucius Malfoy as a pragmatist rather than a true believer. That suggested vulnerabilities, pressure points that could be exploited if necessary. What about Draco? The heir, being groomed to take over eventually, but right now he's mostly just an extension of his father's will. Neville paused. At school, he plays the bully because that's what's expected. At these events, he'll be different. Polished. Charming, even. It's the mask they all wear. Masks can slip. They can. But pushing too hard, too fast will just make everyone defensive. The first time, you observe. You listen. You let them underestimate you. Harry nodded. It was the same advice Merlin had given about combat. Assess before engaging. Understand your opponent's patterns. Find the weaknesses before committing to an attack. The parallel wasn't lost on him. Social warfare was just another kind of battle. The day of the gathering arrived, and Harry dressed carefully in robes he'd purchased by owl order, black with silver trim, formal but not ostentatious. The Potter family had money. There was no point pretending otherwise. But he chose accessories that were understated, suggesting old wealth rather than new flash. Neville met him in the entrance hall, similarly attired in dark blue robes that displayed the Longbottom crest. His grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, stood beside him, a formidable witch in a vulture-topped hat who regarded Harry with sharp, assessing eyes. Mr. Potter. Her voice was crisp. I've heard interesting things about you. Madam Longbottom. Harry inclined his head respectfully. Thank you for allowing Neville to accompany me. Allowing? She snorted. I've been trying to get the boy to these functions for years. He never showed interest until you came along. Her gaze sharpened. Whatever you've done to give him some backbone, continue doing it. Gran, Neville muttered, flushing. Don't gran me. You've been hiding from your responsibilities since you could walk. If Potter can motivate you where I couldn't, I'll take it. She turned back to Harry. The flu connection to Malfoy Manor opens in 10 minutes. I trust you know proper arrival etiquette? Enter smoothly. Wait to be announced. Greet the host before engaging anyone else. Augusta's eyebrows rose slightly. Someone's done their homework. Good. Maybe you won't embarrass us all. The flu trip was disorienting, spinning through green flames, catching glimpses of other fireplaces, fighting the urge to close his eyes. Harry emerged into a vast entrance hall of white marble and crystal chandeliers, managing not to stumble despite the dizziness. Harry Potter, a house elf announced, its voice magically amplified. Heir to the most ancient and noble house of Potter. The conversations in the hall paused. Dozens of faces turned toward him, curious, calculating, hostile, intrigued. Harry kept his expression neutral and walked forward, Neville and Augusta following. Lucius Malfoy waited at the center of the hall, his wife Narcissa beside him. They made a striking pair, Lucius tall and pale with hair like spun platinum, Narcissa coldly beautiful with features that suggested aristocratic breeding going back centuries. Mr. Potter. Lucius's voice was silk over steel. How kind of you to accept our invitation. Mr. Malfoy. The honor is mine. Harry executed a formal bow, not too deep, not too shallow. Your home is magnificent. The manor has been in my family for 17 generations. We do our best to maintain the standards our ancestors established. Lucius's eyes held something that might have been approval at Harry's etiquette, quickly masked. You know my wife, Narcissa. Madame Malfoy. Another bow. Your gardens are famous throughout Britain. I hope I might have the opportunity to see them. Narcissa's smile was thin but genuine. You're very well informed for someone raised among muggles. I've been doing my best to catch up, my lady. The magical world has much to teach me. The exchange continued for another minute. Pleasantries, subtle probing, the verbal dance of people who distrusted each other completely but had to maintain appearances. When it finally ended and Harry moved into the main gathering, he felt like he'd survived a combat round. That was well done, Augusta murmured, appearing at his elbow. Lucius was testing you. You passed. Testing for what? Weakness. Naivety. Whether you could be manipulated or needed to be treated as a genuine player. Her vulture hat bobbed as she nodded. He wasn't expecting competence. That will work in your favor. Harry circulated through the gathering, Neville at his side, speaking with an endless parade of purebloods whose names and faces blurred together. He smiled, deflected questions about his upbringing and his scar, asked about families and businesses and the state of magical Britain. He was charming and self-deprecating and exactly what everyone expected the boy who lived to be, a child out of his depth, playing dress-up among adults. It was a mask, his mask, and behind it, he watched and listened and learned. The Parkinsons were in financial trouble, maintaining appearances through increasingly creative loans. The Knots had a son at Hogwarts who resented his father's control. The Greengrasses were neutral, genuinely neutral, not performing neutrality like the Malfoys, and might be open to alliance with the right approach. The Crabs and Goyles were muscle, no political instincts, useful only for physical intimidation. Every conversation added to the picture. Every interaction revealed something. Potter. Harry turned. Draco Malfoy stood before him, alone for once, without Crabbe and Goyle flanking him. The Slytherin's expression was carefully blank, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Malfoy. I didn't expect you to actually come. I didn't expect to be invited. A flicker of something crossed Draco's face. Frustration, maybe, or confusion. My father thought it would be interesting to see how you handled yourself among civilized society. And what's the verdict? Draco was quiet for a moment. You're not what I expected. Neither are you. Harry let some genuine observation color his voice. At school, you're a bully. Here, you're a diplomat. I'm curious which one is real. Both. Neither. Draco's mask slipped slightly, revealing something that looked almost like exhaustion. You learn to be what the situation requires. That's what it means to be a Malfoy. Is that what you want? To be what the situation requires? The question seemed to catch Draco off guard. He opened his mouth, closed it, and for just a second Harry saw something vulnerable beneath the polished surface, A boy who'd never been asked what he wanted, only told what he would be. Then the mask snapped back into place. What I want is irrelevant. What matters is duty. Family. The preservation of everything we've built. Draco's voice hardened. You wouldn't understand. You were raised by muggles. You don't know what it means to carry a legacy. I know what it means to carry expectations I never asked for. Harry met Draco's eyes steadily. The boy who lived. The symbol. The weapon everyone wants to point at their enemies. I understand being defined by what others need you to be. Draco stared at him. The moment stretched, heavy with something neither of them could name. This conversation never happened, Draco said finally. Agreed. Draco walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Harry watched him go, feeling that he'd glimpsed something important, a crack in the Malfoy heir's armor that might, someday, become an opening. That was unexpected. Harry turned. A girl his age had appeared beside him, dark hair pulled back in an elegant style, ice blue eyes studying him with frank curiosity. She wore robes of deep green that complemented her pale skin, and she moved with the unconscious grace of someone trained from birth in proper comportment. I'm sorry, Draco, opening up to you like that. He never does that with anyone. She extended her hand. Daphne Greengrass. We have potions together, though you've probably never noticed. Harry took her hand, remembering the protocol. Brief touch, not a shake, released immediately. I've noticed. You're the one who actually reads the instructions before starting. A hint of surprise crossed her features. Most people don't pay attention to anything except Granger's hand waving and their own cauldrons. Most people aren't trying to learn. And you are. Always. Daphne's eyes narrowed slightly, reassessing. You're not what the papers say you are. The papers have never met me. No, they haven't. She paused, seeming to weigh her next words. My family is neutral, Potter. We don't take sides in political conflicts, and we don't make alliances based on blood status or schoolyard rivalries. I've noticed. What you might not have noticed is that neutral doesn't mean passive. We watch. We assess. And when we see something worth investing in, we move. Harry understood what she was saying. The green grasses were interested in him, not as a symbol, not as the boy who lived, but as a potential player in whatever game was coming. I'm not looking for allies who'll abandon me when the wind changes. Then don't give them reason to. Daphne's voice was cool, businesslike. My sister Astoria is 2 years below us. She's shy, nervous around new people. If someone were to be kind to her when she arrives at Hogwarts next year, that would be noticed. Not as payment, as evidence of character. Is that how all pure blood negotiations work? Tests dressed up as suggestions. That's how everything works, Potter. The only question is whether you see the tests or stumble through them blind. She walked away before he could respond, leaving Harry with more questions than answers. That was Daphne Greengrass, Neville said, materializing beside him. Be careful there. The Greengrasses play deeper games than most. She made me an offer. I think. She made you aware that she's watching. The offer will come later, if you pass whatever test she sets. Neville's expression was troubled. Harry, I know you're trying to build a power base, but the pure blood world is dangerous. These people have been playing these games for centuries. One wrong step, I know. Harry watched the crowd, picking out the key players, noting who talked to whom and for how long. But I can't fight Voldemort and the political establishment at the same time. I need some of them on my side, or at least not actively working against me. Voldemort. Neville's voice dropped. You really think he's coming back? I know he is. I faced him last year, Neville. Not just Quirrell, Voldemort himself. He was possessing Quirrell, speaking through him, trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry met his friend's eyes. He's weak, but he's not gone. And when he finds a way to come back, I need to be ready. Neville absorbed that. His face had gone pale, but there was steel beneath the fear. My parents, he said quietly. They were tortured after he fell, because his followers were looking for him, trying to bring him back. If he returns, they'll try again. All of them. Harry put a hand on Neville's shoulder. That's why we're here. That's why we're doing this. So when the time comes, we have allies. Resources. The strength to protect the people we care about. Neville nodded slowly. Okay. What do you need me to do? Keep watching. Keep learning. And when we get back to Hogwarts, I'll introduce you to someone who can help train you. Someone old. Someone who knows things about magic that most wizards have forgotten. Harry smiled grimly. Trust me, Neville. You're going to want to meet him. The gathering continued for another 3 hours. Harry spoke with more families, dodged more probing questions, and carefully planted seeds of the image he wanted to cultivate. Competent, dangerous, but reasonable. Someone worth taking seriously. Someone worth treating with rather than against. By the time he stepped back through the flue to Hogwarts, he was exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with physical effort. Well, Merlin asked that night, when Harry finally made it to the room of requirement. It worked. Harry collapsed onto the training mat, staring at the ceiling. They're interested. Some of them are even approaching. And the Greengrass girl? She made contact. Offered a potential alliance, disguised as a request for kindness to her sister. Merlin nodded slowly. The Greengrasses are good allies if you can secure them. They have connections throughout the neutral families and access to information networks the light side doesn't even know exist. She said they watch and assess. That they invest when they see something worthwhile. Then you need to be worthwhile. Not just to her, to everyone who's watching. The next year will be crucial, Harry. You've announced yourself as a player. Now you have to prove you belong at the table. Harry thought about that. About Draco's moment of vulnerability, about Daphne's cold calculation, about the dozens of faces that had evaluated him and found him interesting. What about Ron and Hermione? They're going to want to know what happened. Tell them what you can. But remember, they come from different worlds. Weasley will never understand pureblood politics because his family rejected that game generations ago. Granger will understand intellectually, but miss the emotional currents that make it work. Merlin's voice was pragmatic, not cruel. They're good friends. But they're not the right tools for this particular fight. They're not tools at all. Everyone is a tool, Harry. The question is whether they're tools you use consciously or tools others use against you. Merlin held up a painted hand before Harry could protest. I'm not saying you should manipulate them. I'm saying you should understand what they can and can't contribute and not ask them to be something they're not. Harry sat with that. It felt wrong, reducing his friends to categories of usefulness. But he couldn't deny the logic. Ron would be loyal to the death, but he'd never navigate a Malfoy gathering successfully. Hermione could research anything, but she'd never read the subtle social cues that determined who was really in charge. Different strengths, different roles. I need to tell them about you, Harry said finally. About the training. They deserve to know why I've been so secretive. That's your choice. I trust your judgment on who can be trusted. Merlin paused. But tell them in a way that doesn't make them feel replaced. They came first, even if they can't do everything Longbottom can. Harry nodded, already planning the conversation. It wouldn't be easy, but nothing worth doing ever was. The next morning, Harry gathered Ron, Hermione, and Neville in an empty classroom before breakfast. The four of them sat in a rough circle, the air thick with anticipation. I promised I'd explain, Harry began. What I've been doing. Why I've been so secretive. This is that conversation. He told them. Not everything. Not the dreams about the door, not Merlin's warnings about the sleeper, but the core of it. The portrait in the vault. The training. The preparation for a war that most people didn't believe was coming. When he finished, the silence stretched long enough to become uncomfortable. Merlin, Ron said finally. As in the Merlin. Beard and pointy hat, and all that. No pointy hat. But yes, that Merlin. And he's been training you. In secret. All year. Since before I came to Hogwarts, yes. Ron leaned back, processing. His expression cycled through disbelief, hurt, understanding, and finally something like acceptance. That's why you were different, Hermione said softly. Right from the start. You knew things first years shouldn't know. You handled the troll like you'd been in combat before. I had been, in a way, training exercises. Nothing as real as an actual troll, but Harry shrugged. It helped. Why didn't you tell us? Ron's voice wasn't accusatory, just confused. We're your friends. We could have helped. Tell you what, that I was taking lessons from an ancient portrait who claims to be the most famous wizard in history. Harry smiled tiredly. Would you have believed me? Probably not, Ron admitted. And I didn't know if I could trust you. Not because you're not trustworthy, because I'd been trained my whole life not to trust anyone. Harry met each of their eyes in turn. The Dursleys taught me that adults lie. That people who say they're helping you usually want something. That the only person you can really rely on is yourself. Hermione's expression softened. Harry, Merlin taught me something different. That trust has to be earned, but it also has to be given. That building real allies means being vulnerable, even when it's terrifying. Harry took a breath. So I'm being vulnerable now. This is everything. The training, the politics, the preparation for Voldemort's return. I need you with me, but I need you to understand what you're signing up for. Neville nodded. He'd already heard most of this, already made his choice. Ron was quiet for a long moment. Then he extended his hand. I'm in, he said simply. Whatever you need. I'm in. Harry took his hand, feeling something click into place. Hermione didn't extend her hand. Instead, she stood up and hugged Harry. Fierce, tight, the kind of hug that left no room for doubt. We're with you, she said into his shoulder. All of us. Whatever comes. The four of them stayed in that classroom for another hour, talking through details, asking questions, beginning the process of becoming a real team rather than a collection of friends. It was the beginning of something new, something stronger than what had come before. Harry didn't know what challenges the coming years would bring, but he knew he wouldn't face them alone, and that made all the difference. The autumn term progressed, and Harry's second year at Hogwarts took shape. Classes were harder. Second-year curriculum assumed mastery of first-year basics, but Harry kept up easily, his training with Merlin having already covered most of the theoretical ground. Defense against the dark arts was a disaster. The new professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, was a fraud so obvious that Harry wondered how anyone was fooled. The man's books described adventures he clearly hadn't experienced. His practical demonstrations always ended in chaos, and his teaching consisted mainly of dramatic readings from his own works. He didn't do any of those things, Harry told Merlin one evening, frustrated beyond measure. I can tell. The way he talks about combat. He's never been in a real fight in his life. Almost certainly not. Lockhart is a memory charm specialist who steals other wizards' experiences and claims them as his own. Merlin's voice was contemptuous. The fact that Dumbledore hired him tells you something about the headmaster's priorities. What do you mean? Dumbledore could have found a competent defense teacher. He's done it before. Instead, he chose a man who teaches nothing of value. Merlin paused. Either Dumbledore doesn't care about the quality of defense education, or he actively wants students to be unprepared for combat. Neither option reflects well on him. Harry filed that away with all the other reasons to distrust the headmaster. Outside of defense, his life at Hogwarts had settled into a productive rhythm. Morning training sessions with Merlin, classes during the day, political cultivation in the evenings, building relationships with students from various houses, establishing himself as someone worth knowing. Neville joined him for most of it, growing more confident with each passing week. Ron and Hermione knew the truth now, which made everything easier. They couldn't participate in the physical training. Merlin's methods were too intensive for people who hadn't been prepared, but they contributed in their own ways. Hermione researched anything Harry asked about. Ron provided social intelligence from the Gryffindor common room, tracking rumors and alliances among their housemates. Daphne Greengrass had become a regular presence. Not a friend. Exactly. More like a cautious acquaintance conducting ongoing evaluation. They studied together sometimes, the Slytherin and the Gryffindor drawing curious looks from their respective houses. Daphne never explained her interest, and Harry never asked. They both understood the game being played. You're good at this, she observed one evening in the library. The political maneuvering. I expected someone raised by muggles to be hopeless at it. I had good teachers. Plural. Harry smiled and didn't answer. Daphne's eyes narrowed, but she let it drop. That was one of her strengths, knowing when to push and when to wait. My sister arrives in January, she said, changing the subject. Early admission. She's too advanced for the preparatory programs. Astoria, right? You mentioned her at the Malfoy gathering. I did. Daphne's voice was carefully neutral. She's nervous about Hogwarts. About fitting in. I'd consider it a favor if you made her feel welcome. Not just her sorting mates. She'll be sorted into Slytherin. My family always is. But Slytherin's internal politics can be brutal for first years who don't have powerful allies. Harry understood what she was asking. Protection for her sister, provided by someone with enough reputation to make enemies think twice. I'll look after her, he said. Not as a favor. Just because it's the right thing to do. Something flickered in Daphne's expression. Surprise, quickly controlled. You really mean that? I do. That's dangerous, Potter. Doing things because they're right rather than because they're advantageous. Maybe, but it's who I am. Daphne studied him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she smiled. Not the calculated expression she usually wore, but something genuine. "You're a strange one, Harry Potter. I can't figure out if you're going to change the magical world or get destroyed by it. I'm hoping for the first option." "So am I." She stood, gathering her books. "I'll see you in class." She walked away, and Harry watched her go, wondering what he'd just committed to and whether it would prove to be brilliant or catastrophic. The answer came sooner than expected. 3 weeks before Christmas, Harry woke to screaming. He was out of bed before conscious thought kicked in, wand in hand, moving toward the sound. The screaming was coming from the corridor outside Gryffindor Tower, high-pitched, terrified, cutting off abruptly in a way that made Harry's stomach clench. The fat lady's portrait was empty when he reached it. The other students were stirring, confused and frightened, but Harry didn't wait for them. He pushed through the portrait hole and into the corridor. Mrs. Norris hung from a torch bracket, stiff and frozen, her eyes wide and glassy. And on the wall behind her, written in something that looked horribly like blood, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Harry stared at the message, his training warring with the cold fear spreading through his chest. The Chamber of Secrets. He'd read about it in Hogwarts, a history, one of Hermione's recommendations. A legendary hidden chamber, supposedly created by Salazar Slytherin himself, containing a monster that only his heir could control. Most historians considered it a myth. Looking at the petrified cat and the bloody warning, Harry was suddenly certain it wasn't. "Harry!" Ron appeared beside him, Hermione and Neville close behind. "What the hell?" "Back to the tower. Now." "But now." Harry's voice cracked like a whip, and his friends moved without further protest. He followed, mind racing, already planning his next steps. The Chamber of Secrets was open. Someone, the heir of Slytherin, had released whatever monster lurked within. And Harry had a terrible feeling that he knew who was going to be blamed. The next morning confirmed his suspicions. Potter was the first one at the scene. He heard students whispering in the corridors. And everyone knows he can talk to snakes. He'd forgotten about that. The dueling club fiasco in his first year, when he'd instinctively spoken Parseltongue to stop a snake Draco had conjured. He'd thought he was helping. Instead, he'd revealed an ability associated exclusively with dark wizards, and more specifically, with Salazar Slytherin's bloodline. "They think you did it," Hermione said grimly, catching him between classes. The rumors spreading everywhere. "Harry Potter, the heir of Slytherin. I didn't even know I was a Parselmouth until last year. How could I be Slytherin's heir? Logic has nothing to do with it. You have the ability. You were at the scene. That's enough for people who are scared and looking for someone to blame." Harry forced himself to think clearly despite the anger building in his chest. What do we know about the chamber? The real story, not the legends. It was supposedly built by Slytherin himself before he left Hogwarts. The monster inside was meant to purge the school of Muggleborns. Hermione's voice tightened. "If the legends are true, I'm a target. You're protected." Harry's voice was flat, certain. "Anyone who wants to hurt you goes through me first." Hermione looked at him, really looked, and whatever she saw made her nod slowly. "What's the plan?" "Find out who really opened the chamber. Find the monster before it hurts anyone else. And make sure everyone knows I had nothing to do with it." That's a lot to accomplish while also attending classes and pretending everything's normal. "Then we'd better get started." The investigation began that night. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville gathered in the room of requirement, the first time the others had seen Merlin's portrait, and began to plan. Merlin studied the three newcomers with sharp, assessing eyes. "So these are your allies. The loyal one, the clever one, and the brave one." "They're more than that," Harry said. "I'm sure they are. But those are the qualities that will matter for what's coming." Merlin turned his attention to the problem at hand. "The Chamber of Secrets. I remember when Slytherin built it." "You were there?" Hermione asked, her voice awed. "I advised the founders during Hogwarts construction. Salazar was brilliant but paranoid. He wanted fail-safes, weapons he could use if the school fell into the wrong hands. The chamber was supposed to be a last resort." Merlin's expression darkened. "I warned him that hiding monsters in schools rarely ends well. He didn't listen." "What kind of monster?" Neville asked. "A basilisk, king of serpents. Its gaze kills instantly, and its venom is fatal within minutes." Slytherin chose it specifically because it could only be controlled by a Parselmouth, ensuring that only his descendants could weaponize it. Harry felt cold. A basilisk. That's what we're dealing with. Almost certainly. The petrification of the cat suggests victims have been seeing the basilisk indirectly, through reflections, through ghosts, through water. Direct eye contact would have killed instantly. So how do we fight it? Merlin was quiet for a moment. You don't. Not directly. A fully grown basilisk is 60 feet long, has hide that resists most magic, and can kill you just by meeting your eyes. Even I would hesitate to face one in open combat. Then what do? You find the heir. Whoever opened the chamber is controlling the basilisk. Remove the controller, and the beast returns to dormancy. Merlin paused. Or you find a way to destroy it that doesn't involve direct confrontation. Roosters. A rooster's crow is fatal to basilisks. Get one into the chamber, and you solve the problem permanently. Hagrid's roosters have all been killed, Neville said suddenly. I heard him complaining about it last week. Something got into his coops and slaughtered everyone. Whoever opened the chamber is covering their tracks, Merlin said. They know the weakness and eliminated it before launching their attack. Harry's mind raced. The heir knew about basilisks, knew about their weaknesses, knew enough to prepare months in advance. This wasn't random, it was calculated. We need to find out who, he said. And we need to do it before anyone else gets hurt. The investigation consumed the next several weeks. Harry and his friends followed every lead, interviewed everyone who might have information, and slowly pieced together a picture of what was happening. The attacks continued. Colin Creevey was found petrified, his camera melted. Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick were found together, Justin petrified and Nick frozen in silvery transparency. Each attack brought more fear, more suspicion, more whispers about Harry being the heir. The pattern doesn't make sense, Hermione muttered one evening, surrounded by notes and timelines. The victims have nothing in common except being in the wrong place at the wrong time. They're Muggleborns, Ron pointed out, or associated with them. Justin and Colin, yes. But Nick is a ghost, he doesn't have blood status. And Mrs. Norris is a cat. Hermione shook her head. If this were really about purging Muggleborns, the attacks would be more targeted. Unless targeting isn't the point, Harry said slowly. What if the attacks are a distraction? A way to keep everyone scared and suspicious while the heir accomplishes something else. Like what? Harry didn't have an answer, but he filed the question away, sensing that it was important. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Harry was leaving the library late one night when he encountered Moaning Myrtle, the ghost who haunted the second-floor girl's bathroom. She was wailing about something, but that was normal for Myrtle. What wasn't normal was what she was saying. Nobody cares how I died. Nobody ever asks. They just throw things at me and call me names. Harry stopped. How did you die, Myrtle? The ghost looked at him, surprised by the genuine interest in his voice. I was hiding in the bathroom, she said, her voice dropping to something almost normal. Someone had been making fun of me. I don't even remember who. I was crying. And then I heard a boy's voice, speaking some strange language. I opened my door to tell him to go away, and I died. What language? Do you remember what it sounded like? Hissing. Like snakes. Myrtle shuddered. And there were these big yellow eyes. And then everything went black. Harry felt the pieces clicking together. This bathroom. Where exactly is it? On the second floor, near where they found the first message. Harry ran. The bathroom was old, poorly maintained, with a ring of sinks in the center and individual stalls around the walls. Harry examined every surface, looking for anything unusual, anything that might indicate a hidden entrance. He found it on the tap, a tiny snake, etched into the metal. Open, Harry hissed, the parcel tongue feeling strange on his tongue. The sink moved. The entire section of floor began to shift, revealing a dark passage that descended into blackness. The Chamber of Secrets. Harry stared into the darkness, every instinct screaming that he should go get help, should tell someone, should not go down there alone. But he also knew that the moment he told anyone, the heir would know too. Whoever they were at Hogwarts, watching, waiting. Any delay gave them time to prepare, time to run, time to hurt someone else. Harry pulled his wand and descended into the dark. The passage was a slide, dropping him through pipes that seemed to run throughout the castle. He landed in a tunnel littered with bones, small animals, mostly the remains of the basilisk's meals over centuries. He moved forward cautiously, wand raised, using the detection techniques Merlin had taught him to sense any magical threats ahead. The tunnel opened into a chamber. Massive stone pillars carved with serpents lined the walls, and at the far end, a statue of Salazar Slytherin's face dominated the space, a huge stone wizard with a long beard and severe expression. And lying on the ground before the statue, pale and motionless, was a girl Harry recognized. Ginny Weasley, Ron's sister. Harry ran to her, checking for a pulse, for breath, for any sign of life. She was cold, too cold, but still alive, barely. "She won't wake," said a voice behind him. Harry spun, wand raised, and found himself facing a teenage boy who hadn't been there a moment before. Dark hair, handsome features, Slytherin robes that looked decades out of date. "Who are you?" The boy smiled. "Tom Riddle. I was wondering when you'd show up, Harry Potter." Harry's blood went cold. Tom Riddle. The name Merlin had told him, Voldemort's real name. "You're him. You're Voldemort." "A memory," Riddle corrected. "Preserved in a diary for 50 years, waiting for someone to confide in, to trust, to pour their soul into. Ginny Weasley found my diary. She wrote in it all a year, telling me her secrets, her fears, her loneliness. And with every word, she gave me strength." Harry looked at the diary lying on the ground near Ginny's hand. A black book, ordinary looking, but pulsing with dark magic now that he knew to look for it. "You're killing her. Taking her life force." "Yes. Soon I'll be strong enough to leave this diary behind, to become real again. And then," Riddle's smile widened, "then the chamber will serve its true purpose. I'm going to stop you." "Are you?" Riddle laughed. "You're 12 years old, Harry. You killed a servant of mine last year through luck and your mother's protection. But I'm not Quirrell. I'm not a puppet or a host. I'm Lord Voldemort, and I've spent 50 years learning exactly how to deal with obstacles like you." He raised his hand, and the statue's mouth began to open. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." Something moved in the darkness of the statue's mouth. Something massive. Harry turned and ran. The basilisk emerged with a hiss that shook the chamber. Harry kept his eyes fixed on the ground, navigating by sound and peripheral vision, knowing that one direct glance would kill him. "Kill him," Riddle commanded. Harry dove behind a pillar as the basilisk struck. Stone exploded where he'd been standing. He rolled, came up running, heading for the entrance tunnel. He wouldn't make it. The basilisk was too fast, and the tunnel was too far. He needed another option. The ceiling. The chamber was deep underground, but there had to be pipes, passages, ways back to the main castle. Harry skidded to a stop and raised his wand. Reducto. The blasting curse hit the ceiling, cracking stone, bringing down a small avalanche of rubble. The basilisk shrieked, momentarily disoriented by the falling debris. Harry ran again, circling back toward Ginny, toward the diary. If he could destroy it, clever, Riddle said, appearing in his path. But not clever enough. The basilisk was recovering, shaking off the rubble, turning toward Harry with renewed purpose. He could hear it moving, feel the vibrations through the floor. He was going to die here, in the Chamber of Secrets, fighting a memory of Voldemort and a monster that couldn't be beaten in direct combat. No, not like this. Harry closed his eyes and reached for his magic, not through his wand, but through his core, the way Merlin had taught him. The raw power that existed beneath spells and incantations. He'd never done this successfully outside of training, but he was out of options. The magic came, wild, uncontrolled, more power than he'd ever channeled before. Harry shaped it with pure will, not caring about form or finesse, just forcing it to do what he needed. Light exploded from him, brilliant, blinding, filling the entire chamber. Harry heard Riddle scream, heard the basilisk thrash and howl, heard something that might have been the diary igniting. And then everything went dark. Harry woke in the hospital wing, 3 days later. The first thing he saw was Ron's face, pale and worried, hovering over him. "You're awake. Thank Merlin, you're awake." "Ginny." Harry's voice came out as a croak. "She's fine. Weak, but alive. They found you both in the chamber, surrounded by dead snake and destroyed diary." Ron's voice wavered. "Harry, what happened down there?" Harry tried to remember. The light he'd summoned. The screaming. The darkness. I don't know, he admitted. I did something. Magic, but not any spell I know. It just came out. Dumbledore appeared at the foot of his bed, expression unreadable. Raw magical release, the headmaster said quietly. You channeled your entire magical reserve in a single burst. It should have killed you. Instead, it killed the basilisk and destroyed the Horcrux in Tom Riddle's diary. Horcrux, a soul container, a piece of Voldemort's soul, preserved in the diary to achieve a form of immortality. Dumbledore's eyes were sharp, assessing. The diary was his first, created when he was still a student at Hogwarts. Now it's gone. Harry processed that. Voldemort had split his soul, put pieces of it in objects. That was how he survived the rebounding killing curse. He had anchors, keeping him tied to life. Are there more? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. I believe so, though I don't know how many or where. Harry filed that away. More Horcruxes. More pieces of Voldemort's soul that needed to be found and destroyed before the Dark Lord could be killed permanently. Thank you, Harry, Dumbledore said, for saving Ginny, for ending the threat. You've done a great service to this school. Harry nodded, too tired to respond. He watched Dumbledore leave, Ron following, and then let himself sink back into sleep. The questions could wait. The planning could wait. For now, he'd survived. That was enough. Chapter 5. The Prisoner and the Truth. Harry's fist cracked against the training dummy's jaw, and he felt the impact travel up his arm in a way that told him he'd done it right. The dummy rocked backward, its enchanted frame absorbing the blow, then reset to neutral position. Again, Merlin said. But this time, follow through with the elbow. Harry struck again. Jab, cross, elbow, flowing from one movement to the next without pause. 13 months of training had transformed his body into something lean and efficient. All the softness of childhood burned away by endless repetition. Better. Your combinations are becoming instinctive. Merlin's painted eyes tracked every movement. Now, wandless light. Maintain it while you continue striking. Harry raised his left hand and pulled power from his core. A sphere of white light flickered into existence above his palm, brighter now than when he'd first learned the technique. More stable. He held it there while his right hand continued the striking pattern, dividing his concentration between two completely different tasks. The light wavered when he threw the elbow, nearly guttering out. Harry gritted his teeth and forced it steady. Your split focus is improving, Merlin acknowledged. 6 months ago, you couldn't maintain a light while walking. Now you're managing it during combat. Progress. Harry let the light fade and stepped back from the dummy, breathing hard. Summer had passed in a blur of training at the Dursleys' house. Modified exercises he could do in his room. Mental techniques that required no equipment. Now, 3 weeks into his third year, he was making up for lost time. What's on your mind? Merlin asked. You've been distracted all session. Sirius Black. The name hung in the air between them. Sirius Black, escaped convict, alleged mass murderer, supposedly the man who'd betrayed Harry's parents to Voldemort. The wizarding world was in a panic over his escape from Azkaban, and Dementors had been stationed around Hogwarts to catch him if he appeared. What about him? Everyone says he's coming after me, that he escaped specifically to kill me. Harry grabbed a towel and wiped sweat from his face. But something doesn't add up. Explain. Black was my parents' friend. Their best friend, according to everything I've read. He was the best man at their wedding, my godfather, the person they trusted more than anyone. Harry's voice hardened. And then he supposedly betrayed them to Voldemort for no apparent reason. No ideology, no grudge, no benefit. Just betrayal. People can be corrupted. Maybe. But even Dumbledore seems unsure about what really happened. I've been watching him when people mention Black. He gets this expression, like there's something he's not saying. Merlin was quiet for a moment. You've learned to read people well. What does your instinct tell you? Harry thought about it. About the fragmented stories he'd pieced together, the inconsistencies he'd noticed, the way certain people reacted when Black's name came up. I think there's more to the story than anyone's admitting. And I think I need to find out what before I can judge whether Black is really my enemy. A dangerous investigation. Black is either an innocent man wrongly imprisoned, in which case powerful people have reasons to keep him silent, or a genuine murderer who escaped the most secure prison in Europe. Either way, digging into his case puts you at risk. I'm already at risk. Dementors are circling the school, and I had a bad reaction to them on the train. Harry's jaw tightened at the memory, the cold, the despair, his mother's voice screaming as the Dementor fed on his worst memories. If Black is innocent and the real traitor is still out there, I need to know. And if he's guilty, I need to understand why, so I can protect myself against similar betrayal in the future. Merlin nodded slowly. Then we investigate. Carefully. And we prepare you to defend yourself against whatever we find. The Dementor training started that night. Dementors feed on happiness, Merlin explained. They force you to relive your worst memories while draining away every positive emotion. Prolonged exposure causes permanent psychological damage. The kiss, their ultimate weapon, destroys the soul entirely. How do I fight them? The Patronus charm. It creates a guardian made of pure positive energy, the opposite of what Dementors consume. A strong Patronus will drive them away. A weak one provides temporary protection. Harry raised his wand. What's the incantation? Expecto Patronum. But the incantation is the least important part. The Patronus requires you to focus on a single, intensely happy memory, something so powerful that it overwhelms the despair the Dementors create. Without that memory, the spell is useless. Harry closed his eyes and searched for a happy memory. His first flight on a broomstick? Good, but not overwhelming. Finding out he was a wizard? Exciting, but tinged with confusion. Winning the House Cup? Pleasant, but not deep enough. He kept searching, looking for something that felt like pure, uncomplicated joy. He found it in a strange place. The moment in the Chamber of Secrets when he'd realized Ginny was still alive. Not the battle, not the victory, but that single instant of relief when he'd felt her pulse and known she would survive. He'd saved someone, protected someone, made a difference that actually mattered. Expecto Patronum. Silver mist erupted from his wand, formless but present. It swirled in the air for several seconds before dissipating. A start, Merlin said. Most wizards can't produce even that much on their first attempt. But you'll need a corporeal Patronus to be truly effective against Dementors. What makes it corporeal? Stronger emotion, deeper connection to the memory, and practice, lots of practice. Merlin paused. There's another factor. The Patronus often takes a form that represents something fundamental about the caster. Your father's was a stag. Your mother's was a doe. The form matters less than the strength, but it can reveal things about yourself you might not have consciously known. Harry filed that away and practiced the charm until his magic was exhausted. The silver mist grew thicker each time, began to suggest a shape, but never quite solidified. He needed to keep working on it. The investigation into Sirius Black began with library research. Hermione threw herself into the task with characteristic intensity, pulling every article, every trial transcript, every mention of Black she could find. There wasn't a trial, she reported 2 weeks later, her voice tight with controlled outrage. I've been through everything. Sirius Black was arrested, questioned briefly, and sent straight to Azkaban without ever appearing before the Wisengamot. That's not legal, Harry said. No, it's not. Even during the war, suspected Death Eaters were entitled to trials. Some of them got off, the Malfoys, for instance, but they at least got the chance to defend themselves. Hermione shook her head. Black was denied that right. Someone wanted him in prison without any opportunity to tell his side of the story. Who has the authority to do that? The Minister of Magic, in cases of extreme emergency. Or, she hesitated. Or the Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot. Dumbledore. Again, Harry thought about what that might mean. Either Dumbledore had been involved in railroading an innocent man, or he'd had compelling reasons to bypass normal procedures. Neither option was comfortable. What else do we know? Black was the Potter's secret keeper. That's the central accusation, that he told Voldemort where to find them. Hermione pulled out another stack of notes. But here's something strange. There are references to another secret keeper in some of the earlier documents. Someone named Peter Pettigrew, the man Black supposedly killed. Yes, Pettigrew was found dead the day after your parents were murdered. Black allegedly cornered him in a Muggle street and blew him up with a curse, killing 12 Muggles in the process. All they recovered of Pettigrew was a finger. Ron had been listening quietly, but now he stirred. That sounds dodgy. One finger? From someone blown up by a curse powerful enough to kill 12 people and make a crater in the street. It does seem inconsistent, Hermione admitted. If the curse was that powerful, there shouldn't have been anything left at all. Harry's mind raced. What if Pettigrew faked his death? Cut off his own finger, blew up the street to cover his escape, and let Black take the blame? That would require Pettigrew to be the actual traitor, Hermione said slowly, and Black to be innocent. It would also require Pettigrew to be alive somewhere, in hiding for 12 years. Harry stood up, beginning to pace. Black escaped from Azkaban after more than a decade. What if something changed? What if he learned something that made escape suddenly urgent? Like what? Like where Pettigrew is hiding. They looked at each other, the implications settling over them like a weight. If this is true, Ron said carefully, then there's a murderer walking around free while an innocent man spent 12 years with Dementors. And everyone who should have figured this out either didn't notice or didn't care, or actively covered it up. Harry's voice was grim. We need more information. We need to talk to someone who was there. Who? Harry thought about it. There weren't many options. Most of his parents' close friends were dead, and the survivors were either in Azkaban or had reasons to maintain the official story. Except one. Hagrid, he said. Hagrid was the one who took me from Godric's Hollow that night. He knew my parents, knew Black, knew Pettigrew. If anyone can fill in the gaps, it's him. The conversation with Hagrid took place in his hut that weekend, over tea and rock cakes that threatened to crack teeth. Sirius Black. Hagrid's voice was heavy with old grief. Haven't thought about him in years. Tried not to really. What he did. Hagrid, what do you actually remember about that night? The night my parents died? The gamekeeper's beetle-black eyes grew distant. Dumbledore sent me to Godric's Hollow. Said I needed to get you before anyone else did. When I got there, the house was half destroyed. Found ya in your crib, crying but alive. Your mum was. He trailed off. Harry waited. Sirius showed up while I was there. He was desperate, Harry. Begging me to give you to him. Said he was your godfather. Said he had to protect ya. But Dumbledore had told me to bring ya straight to him. So I refused. Hagrid shook his head. Sirius gave me his flying motorbike. Said he wouldn't need it anymore. Then he left. Did he seem guilty? Triumphant? Like someone whose betrayal had just succeeded? Hagrid frowned. No. He seemed broken. Like his whole world had ended. The frown deepened. Never thought about it that way before. Always assumed it was guilt. But did Sirius ever actually say he'd betrayed my parents? Not in so many words. Everyone just knew. It was obvious, wasn't it? He was the secret keeper. But you didn't see him confess. Didn't hear him admit anything. No, Hagrid admitted slowly. I suppose I didn't. Harry pressed forward. Tell me about Peter Pettigrew. What do you remember about him? Peter. Hagrid's expression shifted to something like confused distaste. Weak little thing. Always following your dad and Sirius around. Wanting to be included, but never quite fitting in. He was a nice enough bloke, but I never understood what they saw in him, honestly. Was he the type to betray his friends? I wouldn't have thought so, but Hagrid stopped. Hang on. You don't think. You can't be suggesting Peter was the traitor. I'm suggesting we don't actually know what happened. No trial, no investigation, just assumptions based on who was the most obvious suspect. Harry leaned forward. Hagrid, you knew these people. Looking back now, with fresh eyes, who do you think was more likely to sell out my parents? Sirius Black, their best friend who gave you his most prized possession without hesitation? Or Peter Pettigrew, the weak one who always wanted to be included but never quite fit in? Hagrid was silent for a long moment. His massive hands trembled slightly around his teacup. Blimey, he whispered. Blimey, Harry. I never even questioned it. Nobody did. That's the problem. The confrontation with truth came 3 weeks later, in the Shrieking Shack, under circumstances Harry could never have predicted. It started with Ron's rat. Scabbers had been acting strangely all year, more skittish than usual, trying to escape, losing weight despite eating normally. Harry had noticed but thought nothing of it, until Hermione pointed out something odd. That rat is old, she said one evening, watching Scabbers huddle in Ron's pocket. Ron said he's been in your family for 12 years. But normal rats only live 2 or 3 years at most. Ron shrugged. He's just a tough old thing. But Harry's mind had gone somewhere else entirely. 12 years. The same amount of time Sirius Black had been in Azkaban. The same amount of time since Peter Pettigrew had supposedly died. Ron, Harry said slowly. Where did your family get Scabbers? Percy found him in the garden. What? When? I don't know. Around the time I was starting Hogwarts, so? 12 years ago. Maybe a bit more. Harry stared at the rat. The rat stared back with beady eyes that suddenly seemed far too intelligent for a simple pet. I need to see something, Harry said. Ron, can I borrow Scabbers for a second? What? What? Just trust me. Ron handed over the rat, confusion on his face. Harry held the struggling animal carefully and focused, using the magical detection skills Merlin had drilled into him. Animals had a certain magical signature, faint, barely perceptible, tied to their natural life force. Wizards had a different signature entirely, stronger and more complex. Scabbers lit up like a beacon. This isn't a rat, Harry said. This is an animagus. Everything happened very fast after that. The rat twisted free of Harry's grip and bolted. Harry gave chase, Hermione and Ron close behind, but the creature was fast and knew the castle's passages. They pursued it across the grounds, through a gap in the Whomping Willow's defenses, and into a tunnel that led to the Shrieking Shack. The shack was dark and decrepit, full of broken furniture and years of accumulated dust. Harry emerged from the tunnel with his wand raised, expecting the rat. He found Sirius Black instead. The escaped convict looked like a corpse that had forgotten to stop moving. Gaunt beyond belief, with long matted hair and eyes that burned with desperate intensity in a skull-like face. He was holding the rat in one skeletal hand, and when he saw Harry, he smiled. Harry, you look so much like James. Except your eyes, you have my mother's eyes. I know. Harry kept his wand trained on Black's center mass. I know a lot of things, actually, including the fact that you never had a trial. Something flickered in those burning eyes. You've been investigating. Someone had to. 12 years, and no one ever questioned whether you were actually guilty. Harry's voice was steady despite the adrenaline flooding his system. Is that Peter Pettigrew you're holding? Black's face contorted with hatred, not directed at Harry, but at the struggling rat in his grip. 12 years. I spent 12 years in Azkaban while this piece of filth lived as a pet, safe and comfortable. But I found out. Saw his picture in The Prophet, with your friend's family. Recognized him immediately. Harry, what's going on? Ron had emerged from the tunnel, Hermione behind him. Why is he holding Scabbers? Because Scabbers isn't a rat. He's Peter Pettigrew, the man who actually betrayed my parents. Ron's face went through several expressions. That's insane. Scabbers has been my rat for years. He's just an animagus. I sensed it. Wizard magic, hiding in animal form. Harry turned back to Black. If you're innocent, why didn't you tell anyone? Demand a trial, present evidence. There was no time. I went after Peter that night, meaning to kill him. He was always cleverer than people gave him CR for. When I cornered him, he screamed about how I'd betrayed James and Lily, made sure the whole street heard, then cut off his finger, blew up everything, and transformed. Escaped into the sewers. Black's voice cracked. By the time the Aurors arrived, I was standing in a crater, laughing, because I'd realized how perfectly I'd been played. Pettigrew had framed me so completely that nothing I said would matter. So you just gave up? I gave up on justice, not on revenge. The hatred was back, raw and terrible. When I saw that picture, I knew I finally had a chance. 12 years of waiting, and there he was. I had to get out. Had to end this. Ron was shaking his head. This is mental. Scabbers can't be some dark wizard. He's been sleeping in my bed for years. Which is exactly where a coward would hide, Black snarled. Close to a pure-blood family with connections, safe from anyone who might recognize him. Waiting for his master to return so he could deliver fresh victims. Prove it, Harry said. If that's really Pettigrew, force him to transform. Show us his human form. Black's smile was vicious. With pleasure. He pointed his wand at the rat. Before he could cast, the door burst open and Remus Lupin charged through. Harry's wand snapped toward the new threat, but Lupin's hands were raised, empty and non-threatening. Serious. Wait. Remus. Black's voice was hoarse with emotion. Took you long enough. I saw them on the map. Had to be sure. Lupin's eyes moved from Black to the rat to Harry. I understand now. All these years, I believed, I thought, we all thought what Peter wanted us to think. Black extended the hand holding the squirming rat. Help me prove it. Then you can decide if I deserve your hatred or your help. Lupin hesitated only a moment. Then he drew his wand and stood beside his old friend. Together? Black asked. Together. 2 spells hit the rat simultaneously. Blue light engulfed the small form, and when it faded, a man stood where the animal had been. Peter Pettigrew was everything Hagrid had described: small, round, with watery eyes and a pointed face that reminded Harry disturbingly of a rat, even in human form. He was missing a finger on his right hand, and he looked around wildly, clearly seeking escape. "Sirius, Remus, my old friends." The voice was high and wheedling. "So good to see you after all these years." "Don't." Black's wand was inches from Pettigrew's face. "Don't you dare pretend we're friends. Not after what you did." "What I did?" "Sirius, I don't know what you've been telling people, but I was under the Imperius curse. The Dark Lord forced me to." "The Dark Lord was barely a shadow when you betrayed the Potters," Lupin interrupted quietly. "You chose to give them up. You chose to frame Sirius. You chose to hide for 12 years while an innocent man rotted in prison." Pettigrew's eyes darted to Harry. "Harry, you look just like your father." He would have wanted, "Don't talk about my father." Harry's voice was ice. "You don't have the right. Please. You have to understand. The Dark Lord. He has weapons you can't imagine. I was afraid. I was weak. I never meant for James and Lily to." "You were their secret keeper," Black said. "We switched at the last minute. James thought I was too obvious a target, so we used you instead. The perfect plan. No one would suspect weak little Peter." His laugh was bitter. He was right. No one suspected you at all. The truth hung in the air, irrefutable. Peter Pettigrew, alive and exposed, could no longer deny what he'd done. "What happens now?" Harry asked. "We can't just kill him. We need his testimony to clear Sirius." "Harry's right," Lupin said. "As much as I want to watch him die, Sirius needs official exoneration. Without Peter's confession, he'll spend the rest of his life as a fugitive." Black looked like he was fighting a war with himself. His wand hand trembled, the tip still aimed at Pettigrew's heart. 12 years, he whispered. 12 years with those monsters, reliving my worst memories every day, thinking about James and Lily and how I failed them. And you were safe the whole time, living as a pet, sleeping in warm beds." "Sirius." Harry stepped forward, putting himself partially between Black and Pettigrew. "I need him alive. I need official proof that my parents were betrayed by this piece of filth, not by you. I need my godfather exonerated." Black's burning eyes met Harry's. Something shifted in them, the madness retreating, replaced by something softer. "Godfather." The words seemed to ground him. "James made me your godfather. I was supposed to take care of you if anything happened to them. Then take care of me now. Help me get justice instead of just revenge." For a long moment, Harry wasn't sure which way Black would go. The hatred was still there, 12 years of rage demanding satisfaction. Then Black lowered his wand. "For you," he said roughly. "For James's son. But if he tries to escape, he won't." Harry turned to Pettigrew, letting every ounce of cold threat Merlin had taught him show in his eyes. "Because he knows what I'll do to him if he does." Pettigrew whimpered and didn't move. The walk back to the castle was tense. Lupin kept Pettigrew bound and levitated ahead of them, while Black walked beside Harry, answering the questions that had been building for years. "Your parents knew the danger," Black said quietly. "They accepted it. What they couldn't accept was running, hiding, letting Voldemort win through fear. So they fought. And when they realized Voldemort was targeting them specifically, they went into hiding with the Fidelius charm." "Why switch secret keepers?" "My idea, actually. Everyone knew James and I were close. If Voldemort wanted to find the Potters, I'd be the first person he tortured. Peter was supposed to be a diversion, someone so unlikely that no one would think to target him." Black's laugh was hollow. "It never occurred to us that Peter was already working for the other side. How long had he been a spy?" "I don't know. Long enough that he knew everything. Our plans, our safe houses, our allies. When I realized what had happened, what he'd done, I stopped thinking clearly. I should have gone to Dumbledore. Should have found evidence, built a case. Instead, I went after Peter alone, and he was ready for me." Harry absorbed that. The lesson was clear. Even justified rage could lead to catastrophic mistakes. Black had spent 12 years in prison because he'd let emotion override strategy. "What about the Dementors? How did you survive them?" "The knowledge of my innocence. It wasn't a happy thought, so they couldn't take it from me. I knew I hadn't betrayed James and Lily. I knew Peter was alive. That certainty kept me sane when everything else was stripped away." Black glanced at Harry. "And I thought about you. My godson, alone in the world. I knew I had to survive, had to escape eventually, because you needed someone who would tell you the truth. Dumbledore could have. Dumbledore believed what everyone believed. Or maybe he had reasons of his own for keeping me locked away. I've had 12 years to wonder about that. Black's voice hardened. He's not your friend, Harry. He may not be your enemy, but he's not your friend either. He uses people, moves them around like chess pieces in his grand game. Don't ever forget that. They emerged from the Whomping Willow onto the Hogwarts grounds, the castle visible in the distance. And the night went cold. The Dementors came from everywhere, dozens of them, called by some instinct or alarm, sweeping across the grounds like a tide of darkness. Harry felt the familiar despair washing over him, the screaming in his head, his mother's voice begging for his life. No, Black was stumbling, falling to his knees. 12 years of exposure had left him vulnerable in ways Harry could only imagine. Lupin was struggling too, his concentration broken, Pettigrew's bound form dropping to the ground. The rat-faced man was already transforming, taking advantage of the chaos to make his escape. Harry raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. Silver mist exploded from his wand, but it wasn't enough. The Dementors were too many, the despair too strong. The mist dissipated against the wave of cold. His mother screamed. Harry fell. He was dying. They were all dying, souls being sucked away by creatures that couldn't be fought, couldn't be stopped. No. Harry reached deep inside himself, past the fear, past the despair, to the core of who he was. He thought about his parents dying to save him, about Sirius spending 12 years in hell to protect a truth that mattered, about everyone who'd ever sacrificed for something larger than themselves. Not a happy memory. Something else. Something stronger. Love. Hope. The refusal to surrender even when everything was lost. Expecto Patronum. The stag exploded from his wand. Massive, brilliant, more solid than anything Harry had ever conjured. It charged the Dementors, antlers lowered, and where it struck, the dark creatures fled. The tide broke. The cold retreated. One by one, the Dementors scattered into the night. Harry collapsed to his knees, completely drained. Sirius was unconscious beside him, Lupin barely better. And Peter Pettigrew was gone. No. Harry forced himself to move, scanning the grounds. No, no, no. A flash of movement near the forest's edge. A rat, running faster than natural, disappearing into the underbrush. Harry tried to stand, tried to give chase, but his legs wouldn't cooperate. He'd given everything to the Patronus. There was nothing left. Pettigrew vanished into the darkness, and with him went Sirius's hope of official exoneration. I'm sorry, Harry whispered. I'm so sorry. The aftermath was complicated. Without Pettigrew's testimony, there was no way to prove Sirius's innocence to the Ministry's satisfaction. The official story, mass murderer Sirius Black, remained intact, and the escaped prisoner was still a wanted man. But not everyone followed the official story. I believe you, Dumbledore said, sitting across from Harry in the hospital wing. I believe everything you've told me about that night. Then clear his name. You're the Chief Warlock. You have the authority. I have the authority to convene a trial, which would require evidence. Without Pettigrew, we have only the testimony of 3 students and a werewolf, none of which would carry sufficient weight against 12 years of established narrative. You could vouch for us. Your word means something. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. My word is not what it once was. I've made enemies over the years, Harry. People who would use any excuse to undermine my credibility. If I push too hard on this without proof, they'll turn it into a scandal. It could do more harm than good. Harry wanted to argue, but he recognized the political reality. Dumbledore wasn't refusing to help. He was explaining why help had limits. What happens to Sirius? He's escaped the grounds. I don't know where he's gone, but he's no longer in immediate danger. Dumbledore paused. I've taken steps to ensure the Ministry's search efforts are misdirected. He'll have time to establish himself somewhere safe. Small comfort, but comfort nonetheless. There's something else, Harry said. Something I need to understand. Ask, why wasn't there a trial? 12 years ago, when Sirius was arrested, someone with your position could have demanded one, could have insisted on proper procedure. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. I was grieving. James and Lily were more than former students to me. They were like family. When I heard that Sirius had betrayed them, I was devastated. I wanted the pain to stop, wanted someone to blame, wanted justice to be swift. He met Harry's eyes, and for once, the twinkle was absent. I failed them. I failed you. I let my emotions override my judgment, and an innocent man paid the price. And now I know better. Now I'll do everything in my power to make this right, even if it takes years. Dumbledore stood. Sirius asked me to give you a message before he fled. He said he's proud of you, that James and Lily would be proud too, and that when things are safer, he hopes you'll accept him as family. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Not forgiveness. That would take time, but the beginning of something. A connection. A possibility. Tell him yes. If you can reach him. Dumbledore smiled. I'll find a way. Sirius's first letter arrived a week later, delivered by a tropical bird that definitely hadn't come from anywhere in Britain. Harry, I'm safe. Won't say where. Letters can be intercepted, but somewhere warm, somewhere the ministry hasn't thought to look. Remus is helping me get settled. I know I failed you. Not just now, but 12 years ago when I let myself get caught, get blamed, get locked away instead of being there for you. I should have been smarter. Should have fought harder. Should have found a way. But I'm not giving up. Pettigrew is out there, and eventually he'll make a mistake. When he does, I'll be ready. And when my name is finally cleared, I'm coming for you. Not to take you away from Hogwarts. I know that's where you belong, but to be the family you never had. The godfather I should have been. Your mother was the best person I ever knew. Your father was my brother in everything but blood. They loved you so much, Harry. So much that they died protecting you. I failed them that night, but I won't fail you now. Stay safe. Stay smart. And know that somewhere in the world, someone loves you. Sirius Harry read the letter 3 times, then carefully hid it in his trunk. A secret correspondence with a wanted fugitive wasn't something he could advertise. But late at night, when the dormitory was quiet, he pulled it out and read it again. And for the first time in his life, he understood what it meant to have family that actually wanted him. The Patronus, Merlin said that night, when Harry finally made it to the room of requirement. That was exceptional work. It wasn't a happy memory. It was something else. I know. I saw it through your eyes. Merlin's expression was thoughtful. The Patronus charm as it's taught requires happy memories because that's the simplest approach. Positive emotions to counter negative ones. But the true heart of the spell is hope. Defiance. The refusal to succumb to despair even when despair is all that's left. Is that why it took the form of a stag? Your father's form. His animagus shape. Merlin nodded. The Patronus reflects the soul, Harry. Not just who you are, but who you come from. Your father's legacy, transformed into a weapon you can use. Harry thought about that. About carrying his father's shape into battle against the creatures of darkness. About the connection between past and present, death and hope. I want to learn more. About my parents, about the war, about everything that happened before I was born. That's wise. Understanding history is essential to navigating the present. Merlin paused. But be careful about which sources you trust. The official histories were written by the victors, and the victors had reasons to shape the narrative in certain ways. Seek out primary sources. Talk to people who were there. And always remember that everyone has an agenda, even the people who seem most trustworthy. Like Dumbledore. Like Dumbledore. Like me. Merlin's voice was frank. I've been honest about my agenda, training you to survive, preparing you for the wars to come. But that doesn't mean my perspective is complete or my methods are always right. Question everything, Harry. Even my teachings. Harry nodded slowly. It was uncomfortable advice, but valuable. Blind trust was a weakness, no matter who it was directed at. What's next? In the training, I mean. Combat integration. You've been learning physical techniques and magical techniques separately. Now we start combining them. Fighting while casting, casting while moving, making the two disciplines seamless. Merlin's eyes glinted. It's harder than anything you've done so far. But the Dementors proved you're ready for harder. Harry stood, rolling his shoulders, feeling the familiar anticipation that came before a training session. Show me. The summer passed differently than previous ones. Harry stayed at the Dursleys for the minimum required time. The blood protection Dumbledore had mentioned needed periodic renewal, then escaped to other locations. A week with the Weasleys, who welcomed him with a warmth that still surprised him. A few days with Hermione and her parents, experiencing the Muggle world from a different perspective. And scattered throughout, secret meetings with Sirius, arranged through coded letters and hidden portkeys. His godfather was recovering. The gaunt, desperate man from the shrieking shack had begun to fill out, to regain some of the charm and vitality that had apparently defined him in younger days. They talked for hours, about James and Lily, about the war, about the future Harry was facing. "Voldemort isn't dead," Sirius said one evening, on a beach somewhere warm and anonymous. "You know that better than anyone. He's out there, waiting, planning his return. And when he comes back, he'll come for you. I know. Your training, the secret lessons you've been taking, are they preparing you for that?" Harry hesitated. He hadn't told Sirius about Merlin. Hadn't told anyone except his core group. But Sirius was family now, or trying to be. "Yes," he said finally. "I'm being trained by someone who knew Voldemort's type before Voldemort existed. Someone who understands the kind of magic he uses." Sirius studied him. "You're not going to tell me more than that." "I can't. Not yet. But I trust this person as much as I trust anyone." "Then that's enough for me." Sirius leaned back, looking up at the stars. "Your parents died fighting, Harry. They knew the risks and accepted them because some things are worth dying for. But they didn't want you to have to fight. They wanted you to have a normal life, a chance at happiness. That was never going to happen. No, it wasn't. Voldemort made sure of that when he chose to target you." Sirius's voice hardened. "But here's what I want you to understand. You don't owe anyone a sacrifice. Not Dumbledore, not the Ministry, not the wizarding world that did nothing to protect you. If you choose to fight, let it be because you want to, because you believe in something, not because others have decided you're a weapon to be pointed at their enemies." Harry thought about that for a long time. About the prophecy Dumbledore had hinted at, the destiny everyone seemed to assume he'd fulfill. About choice versus obligation. "I'm going to fight," he said finally. "Not because I have to. Because I watched that creature possess Quirrell, watched him try to come back through Ginny, watched the chaos he causes even as a shadow. I'm going to fight because someone has to, and I'm in a position to actually make a difference." Sirius smiled, and there was pride in it. The kind of pride Harry had always imagined having parents would feel. "That's exactly what your father would have said." The third year ended with more questions than answers, but also with something Harry had never had before, a foundation. He had friends who knew his secrets and supported him anyway. He had a godfather who loved him and wanted to be part of his life. He had training that was making him genuinely dangerous, and knowledge that was preparing him for challenges still to come. And somewhere in the darkness, Peter Pettigrew was running to rejoin his master, running to help Voldemort return. The war was coming. Harry could feel it, like a storm building on the horizon. But when it finally broke, he would be ready. Chapter 7. The Prisoner and the Truth. The summer after the graveyard was the worst of Harry's life, and not because of the Dursleys. He spent the days in a fog of memory and anticipation, replaying Cedric's near death, the ritual, Voldemort's rebirth. The nights were worse. Dreams of green light and screaming, of graveyards and cauldrons, of red eyes that promised death was only the beginning. Merlin's portrait remained at Hogwarts, inaccessible. Sirius's letters were sporadic and heavily coded, impossible to discuss anything substantial. Harry trained alone, pushing his body through brutal routines that left him too exhausted to think, using physical pain to drown out the mental kind. The wizarding world had split into two camps, those who believed Voldemort had returned and those who insisted Harry was lying. The Daily Prophet led the charge against him, running stories about attention-seeking behavior and mental instability. The Ministry, under Cornelius Fudge's increasingly paranoid leadership, refused to acknowledge the threat. "They're going to get people killed," Harry said to Hedwig one night, the owl being his only available confidant. "Voldemort is rebuilding his forces while they stick their heads in the sand." Hedwig hooted sympathetically and preened Harry's hair. It wasn't much comfort. The Dementors came on a Tuesday. Harry was walking through Little Whinging's most neglected park, trying to clear his head, when the temperature dropped and the stars began to go out. He recognized the sensation immediately, the cold, the despair, the way happy thoughts turned to ash. Two of them, gliding through the darkness toward him, hoods gaping, rattling breath audible even from 50 feet away. Harry's wand was in his hand before conscious thought caught up. Expecto Patronum. The stag burst forth, brilliant and solid, exactly as powerful as it had been in the graveyard when desperation had forced it out. It charged the Dementors, antlers lowered, driving them back into the night. But the damage was done. Harry had used magic outside of school, in a Muggle area, in front of a witness, Dudley, who had collapsed nearby, whimpering and twitching from the Dementor's effect. The Ministry's response came within hours. Expelled. Want to be destroyed. Hearing before the full Wizengamot on charges of violating the statute of secrecy. Harry read the letter 3 times, waiting for the rage to come. It didn't. Instead, he felt cold clarity settling over him. The same focus that came before combat. Someone had sent those Dementors. Someone with authority over the creatures, which meant someone in the Ministry. The attack hadn't been random. It had been targeted, designed to either kill Harry or give the Ministry an excuse to destroy him legally. They wanted him silenced. Discred. Removed from the board. Harry wasn't going to make it easy for them. The Order of the Phoenix extracted him from Privet Drive 2 days later. A flying escort of witches and wizards who looked at him with varying degrees of pity, respect, and wariness. They brought him to a crumbling townhouse in London that materialized between 2 Muggle buildings like a magic trick. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Sirius's family home. Headquarters of the Resistance. Harry. Sirius pulled him into a bone-crushing hug the moment he crossed the threshold. Thank Merlin you're all right. When I heard about the Dementors, I'm fine. Better than fine. Harry pulled back, taking in his godfather's appearance. Sirius looked healthier than their last meeting, though the shadows behind his eyes hadn't fully faded. I need to know everything. What's happening with the Ministry, with Voldemort, with the hearing? Always straight to business. Sirius's smile was wan but genuine. Come on. The others are waiting. The kitchen of Grimmauld Place was crowded with familiar and unfamiliar faces. Dumbledore at the head of the table, looking grave. Lupin beside him, worn but alert. Snape in the corner, expression unreadable. Mad-Eye Moody, the real one, recovered from months of imprisonment, with both eyes fixed on Harry. And scattered around them, a dozen other witches and wizards who must be Order members. Mr. Potter. Dumbledore gestured to an empty chair. Please sit. We have much to discuss. Harry sat. The room's attention focused on him like a physical weight. The hearing is set for August 12th, Dumbledore began. The Ministry is treating this as a criminal matter rather than a simple disciplinary case. Highly irregular for underage magic violations. Fudge wants to make an example of you. He wants to shut me up. Indeed. Your continued insistence that Voldemort has returned threatens his political position. Discring you would serve his purposes admirably. So what's the plan? I'll represent you before the Wizengamot. The case against you is weak. Self-defense against Dementors is clearly justified, and the Ministry's own creatures being used in such an attack raises troubling questions. Dumbledore's eyes held Harry's. But I must warn you, this is politics as much as law. The outcome will depend on factors beyond the merits of your case. Factors like who Fudge has bribed and who's too scared to oppose him. A flicker of something, approval, crossed Dumbledore's face. Precisely. We've been working to shore up support among the more independent Wizengamot members, but nothing is certain. Harry absorbed that. His future, his ability to practice magic, to return to Hogwarts, to fight Voldemort, depended on political maneuvering and the courage of strangers. He hated it, but he understood it. What else? What's Voldemort doing while the Ministry pretends he doesn't exist? The room stirred. Glances were exchanged. Finally, Sirius spoke. He's rebuilding. Quietly. Contacting old supporters, recruiting new ones, gathering resources. The Death Eaters who escaped Azkaban after the graveyard have gone underground. We're tracking them as best we can, but it's not enough. Moody interrupted, his magical eye spinning. The Dark Lord has a year's head start while the Ministry sat on its arse. He's got agents everywhere. The Prophet, the Wizengamot, probably inside this room for all we know. Alastair, Lupin said warningly. It's the truth, and the boy deserves to hear it. He's in this deeper than any of us. Moody's gaze fixed on Harry. Your little duel in the graveyard bought us time, Potter. The Dark Lord's scared of you, doesn't understand why his killing curse didn't work, doesn't want to face you until he's figured it out. That fear is keeping him cautious. But it won't last forever. Harry thought about that. Voldemort, afraid of him. It seemed absurd. An 11-year-old with a few years of training against a Dark Lord who'd terrorized Britain for decades. But the wand connection, the failed curse, the prophecy that bound them together. Maybe it wasn't so absurd after all. What can I do? Harry asked. Besides survive the hearing and go back to school, what can I actually contribute? More glances. Dumbledore shifted in his chair. For now, very little. The Order's activities must remain secret, and involving a student would compromise our operations. He held up a hand to forestall Harry's protest. I know you're capable. I know you've faced dangers most adult wizards never will. But there are reasons for caution that go beyond protecting you. What reasons? The prophecy, for one. Voldemort is desperate to learn its full contents. If he captures you, uses legilimency to extract your memories, he could gain access to Order secrets that would devastate our efforts. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but firm. For now, the best thing you can do is keep your head down, continue your training, and prepare for the battles to come. Harry wanted to argue, wanted to demand a more active role, to be treated as the warrior he was becoming rather than the child everyone saw. But Dumbledore wasn't wrong. Harry was a vulnerability. The prophecy made him one, regardless of his skills. And rushing into action without proper preparation was exactly the kind of mistake Sirius had made 12 years ago. Fine, he said, but I want information. Everything the Order knows about Voldemort's activities, his forces, his plans. I can't prepare for battles I don't understand. That's reasonable. Dumbledore nodded. We'll include you in relevant briefings, with appropriate precautions. It wasn't everything Harry wanted, but it was something. The hearing arrived with the kind of anxiety Harry associated with facing dragons. The Ministry of Magic was a cathedral of bureaucracy, marble floors, gilded elevators, witches and wizards bustling through corridors with expressions of studied importance. Harry followed Dumbledore through the maze, hyper-aware of the stares and whispers that followed him. The boy who lied, he heard someone mutter. Attention seeker, another agreed. Harry kept his face blank and his mind focused. He'd faced worse than gossip. The courtroom was deliberately intimidating. A vast chamber ringed with tiered seats, 50 Wisengamot members staring down at the single chair in the center. Chains hung from the chair's arms, ready to bind accused prisoners. Harry sat. The chains clinked but didn't close. A small victory. Cornelius Fudge presided, his bowler hat slightly askew, his expression a mask of righteous authority. Beside him, a woman in pink robes watched Harry with a smile that made his skin crawl. Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary, according to the nameplate. The accused is present, Fudge announced. Harry James Potter, charged with performing magic in a Muggle-inhabited area, in the presence of a Muggle, in violation of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery and Section 13 of the International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy. The charges sounded worse than they were. Harry waited. How do you plead? Not guilty. Harry's voice was steady. I performed magic in self-defense against Dementors. The law specifically allows for magic use in life-threatening situations. Dementors and little whinging? Fudge's laugh was dismissive. A likely story. The Dementors are under Ministry control. They would not attack a wizard without cause. And yet they did. I have a witness, my cousin, Dudley Dursley, who was affected by them and can testify to their presence. A Muggle witness. Hardly credible. The Muggle in question was the reason I'm charged with violating secrecy laws. You can't have it both ways, Minister. Either he was present and can testify, or he wasn't and the charge is invalid. The courtroom stirred. A few Wisengamot members nodded at the logic. Dumbledore rose. If I may, I have additional evidence. Mrs. Arabella Figg, a squib residing in Little Whinging, also witnessed the attack. She is prepared to testify. Fudge's face reddened. This is highly irregular. No more irregular than scheduling a disciplinary hearing at the same time the Wisengamot was originally supposed to convene, then changing the time without notifying the accused. Dumbledore's voice was mild, but the accusation landed like a slap. One might almost think the Ministry wanted Mr. Potter to miss his own hearing. The chamber erupted. Members began arguing among themselves. Fudge pounded his gavel, face now fully crimson. Order! Order! The chaos subsided slowly. Mrs. Figg was brought in, a batty old woman Harry vaguely recognized from childhood, and gave her testimony. She described the Dementors clearly enough, though her account of the Patronus was muddled. It didn't matter. The point was made. Dementors had been present. Harry had defended himself. The ministry's case was falling apart. The vote was close, too close for comfort, but the verdict came back not guilty. Harry was cleared of all charges. Fudge looked like he'd swallowed something rotten. Umbridge's smile never wavered, but something cold settled behind her eyes. They'd lost this battle, but the war was far from over. Mr. Potter. Umbridge's voice stopped Harry as he was leaving. A word, if you please. Harry turned. The woman approached, her pink robes somehow more threatening than any Death Eater mask. I want you to know, she said softly, that this changes nothing. You may have escaped today, but liars and attention seekers eventually face consequences. I'll be watching you very closely this year. I look forward to it, Madam Umbridge. Harry kept his voice polite. It's always good to have witnesses. Her smile flickered. Harry walked away before she could respond. The return to Hogwarts brought new complications. Dolores Umbridge had been appointed defense against the dark arts professor, the ministry's response to Dumbledore's dangerous lies about Voldemort's return. She transformed the classroom into a propaganda exercise, forcing students to read ministry-approved textbooks that taught nothing of practical value. Wands away, she said on the first day. You won't need them in this class. We're not going to learn defensive spells. Hermione asked. There's nothing out there that requires you to know defensive spells, Miss Granger. The ministry has determined that a theoretical approach is more appropriate for your age group. Harry felt his temper rising, but forced it down. Confronting Umbridge directly would accomplish nothing except detention. Instead, he began planning. She's crippling us deliberately, Harry told his friends that evening in the room of requirement. Merlin's portrait watched from its stand, silent but attentive. If Voldemort attacks while we can barely cast a shield charm, we're all dead. What do you want to do about it? Ron asked. Teach them myself. Not just us, anyone who wants to learn. A secret defense group, meeting outside of class, learning what Umbridge won't teach. Hermione's eyes lit up. That's brilliant. We could call it, I don't know, a study group. Something innocent sounding. Dumbledore's army, Neville said quietly. If Fudge is so afraid of Dumbledore having a personal army, let's give him one. Harry smiled. It was the first genuine smile he'd felt in months. Dumbledore's army began with a meeting at the Hog's Head, 25 students who wanted to learn how to fight. Harry watched them sign their names to Hermione's enchanted parchment and felt the weight of responsibility settling onto his shoulders. These people were trusting him to teach them, to prepare them, to keep them alive when the war came for real. He couldn't afford to fail. The DA sessions became the highlight of Harry's week. The room of requirement transformed into a perfect training space. Dueling dummies, cushioned floors, targets for spell practice. Harry taught everything Merlin had given him that was appropriate for group learning. Shield charms, stunning spells, disarming hexes, the basics of magical combat. The students improved rapidly. By October, most could cast a reliable Protego. By November, they were dueling each other with surprising competence. Even Neville, who'd always struggled with traditional spell work, found his footing when the magic had practical purpose. You're a good teacher, Hermione observed one evening, watching Harry correct Lavender Brown's wand grip. I had a good teacher. Harry glanced at Merlin's portrait, which they'd moved to the DA space for sessions. The ancient wizard nodded almost imperceptibly. They're developing well, Merlin said later, when the session ended and they were alone. Better than I expected for their age and background. You've given them confidence, which matters as much as technique. It's not enough. We've got, 30 students who can cast basic combat spells. Against Death Eaters with decades of experience. Against Death Eaters, most of them would lose. But against common threats? Ambushes, surprise attacks, situations where speed and instinct matter more than raw power. Merlin's voice was thoughtful. They might surprise you. And more importantly, they've learned that they can fight back. That's worth more than any specific spell. Harry hoped he was right, because the threats were multiplying faster than he could prepare for. Umbridge's grip on the school tightened throughout the autumn. She formed an inquisitorial squad. Slytherin students granted authority to dock points and patrol corridors. She began issuing educational decrees that restricted everything from student organizations to what teachers could discuss in class. She put Hogwarts under effective martial law, all while maintaining that sweet, poisonous smile. Harry watched it happen and planned his response. She's going to find out about the DA eventually, he told his inner circle. Ron, Hermione, Neville, and now Daphne, who'd proven herself repeatedly over the past year. Someone will slip, or she'll get lucky, or one of her Slytherin toadies will piece it together. So we shut it down? Ron asked. No. We prepare for discovery. Contingency plans. Escape routes. Ways to protect the members who aren't ready for the consequences. And the members who are ready? Daphne's voice was cool, analytical. They get advanced training. Combat magic, infiltration techniques, how to resist interrogation. Harry's expression hardened. Umbridge is just the preview. The real enemy is out there, building power, waiting to strike. Anyone who wants to fight needs to be ready for much worse than detention. The advanced group formed quietly, a dozen students who understood the stakes and accepted the risks. Harry pushed them harder than the main DA, teaching techniques that crossed lines the Ministry would never approve. This is borderline illegal, Hermione said after one session, watching Harry demonstrate a curse that could shatter bones. The things we're going to face are very illegal. The question isn't whether the magic is acceptable. It's whether we survive long enough to argue about ethics afterward. Hermione didn't disagree. That told Harry everything about how far they'd all come. The vision came on a cold December night. Harry was in the middle of a clemency practice. Snape had been teaching him, under Dumbledore's orders, when something smashed through his mental shields like a battering ram. He was in a corridor, dark, underground, lined with doors. He was angry, frustrated, searching for something. No, someone was searching. He was watching through someone else's eyes. A man appeared ahead. Red hair, familiar face. Arthur Weasley. Rage surged through Harry, through the other consciousness. And then he was striking, biting, sinking fangs into flesh. Harry screamed and fell out of his chair, crashing to Snape's office floor. Potter, what happened? Mr. Weasley. Harry was gasping, shaking, barely coherent. He's been attacked. A snake. In the Ministry. He's bleeding, Snape's face went pale. He grabbed Harry and hauled him to his feet. Can you see where? Specifically, Department of Mysteries. One of the corridors. He's dying. We have to. Snape was already moving, dragging Harry toward Dumbledore's office. What followed was chaos. Fireplace conversations, order members mobilizing, healers dispatched to the Ministry. Harry sat in a corner, shaking, unable to get the taste of blood out of his mouth. Arthur Weasley survived. Barely. The healers got to him in time, but only because Harry's vision had provided warning. The connection to Voldemort had saved a life, but it had also revealed something terrifying. He was in my head, Harry told Dumbledore afterward. Or I was in his. I saw through the snake's eyes because Voldemort was controlling it, and somehow I was linked to him. Dumbledore's expression was grave. The connection between you has grown stronger. Your scar isn't just a wound. It's a link to Voldemort's mind. One that works both ways. Both ways. You can see his thoughts when his emotions are particularly strong. But the reverse is also true. If he realizes the connection exists, he could use it to send you false visions, to manipulate your actions, or to extract information from your mind. Harry felt cold. All his occlumency training, all his mental defenses, useless against a connection he hadn't known existed. How do I stop it? You can't. Not entirely. But you can learn to recognize when the connection is active, to shield your thoughts even while perceiving his. Dumbledore leaned forward. This is why I asked Severus to teach you occlumency. The lessons must intensify. You cannot afford to be vulnerable to this kind of intrusion. Harry nodded, accepting the necessity. But he was also thinking about what the vision had revealed. Voldemort was searching for something. Something in the Department of Mysteries. Something he wanted badly enough to send a possessed snake after Ministry guards. The prophecy. It had to be. The full prophecy that had marked Harry as Voldemort's enemy, stored somewhere in the Ministry, waiting to be recovered. Harry needed to know what it said, and he suspected Voldemort wasn't the only one. The spring brought escalation. Umbridge discovered the DA through a combination of bad luck and betrayal. Marietta Edgecombe, pressured by her Ministry-employed mother, revealed the group's existence. The Inquisitorial Squad raided the Room of Requirement during a session, and only quick thinking by the members prevented mass expulsion. Dumbledore took the blame. He vanished from Hogwarts in a spectacular display of power, leaving Umbridge as acting headmistress and the school in chaos. He protected us, Hermione said, stunned by the turn of events. He knew it would mean exile, and he did it anyway. He protected the cause, Harry corrected. The DA can continue. His leadership of the order can continue. He sacrificed his position to preserve both. He paused. It was strategically brilliant. I just wish it hadn't been necessary. With Dumbledore gone, the DA went deeper underground. Meetings became more covert, smaller groups, constantly shifting locations. Harry taught with new urgency, knowing that the protection of Hogwarts was weaker than ever. And through it all, the visions continued. Flashes of Voldemort's emotions, triumph, rage, anticipation. He was close to something, getting closer every day. The trap was sprung in June. Harry saw Sirius being tortured in the Department of Mysteries, saw Voldemort's wand rising and falling, saw his godfather screaming, saw everything he'd feared since learning about the connection. He knew it might be a false vision, knew Voldemort might be manipulating him, but he couldn't take the chance. I have to go, he told Hermione. I have to save him. It could be a trap. I know, but if it's real, and I do nothing, Sirius dies. Harry's voice broke slightly. He's the only family I have. I can't just... Then we go together. Ron stepped forward, jaw set. All of us. The DA. No. This is my fight. My responsibility. Rubbish. Neville's voice was quiet but firm. You taught us to fight. You trusted us with the truth about what's coming. We're not going to let you walk into danger alone. Harry looked at his friends. Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna Lovegood, Ginny Weasley. All of them ready to risk their lives for him. For Sirius. For the cause they'd sworn themselves to. He couldn't refuse them. Didn't want to. All right. But we do this smart. We have a plan. And if things go wrong, anyone who can escape, escapes. No heroic last stands. Understood. They nodded. And Harry began to plan. The Department of Mysteries was everything Harry's visions had suggested. A labyrinth of rooms containing magical artifacts, each more dangerous than the last. They fought through obstacles, searching for the Hall of Prophecy, searching for Sirius. He wasn't there. The prophecy was a small glass orb with Harry's name on it, sitting on a shelf among thousands of others. The trap had worked exactly as Voldemort intended. Harry Potter. Lucius Malfoy emerged from the shadows, Death Eaters flanking him. We've been expecting you. The battle that followed was brutal. 6 students against a dozen Death Eaters, fighting through rooms that shifted and changed around them. Harry clutched the prophecy, the thing Voldemort wanted, the thing that had started everything, and tried to keep his friends alive. They fled through the time room, the space room, the brain room. Ron was injured by strange tendrils. Hermione fell to a curse that left her unconscious. Luna and Ginny were separated, fighting their own desperate battles. Harry and Neville ended up in the Death Chamber, a vast amphitheater centered on an ancient stone archway draped with a tattered black veil. The archway radiated wrongness, death magic, old and patient and hungry. Give me the prophecy, Potter. Lucius's wand was raised, his expression coldly triumphant. Give it to me, and I'll let your friends live. You'll kill us anyway. Perhaps, but you'll die knowing you tried. Lucius stepped closer. The Dark Lord has waited a long time for this. The prophecy that marked you as his enemy. The reason he hunted your parents. The reason you've been a thorn in his side for 15 years. Don't you want to know what it says? Harry did. Desperately. But he wasn't going to give Voldemort the satisfaction. I'll pass. He threw the prophecy at the stone floor. Glass shattered. Blue lights swirled and dissipated. Whatever the prophecy had said, no one would ever know. Lucius screamed in rage, and then the order arrived. Reinforcements poured through the doors. Sirius, Lupin, Moody, Tonks, Kingsley, others. The Death Eaters fell back, suddenly outnumbered, suddenly outmatched. Harry fought his way towards Sirius, relief flooding through him. His godfather was alive. The vision had been false. They'd survived the trap. Then Bellatrix Lestrange raised her wand. Avada Kedavra. Harry moved without thinking. He slammed into Sirius, tackling him to the ground, feeling the curse pass so close that it singed his hair. They rolled, coming up together, wands raised. Bellatrix was already fleeing, cackling madly, heading for the exits. Harry, are you? I'm fine. Go. Help the others. Sirius hesitated, torn between protecting Harry and fighting the retreating Death Eaters. Harry made the decision for him, sprinting after Bellatrix. He chased her through the ministry, dodging curses, driven by rage he couldn't quite control. She tried to kill Sirius. She'd tortured Neville's parents into insanity. She was everything evil about the old order, and Harry wanted her to pay. The atrium was empty when they reached it. Bellatrix spun, facing him, her expression manic with delight. Little baby Potter, trying to play with the adults. Does it hurt, knowing you can't save anyone? That everyone you love will die? The only one dying tonight is you. They dueled. Bellatrix was skilled. Decades of dark magic, genuine talent, no conscience to hold her back. Harry matched her with everything Merlin had taught him, pushing past his limits, finding reserves he hadn't known existed. He was winning. Slowly, painfully, but winning. Then Voldemort arrived. The Dark Lord materialized in the center of the atrium, pale and terrible, red eyes blazing with cold fury. Enough. Harry barely had time to raise a shield before the curse hit him. He flew backward, crashing into the fountain of magical brethren, stones shattering around him. Voldemort approached, wand raised. You've cost me the prophecy, Harry. That was unwise. There will be consequences. Harry struggled to his feet. His body screamed in protest, but he forced it to obey. Try it. Last time we dueled, I walked away. Last time, I was unprepared for the connection between our wands. That won't happen again. Voldemort smiled. Goodbye, Harry Potter. The killing curse flew, and Dumbledore appeared. The headmaster materialized between Harry and death, deflecting the curse with a shield that burned white-hot. Then he was attacking, dueling Voldemort with magic that made the air itself cry out. Harry watched, barely comprehending. This was power beyond anything he'd witnessed. Two wizards at the peak of their abilities, reality bending around them as they fought. Statues animated to defend, curses twisted through impossible angles. The floor melted and reformed in the space of heartbeats. Voldemort tried something new. His form dissolved into black smoke, shooting toward Harry, trying to possess him. Pain. Worse than anything Harry had ever felt. Voldemort was inside his mind, pressing against his consciousness, trying to take control. Give in, a voice whispered. Let me in. We are the same, Harry. We have always been the same. Harry felt his will crumbling. The pain was too much. The presence too strong. He couldn't fight forever. But then he thought of Sirius. Of Ron and Hermione and Neville. Of everyone who loved him, everyone he loved, everyone who'd be lost if he failed. And love, it turned out, was something Voldemort couldn't stand. Harry pushed back. Not with magic, not with a clemency, but with pure emotion. Every happy memory, every moment of connection, every bond he'd formed in his life. He threw it at Voldemort like a weapon. The Dark Lord screamed and fled Harry's mind, reconstituting in the physical world, face twisted with rage and something that might have been fear. Aurors were arriving. Ministry personnel, finally alerted to the battle. Voldemort looked at the growing crowd, at Dumbledore, standing ready to resume the duel, at Harry still on his feet despite everything. This isn't over, he hissed. And then he was gone. The aftermath was chaos. The Ministry could no longer deny Voldemort's return. Dozens of witnesses had seen him in the atrium. Fudge was out within days, replaced by Rufus Scrimgeour, who at least acknowledged the threat. The war Harry had been warning about for a year was finally, officially real. Harry spent a week in the hospital wing, recovering from injuries both physical and magical. His friends were there, battered but alive, all of them. They'd walked into a trap and walked out again. You saved my life, Sirius said one evening, sitting by Harry's bed. That curse would have hit me if you hadn't. You'd have done the same for me. That's not the point. The point is you nearly died protecting someone else. That's not just courage, Harry. That's love. Harry looked away, uncomfortable with the weight of the word. I just reacted. Exactly. Your instinct was to save someone you care about, even at the cost of yourself. That's the opposite of everything Voldemort is. Sirius leaned forward. He tried to possess you, and you drove him out. Do you understand what that means? It hurt. A lot. It means love is your weapon. The thing that makes you different from him, stronger than him. He can't touch you, Harry. Not where it matters. Harry thought about that. About his mother's sacrifice, about the friends who'd risked their lives tonight, about the connections he'd built and would continue to build. Maybe Sirius was right. Maybe love was stronger than hate, than darkness, than fear. Or maybe it was just one more tool in an arsenal that would need every weapon it could find. I want to know about the prophecy, Harry said. The real one. Dumbledore knows it, doesn't he? Sirius hesitated. He does. He's been protective of that information. I need to hear it. Whatever it says about me and Voldemort, I need to know. Sirius nodded slowly. I'll talk to him. It's time you had all the pieces. The prophecy came 3 days later. Dumbledore visited Harry personally, looking older than ever, the weight of decades pressing down on him. Sybil Trelawney made a prediction before you were born, he said. A prophecy about a child who would have the power to defeat the Dark Lord. That prophecy marked you as Voldemort's equal and his potential destroyer. He told Harry the words, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry absorbed the prophecy, feeling its weight settle onto him like chains. Either I kill him or he kills me. In essence, yes. And the power he knows not. Love, I believe. The protection your mother created. The connections you've built. The ability to care about others in a way Voldemort is incapable of. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. You are not alone in this, Harry. You have never been alone. Harry wanted to believe that. Wanted to take comfort in the friends and allies who surrounded him. But in the end, the prophecy was clear. Either must die at the hand of the other. When the final confrontation came, Harry would face Voldemort alone. All the training, all the preparation, all the love in the world, it would come down to one moment. One battle. One survivor. Harry looked at Dumbledore, at the old man who'd spent decades fighting this war, and made a decision. Teach me everything, he said. Everything you know about Voldemort. Everything that might help me win. No more secrets. No more protection. I need to be ready. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly he nodded. Very well, Harry. Let us begin. The war was coming. The prophecy was spoken. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, began to prepare for the battle that would decide everything. Chapter 9. War begins. The war came to Hogwarts on a night in May. Harry had known it was coming. Voldemort's patience had limits, and with 5 Horcruxes destroyed, diary, ring, locket, diadem, cup, the Dark Lord was running out of anchors. His behavior had grown erratic, his attacks more desperate. The connection through Harry's scar burned almost constantly now, a window into a mind unraveling at the edges. They'd returned to Hogwarts to search for the final Horcrux. Harry wasn't certain one existed beyond himself and the snake, but Dumbledore had believed in 7, and Harry wasn't willing to risk being wrong. The castle held secrets even its headmasters didn't know, rooms forgotten for centuries, artifacts hidden by founders dead 1,000 years. If another Horcrux existed, Hogwarts was the most likely place to find it. The alarm came at midnight. Ancient wards screaming, Patronus messages flooding in from scouts, the castle itself seeming to shudder with recognition of the threat approaching. He's coming, Harry said, the words unnecessary. Everyone could feel it, the pressure building, the darkness gathering, the moment they'd spent years preparing for finally arriving. McGonagall took command with the efficiency of a general. Students below 4th year evacuated through the Room of Requirements emergency passage. Older students given the choice to fight or flee. Teachers and order members taking positions throughout the castle, preparing defenses that might hold for hours or might crumble in minutes. Harry gathered his inner circle in the entrance hall. This is it, he said. Everything we've trained for, everything we've planned. Voldemort is coming, and he's not leaving until one of us is dead. The snake, Hermione said. That has to be our priority. Kill Nagini, and he's mortal. Neville. Harry turned to his friend. You're on snake duty. I've got something for you. He pulled the sword of Gryffindor from his bag. The blade gleamed in the torchlight, goblin-made steel that could destroy any Horcrux. Harry had retrieved it from the sorting hat earlier that day, preparing for this moment. I can't, Neville started. You can. You're the only one I trust with this. When you see the snake, don't hesitate. Don't think. Just strike. Neville took the sword. His hand trembled slightly, but his grip was firm. I won't let you down. I know you won't. Harry turned to the others. Ron, Hermione, you're with the main defense. Keep the Death Eaters busy protect the students, do whatever it takes to buy us time. Where will you be? Ron asked. Finding Voldemort. Ending this. Harry, Hermione's voice broke. I know. Harry pulled them both into a fierce hug. I know. But this is what I was born for. Literally, according to the prophecy. Let me do what I have to do. He released them and found Daphne standing slightly apart, her expression unreadable. Political allies don't usually participate in last stands, Harry said. I stopped being just a political ally a long time ago. She stepped forward, took his face in her hands, and kissed him. The kiss was brief but intense, carrying everything they'd never said, every feeling they'd buried under strategy and necessity. Don't die, she said when they parted. I'll try. I mean it, Potter. You owe me a proper conversation after this. About us. About what we're going to do when the war is over. When the war is over, Harry agreed. I promise. She nodded once, stepped back, and drew her wand. Now go. I'll hold this position. Harry went. The battle for Hogwarts was like nothing Harry had ever experienced. Spells filled the air in every direction, stunning spells, killing curses, explosions of elemental magic. Giants crashed against the castle walls while defenders rained fire from the parapets. Acromantulas poured from the forbidden forest, only to be met by a phalanx of house elves led by Creature, fighting with knives and deadly determination. Harry moved through the chaos like a ghost, using every skill Merlin had taught him to avoid engagement. He couldn't afford to be slowed down, couldn't waste energy on fights that wouldn't end the war. Voldemort was waiting. Harry could feel him through the scar, anticipation, hunger, the terrible focus of a predator who'd finally cornered his prey. The Dark Lord stood in the forbidden forest, in a clearing Harry recognized from dreams. Death Eaters surrounded him in a loose circle, Nagini coiled at his feet. The snake's eyes gleamed with malevolent intelligence, tracking Harry's approach. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice carried across the clearing. The boy who lived. Come to die. Come to end this. Harry stopped 20 feet away, wand raised. One way or another. Bravado. How tedious. Voldemort's red eyes swept over Harry dismissively. You've destroyed my Horcruxes. All but 2. Did you think I wouldn't notice? I was counting on it. I wanted you scared. Something flickered in Voldemort's expression, not fear, but recognition. The acknowledgement that Harry was no longer a child to be dismissed. I'm going to kill you, Voldemort said. But first, I want you to understand something. Everything you've fought for, everyone you've tried to protect, they're going to die too. Tonight, the castle falls. Tomorrow, the Ministry. Within a year, every Muggle born in Britain will be dead or enslaved, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. You're wrong. Am I? Look around you. My forces outnumber yours 3-1. Your precious order is scattered and broken. Dumbledore is dead, killed by one of your own. Voldemort smiled. What hope do you possibly have? Harry thought about his friends, fighting even now to hold the castle. About Neville, somewhere in the darkness, hunting a snake. About everyone who'd stood with him, believed in him, chosen to fight despite the odds. I have something you don't, Harry said. Something you've never understood and never will. Love. Voldemort's laugh was high and cold. That weakness your mother clung to as she died. I've heard this speech before, Potter. It didn't save her, and it won't save you. Not just love. Connection. The people who fight beside me aren't serving out of fear, they chose to be here. They believe in something bigger than themselves. That's a power you can't match, no matter how many Horcruxes you make. Words. Pretty words from a dying boy. Voldemort raised his wand. Goodbye, Harry Potter. Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus. The spells met between them, and the world exploded into light. The connection formed instantly, their wands locking together, golden threads stretching between them. But this time was different from the graveyard. This time, Harry was ready. He pushed into the connection, using techniques Merlin had taught him, techniques he'd never had the chance to practice. The golden thread thickened, brightened, became a bridge between their magic. Voldemort felt it too. His expression shifted from triumph to confusion to something approaching alarm. What are you? Harry wasn't attacking. He was inviting. Opening the connection wider, letting Voldemort see into his mind, into his soul, and in return, seeing into the Dark Lord's. Pain flooded through him. Voldemort's existence was agony, a soul torn into fragments, consciousness scattered across two mini vessels, sanity eroding under the weight of decades of self-mutilation. Harry felt the Dark Lord's memories, his fears, his desperate hunger for immortality that had driven him to destroy himself piece by piece. And beneath it all, Harry found what he was looking for. The fragment. The piece of Voldemort's soul that had attached itself to Harry 17 years ago. It lived in the connection between them, neither fully Harry's nor fully Voldemort's, a bridge that bound them together. Harry reached for it, took hold of it with pure will, with the strength of every bond he'd ever formed, with love and hope and the absolute refusal to let evil win. And he pulled. The fragment came free like a splinter from infected flesh. Voldemort screamed, a sound of pure torment, echoing across the forest, shaking the very air. The golden connection shattered, and both of them were thrown backward, crashing to the ground. Harry lay stunned, gasping for breath. Something was different. The constant presence in his mind, the darkness he'd carried since infancy, was gone. His scar throbbed with pain, but it was clean pain, healing pain. The Horcrux inside him had been destroyed, not by his death, by his choice, by the act of willingly confronting the darkness and casting it out. Harry forced himself to stand. Voldemort was already rising, but something was wrong. The Dark Lord's movements were jerky, uncoordinated. His face, never fully human, had become a twisted mask of confusion and rage. "What did you do?" Voldemort's voice cracked. "What did you do?" "Freed myself." Harry raised his wand. "Now there's just you and the snake." As if summoned by the word, a cry rang out from the forest's edge. "Harry!" Neville emerged from the trees, running flat out. Behind him, Death Eaters gave chase, but they were too slow, too late. Because in Neville's hand was the sword of Gryffindor, and on that sword was blood. "It's done," Neville shouted. "The snake is dead." Voldemort's scream was inhuman. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his head, as if the destruction of his last Horcrux had caused physical pain. Which, Harry realized, it probably had. With every fragment destroyed, what remained of Voldemort's soul was being forced back into his body. A soul that had been split 7 times, mutilated beyond recognition, now compressed into a single vessel that couldn't possibly contain it. Harry walked toward him. Around them, the clearing had erupted into chaos. Death Eaters fleeing, Order members arriving. The battle that had raged all night suddenly shifting as news of Nagini's death spread. But Harry's focus was entirely on the creature before him. "It's over," he said. "Your Horcruxes are gone. You're mortal now, just like everyone else." Voldemort looked up at him, and for the first time, Harry saw fear in those red eyes. True fear, the kind that had driven Tom Riddle to seek immortality in the first place. "You can't," Voldemort whispered. "I'm Lord Voldemort. I cannot be killed by a half-blood orphan who should have died in his crib." Harry's voice was cold. "By the boy you marked as your equal? By someone who had everything you lack: love, friendship, the courage to sacrifice himself." He raised his wand. "You were never special, Tom. You were just afraid. And now you're going to die afraid, just like everyone you murdered. Avada Kedavra." Voldemort's final curse flew with all the desperation of a cornered animal. Expelliarmus. Harry's spell met it cleanly. But this time, there were no Horcruxes to anchor Voldemort's soul. No fragments scattered across the world to catch him if he fell. The killing curse rebounded. Voldemort crumpled. His body hit the ground and didn't move. Harry stood over his enemy's corpse, feeling the weight of 17 years lifting from his shoulders. It was over. The monster who had shaped his entire existence, who had murdered his parents and terrorized a nation, was finally, irrevocably dead. He didn't feel triumph. He didn't feel joy. He just felt tired. "Harry," he turned. His friends were running toward him: Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, others. Behind them, the battle was ending. Death Eaters surrendering or fleeing. The castle's defenders letting out cheers that echoed across the grounds. Hermione reached him first, throwing her arms around him. "You did it. You actually did it. We did it." Harry looked at each of them. "All of us." "I couldn't have." His legs buckled. Suddenly he was on his knees, and everything hurt, and the exhaustion he'd been holding back crashed over him like a wave. "Get him to the hospital wing," someone said. "Is Voldemort really? He's dead. Look at him. He's dead." Harry let himself be lifted, carried, surrounded by friends who'd fought beside him and survived. The last thing he saw before consciousness faded was the sky above Hogwarts, lightening with the first hints of dawn. It was over. Against all odds, against every expectation, they'd won. Now came the hard part, living with the victory. Harry woke 3 days later. The hospital wing was crowded, beds full of the wounded, healers moving between patients, the air thick with the smell of medical potions. Harry pushed himself upright and immediately regretted it as pain shot through every part of his body. Easy there. Ron appeared at his bedside, looking exhausted but unharmed. You've been out for a while. How long? 3 days. Madame Pomfrey said you nearly burned out your magic with that thing you did at the end. Whatever it was. Harry remembered the connection, the pulling, the fragment of Voldemort's soul coming free. He flexed his fingers, reaching for his magic, and felt it respond. Weakened but present. It worked. Yeah, we noticed. Voldemort's body is being kept under guard until they figure out what to do with it. Some people want to burn it. Others want to study it. Ministry's a mess trying to decide. The Ministry's always a mess. Harry looked around the wing. Casualties. Ron's expression sobered. Bad. Better than it could have been, but bad. Lupin didn't make it. Neither did Tonks. Fred's hurt, but he'll recover. Lot of others. He shook his head. The full counts still being tallied. Lupin, the last of his father's true friends, gone. Harry felt the loss settle into him, adding to all the other losses. Dumbledore, his parents, everyone who died in a war that had consumed so much. The others? Hermione, Neville, Daphne. All fine. Hermione's been coordinating the rebuilding efforts because of course she has. Neville's being treated like a hero, which he is. Daphne's handling the political fallout. Apparently her family's made some big moves now that Voldemort's gone. Good. That's good. Harry leaned back against his pillows. And me? What's my status? Officially? You're the savior of the wizarding world. The Prophet's been running nonstop coverage. Everyone wants to interview you, reward you, name their children after you. Ron's smile was tired but genuine. Unofficially, you're my best mate who almost died killing a Dark Lord, and I'm just glad you're awake. Me too. Harry reached out and gripped Ron's shoulder. Thanks for being there. For all of it. Where else would I be? They sat in comfortable silence for a moment. Then Harry asked the question that had been building since he woke up. What happens now? Now. Ron shrugged. We rebuild. The Ministry's forming a new government. Kingsley's likely to be the next minister. Hogwarts needs repairs, but should be open again by September. The Death Eaters who survived are being rounded up for trials. He paused. Life goes on, I guess. As much as it can. Life goes on. Such a simple concept. Harry had spent so long preparing to die that he hadn't really planned for surviving. But here he was. Alive. Free. With a future stretching ahead of him that he'd never expected to have. I need to see someone, Harry said. Can you help me get to the room of requirement? Merlin's portrait was exactly where Harry had left it, waiting in the room's private training space. The ancient wizard's painted eyes tracked Harry as he limped in, supported by Ron on one side. You survived. Barely. Harry lowered himself onto a training mat, everything aching. It's over. Voldemort's dead. All the Horcruxes are destroyed. Including the one in you? I pulled it out. During the final connection. I don't fully understand how, but Harry touched his scar. It's gone. I can feel the difference. Merlin was quiet for a long moment. That should have been impossible. The fragment was tied to your life force. Removing it should have killed you. Maybe it almost did. I've been unconscious for 3 days. Harry met the portrait's eyes. But I think it was about choice. Voldemort made his Horcruxes through murder, through taking lives without consent. I removed his fragment by choosing to let go of it. Willingly. The magic recognized the difference. Love is a magical force. Your mother's protection. The power the Dark Lord knew not. Merlin nodded slowly. It's consistent with the oldest theories of magic. The intent behind an action matters as much as the action itself. You sound almost proud. I am proud. You've accomplished something no wizard in my lifetime ever managed. You defeated a Dark Lord who had made himself functionally immortal. And you did it without becoming a monster yourself. Merlin's expression softened. That last part is rarer than you might think. Harry absorbed the praise, uncomfortable with it, but recognizing its weight. What now? For you, I mean. Your bargain with the Potter family was to counsel descendants in times of crisis. The crisis is over. Is it? Merlin's eyes glinted. You've defeated Voldemort, but the challenges facing the magical world haven't disappeared. Political corruption, blood prejudice, the gradual decline of magical knowledge and power. And then there's the matter I mentioned when we first met. The sleeper, the thing Merlin had bound beneath Britain, the ancient horror that had nothing to do with dark lords or prophecies. That's still a threat. It's always been a threat. Voldemort's activities weaken the bindings I created. They'll hold for now, but not forever. Merlin's voice was grave. Someday, someone will need to deal with what sleeps beneath. I had hoped to prepare you for that confrontation. I'm not sure I have another world-saving quest in me. Not today. Perhaps not for years. But eventually. The portrait paused. Unless you'd prefer I find another student. The Potter line will continue through you, assuming you have children. I could wait for the next generation. Harry thought about that. About passing on the burden, letting someone else carry the weight he'd carried since age 11. He thought about how much easier his own journey would have been if someone had prepared him from the start. If he'd had Merlin's training before Hogwarts rather than after. If he'd understood the magical world before being thrown into its deepest conflicts. Stay, he said. I'll have children eventually. When they're old enough, I want you to teach them. Everything you taught me, and more. You're certain? The training is difficult. The knowledge is dangerous. I'm certain. Whatever's coming. The sleeper, the next Dark Lord, whatever threatens the magical world. I want my family ready. Harry smiled slightly. It's what the Potters do, apparently. We prepare. Merlin nodded, something like approval in his ancient eyes. Then I'll be here, as I have been for 1,000 years, waiting for those who need me. Harry left the room of requirement feeling lighter than he had in years. The conversation with Merlin had clarified something he hadn't consciously realized. His purpose hadn't ended with Voldemort's death. It had transformed. He was no longer the boy fighting to survive. He was becoming something else. A guardian. A teacher. Someone who would prepare the next generation for threats they couldn't yet imagine. It felt right. The wizarding world took months to stabilize. Kingsley Shacklebolt became Minister of Magic, bringing Order members into key positions and beginning the slow work of reforming the Ministry's corrupt structures. Death Eater trials proceeded efficiently. Most of the surviving Inner Circle received life sentences in Azkaban, while lower-ranking members faced various punishments based on their crimes. Hogwarts reopened in September, though Harry didn't return as a student. He'd had enough of classrooms. Instead, he spent the summer traveling, thinking, recovering from wounds both physical and psychological. He visited places he'd only heard of, magical communities in Egypt, hidden enclaves in Japan, the ancient forests of Scandinavia, where witches had practiced since before recorded history. He learned about magic as it existed outside Britain's insular perspective. He discovered traditions Merlin had never mentioned, approaches to power that challenged everything he thought he knew. He grew in ways he couldn't have predicted. And through it all, he stayed connected. Letters from Ron and Hermione. Meetings with Sirius, who was finally free to live openly. Long conversations with Daphne about the future they might build together. On a clear October evening, Harry stood on a cliff overlooking the Atlantic, watching the sun set over waters that stretched to infinity. Thinking deep thoughts. He turned. Daphne had appeared beside him, her hair whipping in the wind, her expression somewhere between amused and concerned. Just processing, he said. It's strange. I spent so long preparing to fight Voldemort. Now that he's gone, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with myself. Whatever you want. She moved to stand beside him. That's the point of winning. You get to choose. Do I? People have expectations. The boy who lived, the chosen one, the savior. Everyone wants me to be something. So be something. Just make sure it's something you actually want to be. Daphne's hand found his. You don't owe the world anything, Harry. You already gave more than anyone could reasonably ask. Harry looked at their joined hands, then at her face. What about you? What do you want? Right now? This. The future. She shrugged. My family secured our position. The neutral families are reshaping magical politics now that the old guard is broken. I'll be part of that, whether I like it or not. But I'd prefer not to do it alone. Are you asking me to be your political partner? I'm asking you to be my partner. The political stuff comes included. Her smile was genuine, warming her usually cool features. Unless you have better offers. Harry thought about all the paths his life might take. The adventures still waiting. The threats still coming. The long, slow work of building something worth defending. No, he said. No better offers. He kissed her as the sun disappeared beneath the horizon, and for the first time since he could remember, the future felt like a promise instead of a burden. The war was over. The hero had survived. And somewhere ahead, in the years and decades to come, new stories waited to be written. Harry Potter was ready to write them. Chapter 10. The beginning of the end. 10 years after Voldemort's fall, Harry stood in the room of requirement and watched his godson discover magic for the first time. Teddy Lupin's hair shifted from blue to green to orange as he concentrated, his young face scrunched with effort. A small ball of light flickered above his palm. Unstable, wavering, but definitely present. I did it. The 11-year-old's excitement broke his concentration and the light vanished. Did you see? I actually did it. I saw. Harry crouched beside him, pride swelling in his chest. That was excellent work, Teddy. Most students can't produce wandless light until their 3rd or 4th year of training. Mum says I'm a natural. Teddy's hair settled into a proud purple. She also says you were rubbish at it when you started. Harry laughed. Trust Tonks to share embarrassing stories. She'd survived the war by the narrowest margin, spending months in recovery before rebuilding her life as an Auror and mother. Your mum's not wrong. I was terrible. Took me weeks to produce what you just did in your first session. So I'm better than you were? At this specific thing, at this specific age? Yes. Harry ruffled Teddy's hair, which turned indignant red. But don't let it go to your head. Magic takes years to master, and natural talent only gets you so far. Teddy nodded seriously, accepting the wisdom with the gravity only an 11-year-old could muster. Uncle Harry, can I ask you something? Always. The portrait, the one you train with sometimes. Teddy glanced at Merlin's frame, where the ancient wizard was pretending to sleep. Who is he really? Mum says he's important, but she won't tell me more. Harry considered the question. Teddy was old enough to start learning the deeper truths, old enough to begin the education that would prepare him for challenges ahead. But some revelations needed to wait until the foundation was solid. He's a teacher, Harry said carefully. Someone who's been helping the Potter family for a very long time. When you're ready, when your training is further along, I'll tell you the whole story. Promise. Promise. Teddy seemed satisfied. He returned to practicing his light exercise, tongue poking out in concentration, while Harry moved to the corner where Merlin's portrait hung. He has potential, Merlin murmured, one eye cracking open. More than you did at his age, though that's partly because he's grown up knowing magic exists. He's also got metamorphmagus abilities from Tonks that might be affecting his magical development. Possibly. Shape-shifting requires instinctive magical control. Children who grow up with it often develop other skills faster. Merlin's eyes fully opened, studying Teddy across the room. You're not training him as intensively as I trained you. He doesn't need it. The war's over. Voldemort's been gone for a decade. The war with Voldemort is over. Other threats remain. Merlin's voice carried a weight Harry had learned to recognize. The bindings weaken, Harry. I felt it more strongly in recent years. Whatever sleeps beneath Britain is stirring. Harry's jaw tightened. The sleeper, the ancient thing Merlin had imprisoned centuries ago, had been a background concern since the war ended. Harry had researched it extensively, trying to understand what they might eventually face, but concrete information was scarce. Even Merlin couldn't fully describe something that predated human magical civilization. How long do we have? Decades, perhaps. Perhaps less. The magic that holds it is old and strong, but it wasn't designed to last forever. I always intended to find a permanent solution. Merlin's expression darkened. I never did. That failure may fall to your generation to address. Harry looked at Teddy, still practicing, still innocent of the deeper darkness that lurked beneath the world he knew. The boy would need to be prepared, eventually. They all would. But not today. Today was for small victories and first steps. We'll be ready, Harry said. When the time comes. I believe you will. Merlin's voice softened slightly. You've exceeded every expectation I had when we first met, Harry. The frightened child in the vault has become something remarkable. I had good teachers. You had teachers. What you made of their lessons was entirely your own doing. Harry accepted the compliment with a nod, then returned to Teddy's side to continue the lesson. Behind them, Merlin's portrait settled back into watchful stillness. The training session ended an hour later, and Harry walked Teddy back to the Gryffindor common room. The castle was quieter than it had been during Harry's school years. Enrollment had declined during the war and was only slowly recovering, but it still felt alive, still hummed with the accumulated magic of 1,000 years. "Same time next week?" Teddy asked at the fat lady's portrait. "Same time. And practice your Mataion exercises. They're boring, but they matter." I know. Teddy's hair shifted through a rainbow of colors. "Uncle Harry, thanks for doing this. Teaching me, I mean. I know you're busy. Never too busy for family." Harry squeezed his shoulder. "Now get some sleep. You've got classes tomorrow." Teddy disappeared through the portrait hole, and Harry made his way out of the castle, pausing at the entrance to look back at the ancient structure. So much had happened here, triumphs and tragedies, battles and breakthroughs. It was home in a way no other place had ever been. He operated to the edge of the Hogwarts grounds, then again to the cottage in Cornwall where Daphne was waiting. Their home was modest by pure-blood standards, a stone cottage overlooking the sea, protected by wards Harry had designed himself. They'd chosen it together after their wedding 5 years ago, wanting somewhere removed from the political arena where they both spent too much time. Daphne was in the study when Harry arrived, surrounded by parchment and looking tired. Long day. The Wisengamot is debating the new creature rights legislation. Every pure-blood family with historical ties to magical creature exploitation is fighting it. She pushed back from her desk, rubbing her eyes. "How was Teddy?" "Promising. He produced wandless light on his first real attempt. Like father, like godson." Daphne rose and kissed him. "Dinner's in the kitchen. I waited, but I wasn't sure when you'd be back." They ate together, discussing the day's events, political maneuvering, training sessions, the ordinary concerns of lives that had somehow become extraordinary. Harry watched Daphne across the table and felt, as he often did, a sense of wonder that they'd made it here. The girl who'd approached him in the library as a calculating political ally had become his partner in every sense. They'd built a marriage on foundations of mutual respect, shared purpose, and a love that had grown slowly but steadily over years of working together. "Something's on your mind," Daphne observed. "You've got that look." Merlin mentioned the sleeper again. "Says the bindings are weakening." Her expression sharpened. They'd discussed the threat before, though never in detail. Daphne knew something was coming, something older than Voldemort, but not the specifics. "How bad?" "Decades, maybe. Maybe less." Harry set down his fork. "I've been thinking about it more lately. The war with Voldemort prepared us for a lot, but this is different. We weren't fighting a dark wizard. We were fighting a man, with human weaknesses and human blind spots. Whatever Merlin bound beneath, Britain isn't human at all. And you're worried we won't be ready." "I'm worried we won't even understand what we're facing until it's too late." Harry met her eyes. "I need to do more research. Talk to Merlin more extensively about what he remembers. Maybe travel to places where older magic still exists, where people might have encountered things like this before." Daphne considered that. "How long would you be gone?" "Months, probably. On and off. I'd keep up with Teddy's training and my other responsibilities, but this would become my primary focus." "Then do it." Her voice was firm. "We didn't survive one war just to be blindsided by the next one. If there's a threat coming, we need to understand it." "You're sure?" "Harry." She reached across the table and took his hand. "I married you knowing who you are. The man who fights monsters, who prepares for threats no one else sees coming. That's not a burden, it's a gift. Use it." He squeezed her hand, grateful beyond words for her support. "I love you." "I know. Now finish your dinner. You'll need your strength for monster research." Harry laughed despite the weight of the conversation, and they finished their meal together as the sun set over the Cornish Sea. The research began in earnest. Harry spent the following months traveling to the oldest magical sites in Europe, standing stones in Ireland, cave systems in Spain, forest sanctuaries in Germany where magic had been practiced since before written history. He spoke with wizards and witches who studied ancient magic, with creatures who remembered times before human civilization, with portraits and ghosts who carried memories stretching back millennia. The picture that emerged was fragmentary but disturbing. The thing Merlin had bound wasn't unique. Similar entities existed, or had existed, across the world. Ancient, inhuman, possessed of power that made even the darkest human magic seem trivial. Most had been destroyed or banished or bound, their existence fading into myth and legend. But the one beneath Britain was different. It was tied to the land itself, woven into the magical fabric of the island in ways that made permanent removal impossible. Merlin's binding hadn't destroyed it, hadn't even tried to. The ancient wizard had simply contained it, trapped it, forced it to sleep until a better solution could be found. A solution that had never come. "I don't know what it is," Merlin admitted during one of their long conversations. "I've told you this before. It was old when I encountered it, old beyond my ability to measure. It may be a god, or a demon, or something that predates those categories entirely. What I know is that it's hungry, it's patient, and when it wakes, it will consume everything it touches." "How did you bind it?" "Sacrifice. Power. Knowledge I've never shared with anyone." Merlin's painted face was troubled. "The ritual nearly killed me. Would have killed me if I hadn't already made arrangements to survive my body's death. It took everything I had, and even then, I knew it was temporary." "How temporary?" 1,000 years. Maybe 2,000. I honestly wasn't sure. The magic was experimental, improvised, designed under pressure while the thing was actively trying to devour me. Merlin shook his head. "I've spent the centuries since trying to find a better answer. Researching, theorizing, testing ideas through those I've trained. Nothing has worked." Harry absorbed that. 1,000 years of the greatest wizard in history trying to solve a problem, and no solution found. What happens if it wakes? Destruction. Not just death, annihilation. The thing feeds on magic, on life force, on the very essence of existence. When it consumed in the old days, it left nothing behind. No bodies, no ghosts, no memories. Just emptiness. Merlin's voice dropped. "Britain has the highest concentration of magical energy in Europe. If the sleeper wakes here, it will gorge itself. And once it's fed, once it's regained its strength, I don't know if anything could stop it." Harry left that conversation feeling the weight of a burden he hadn't asked for but couldn't ignore. The war with Voldemort had been about defeating evil. This was about preventing extinction. Different scales, different stakes, but the same fundamental truth. Someone had to fight, and Harry was one of the few who understood what was coming. He threw himself into preparation with renewed intensity. The years passed. Harry trained Teddy, then other promising students who showed aptitude for the old ways. He built a network of researchers and specialists, people who could contribute to understanding the threat. He worked with Daphne to strengthen the political foundations that would be necessary if widespread action became required. And through it all, he watched for signs of the sleepers stirring. They came gradually, strange disturbances in ancient magical sites, creatures behaving erratically near places of power, dreams that plagued magical children with images they couldn't explain. Nothing dramatic, nothing that couldn't be explained away as coincidence or natural variation. But Harry knew better. The pattern was there, invisible to those who weren't looking for it. The sleeper was waking. Slowly, incrementally, but inevitably. 20 years after Voldemort's fall, Harry stood before the Wisengamot and told them the truth. The chamber was packed, not just with voting members, but with observers, reporters, interested parties from across magical Britain. Daphne had arranged the session carefully, calling in favors accumulated over decades of political work to ensure Harry would be heard. "What I'm about to tell you will sound impossible," Harry began. "I ask that you listen with open minds and judge based on evidence rather than instinct." He told them about the sleeper, about Merlin's binding, about the signs of awakening that had been accumulating for years. He presented research, testimony from experts, documentation that would have filled a small library. When he finished, the chamber was silent. "Let me understand," said an elderly wizard Harry didn't recognize. "You're claiming that something older than our civilization is buried beneath Britain, and that it will soon wake up and destroy us all. I'm claiming that something ancient and dangerous is contained by magic that's failing. I don't know exactly what will happen when it breaks free, but every source I've consulted suggests the consequences would be catastrophic. And your evidence for this is the word of a portrait claiming to be Merlin? My evidence is 20 years of research, documented magical disturbances, expert testimony from scholars across Europe, and the consistency of myths and legends that all point to the same fundamental reality." Harry kept his voice steady. I'm not asking you to believe me on faith. I'm asking you to investigate, to allocate resources to understanding the threat, to prepare for a possibility that we can't afford to ignore. The debate that followed was contentious. Some members took the threat seriously. Others dismissed it as the paranoid fantasy of a man who'd spent too long fighting dark wizards. The final vote was narrow, but it passed. A committee would be formed, resources allocated, investigations begun. It wasn't everything Harry had hoped for, but it was a start. You did well, Daphne told him afterward, as they walked through the ministry's corridors. Most of them think you're mad, but they're at least willing to look into it. Most of them have thought I was mad since I started talking about Voldemort's return. They eventually came around. Only after you killed him in front of witnesses. She squeezed his arm. Let's hope this threat doesn't require such dramatic proof. Let's hope. But Harry wasn't optimistic. The magical world had a long history of ignoring dangers until they became impossible to deny. He could only prepare as best he could and trust that when the crisis came, they'd be ready. 25 years after the war, Harry received the message he'd been dreading. It came through Merlin's portrait, delivered with a gravity that made Harry's blood run cold. The outer bindings have failed. The sleeper is awakening. We have perhaps a year before it breaks free entirely. Harry gathered his inner circle, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, and others who'd been preparing for this moment. They met in the room of requirement, surrounded by years of accumulated research and preparation. This is it, Harry said. Everything we've been working toward. The sleeper is waking, and we have a year to stop it. Can we stop it? Hermione asked. Everything Merlin's told us suggests his original binding was barely sufficient, and he was the most powerful wizard of his age. We have advantages he didn't have. Harry gestured to the assembled group. He worked alone. We worked together, and we've had decades to prepare, to research, to develop approaches he never considered. What's the plan? Ron asked. His hair had gone gray at the temples, but his eyes held the same fierce loyalty they'd always had. The binding can't be strengthened. Merlin's tried everything over the centuries. But it might be possible to redirect it, to transfer the sleeper's containment to somewhere else, somewhere more secure. Transfer it where? That's what we need to figure out. Harry pulled out charts and diagrams, the product of years of work. There are places in the world where the barriers between realities are thin, dimensional boundaries that could potentially contain something like the sleeper indefinitely. If we can open a passage and force the thing through, we banish it to another dimension. Neville nodded slowly. It's not a permanent solution, but it buys time. More than time. The dimensions I'm talking about are places where nothing exists, no life, no magic, nothing for the sleeper to feed on. Without sustenance, it would go dormant again, maybe forever. And if it doesn't work, then we're no worse off than if we'd done nothing. Harry met each of their eyes. I'm not going to pretend this isn't risky. What I'm proposing has never been attempted on this scale, but every alternative is worse. The discussion continued for hours. Plans were refined, responsibilities assigned, contingencies developed. By the end, they had something that might be called a strategy, desperate, unprecedented, but possible. Maybe. The year that followed was the most intense of Harry's life. He worked with Merlin to understand the dimensional mechanics they'd need to exploit. He coordinated with the Ministry Committee to ensure resources were available. He trained his students in the specific techniques they'd need for the ritual, pushing them harder than he'd ever pushed anyone. Daphne handled the political side, ensuring that when the moment came, the wizarding world would be ready to support rather than obstruct. Ron and Hermione managed logistics, gathering materials and personnel from across the globe. Neville prepared the physical site, a location in Wales where ley lines converged and the veil between dimensions was naturally thin. And through it all, Harry watched the signs grow more ominous. Earthquakes in places that had never known them. Magical disturbances that couldn't be explained. Dreams of darkness that plagued sensitives throughout Britain. The sleeper was rising. They were running out of time. The ritual took place on a night in October, exactly 26 years after Voldemort's fall. The site was a circle of standing stones, older than Stonehenge, older than human memory. Dozens of wizards and witches surrounded the stones, adding their power to the working. At the center stood Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne, and the other members of the inner circle who'd trained for this moment. Merlin's portrait hung nearby, the ancient wizard offering guidance through the complex magical workings. The dimensional boundary is thin here, Merlin said. When the sleeper breaches its containment, you'll have minutes to act. The passage must be opened and the thing forced through before it can fully manifest. We're ready, Harry said. He looked at his friends, his family, the people who'd stood beside him for decades. Whatever happens tonight, I want you all to know, save the speeches for after, Ron interrupted. We're not doing the in case we die thing. We're going to survive this. Harry smiled despite the tension. Fair enough. The ground shook. A sound like reality tearing filled the air. And from somewhere deep beneath the earth, something began to rise. Harry felt it before he saw it. A presence so vast and ancient that his mind struggled to comprehend it. The sleeper was waking, and it was everything Merlin had warned about. Hunger given form. Darkness given will. Something that existed to consume, that had been consuming since before stars were born. Now, Harry shouted, begin the ritual. Power flowed through the circle, channeled by dozens of trained witches and wizards, focused through patterns they'd practiced thousands of times. The dimensional boundary began to buckle, reality splitting along lines of force that hurt to perceive. The sleeper emerged, not as a physical form, but as an absence, a void that swallowed light and sound and thought. It reached for them, hungry, and Harry felt people beginning to fall as their life force was pulled toward the thing's maw. Hold! Hermione's voice cut through the chaos. Maintain the pattern. Harry pushed everything he had into the working. Every technique Merlin had taught him, every power he'd developed over decades of training. He felt his magic straining, felt his body beginning to fail under the pressure. But the dimensional passage was opening. Reality splitting wider, revealing the empty dimension beyond, a place of absolute nothing, where even the sleeper would starve. Neville. The binding. Neville stepped forward, the sword of Gryffindor in his hands. The blade glowed with accumulated power, enchantments layered over decades specifically for this moment. He thrust it into the ground at the center of the circle. The old binding shattered. For one terrible instant, the sleeper was free, fully manifested, fully aware, reaching for everything it had been denied. And then the new working took hold. The dimensional passage became a vortex, pulling at the sleeper with force that exceeded even its hunger. The void that had consumed everything it touched was itself being consumed, drawn toward the empty dimension that would be its prison. The sleeper fought. Harry felt its rage, its desperation, its ancient will straining against the forces pulling it away. People were screaming, dying, their life forces torn between the thing's hunger and the vortex's pull. Harry made a choice. He stepped forward, into the center of the ritual, directly facing the sleeper's manifestation. He opened himself completely, dropping every defense, becoming a conduit for power he could barely comprehend. Harry, no. Daphne's voice, distant, terrified. But Harry wasn't listening. He was reaching into the sleeper, using the connection the thing's hunger created, and pushing, forcing it toward the passage with everything he had. The pain was beyond description. The sleeper's touch was annihilation, and Harry felt pieces of himself dissolving, being consumed. But he didn't stop, couldn't stop. This was what he'd been preparing for his entire life. This moment, this sacrifice, this final battle against a darkness that predated human evil. The sleeper screamed. The sound was the death of stars, the end of galaxies, all the destruction it had ever caused compressed into a single expression of rage. And then it was gone. The vortex collapsed. The dimensional passage sealed. The standing stones cracked and fell, their ancient purpose finally fulfilled. Harry lay on the ground, barely breathing, more dead than alive. But he was smiling. We did it, he whispered. We actually did it. The recovery took months. Harry's body had been damaged at a fundamental level, not just injured, but partially consumed by the sleeper's touch. Healers worked around the clock, using every technique magical medicine possessed to rebuild what had been destroyed. Daphne never left his side. Neither did his children, James, Albus, and Lily, all teenagers now, all terrified they were going to lose their father. Ron and Hermione visited constantly, as did Neville and everyone else who'd survived the ritual. Slowly, painfully, Harry healed. You're an idiot, Daphne told him when he was finally conscious enough to hold a conversation. You could have died. You nearly did die. I know. Then why did you do it? Because it was the only way. Harry took her hand, feeling how much weaker his grip was than it should be. The sleeper would have broken free if someone didn't anchor the working. I was the only one with enough power and training to hold it long enough. You don't know that. I do know it. Merlin confirmed it. The ritual required a focal point, someone willing to face the sleeper directly. That was always going to be me. Daphne was crying now, something she almost never did. You could have told me. Prepared me. If I'd told you, you would have tried to stop me. And we'd all be dead. She didn't argue. They both knew he was right. What now? She asked finally. The sleeper's gone. Voldemort's been dead for decades. What do you do with your life when you're done saving the world? Harry thought about it. About the years ahead, free of threats that had shaped his entire existence. About the family he'd built, the world they protected, the future that was finally, genuinely safe. I think, he said slowly, I'd like to teach. A year later, Harry stood before his first class at Hogwarts. Not defense against the dark arts. He'd declined that position when McGonagall offered it. Instead, he'd proposed something new, practical magic and self-defense. A course that combined combat training with the deeper understanding of magic that Merlin had given him. Welcome, Harry said, looking out at the room full of students. Young faces, eager and nervous and curious. They reminded him of himself, once. Of the frightened boy who discovered a portrait in a vault and chosen to learn. This class won't be like your other courses. There are no textbooks, no standardized tests, no ministry-approved curriculum. What there is work. Hard work. Dangerous work. Work that will push you further than you think you can go. He paused, letting that sink in. Some of you will drop out. That's fine. This isn't for everyone. But those who stay will learn things most wizards never discover. You'll learn to fight, to survive, to protect the people you care about. You'll learn what magic really is, not the watered-down version they teach in standard classes. A hand went up. Harry nodded. Professor Potter? Why are you teaching this? You're famous for defeating Voldemort. Don't you have more important things to do? Harry smiled. I spent the first half of my life preparing to fight a dark wizard. I spent the second half preparing to fight something even worse. Now those battles are over, and I've got knowledge that would be wasted if I just kept it to myself. He looked at the student who'd asked the question, a young girl with bright eyes and an intense expression. The most important things I ever did, I did because someone took the time to teach me. This is me paying that forward. The lesson began. Harry introduced basic concepts, assessed his students' abilities, started the long process of building foundations that would support everything to come. In the corner of the room, invisible to anyone who wasn't looking for it, Merlin's portrait watched with approval. 30 years after finding the portrait in his vault, Harry Potter had become what he'd always been meant to be. Not a weapon, not a savior, but a teacher. Someone who prepared others to face the darkness, whatever form it might take. The sleeper was banished. Voldemort was a distant memory. The magical world was at peace, genuinely at peace, for the first time in living memory. And in a classroom at Hogwarts, the next generation was learning to fight. Harry watched them practice, feeling contentment settle into his bones. He'd lost so much over the years, mentors, friends, pieces of himself that would never grow back. But he'd gained more than he'd ever imagined possible. Family, purpose, a legacy that would outlast him. The future stretched ahead, uncertain but full of possibility. There would be new threats, new challenges, new darkness rising in ways no one could predict. But there would also be people prepared to face them, students taught by Harry, who'd been taught by Merlin, who'd been teaching since before history began. An unbroken chain of knowledge, passing from generation to generation, ensuring that whatever came next, the light would never be unprepared. Harry smiled, corrected a student's wand grip, and continued the work that would never truly end. Because that was what it meant to be a guardian. Not to win final victories, but to keep winning, keep preparing, keep fighting so that others wouldn't have to fight alone. It was, Harry reflected, exactly the life he would have chosen. And that was the greatest victory of all.